Blackstone Audio presents In the Dark by Brian Freeman. For Marcia. That's my last Duchess painted on the wall, looking as if she were alive. Robert Browning.
Who Killed Laura Starr by Tish Verger. Prologue. July 4th, 1977. When I arrived home near midnight, I could still hear the whistle and pop of fireworks in the neighborhood. The slashing rain had finally diminished to drizzle and fog, and the streets were alive with illegal celebrations. Starbursts opened like hazy flowers over the trees. Sparklers hissed. Bottle rockets screamed. The summer night smelled like candy and burnt-out matches as I stood in the yard and watched the rainbow of lights around me. In the next block, I heard kids whooping as if they were bloodthirsty Indians. I felt wet and wild myself. When I looked up, I saw that Laura's upstairs window was dark. There were no signs of life. I crept into our house through the screen door and tracked damp, bare footsteps across the kitchen floor. I was quiet. I didn't want my father to hear me and ask me questions about where I had been and what I had done tonight. My mouth could lie, but not my face. If he saw me, he would ask me about Laura, too. Where was she? Who was she with? I didn't want to risk a repeat of last night. Dad and Laura. Bitter argument. I took the stairs 2 at a time, bolted into my bedroom, and locked the door behind me. I felt dreamy. Maybe this was what it was like to be on drugs. Without turning on the lights, I peeled off my soaked clothes down to my dirty skin. My thighs were bruised and sore. I was sticky down there, where some of it had leaked out. My body ached inside, but it was a good ache. A first-time ache. My Independence Day. Oh, God, the pill. I couldn't forget that, not tonight. I rummaged through my underwear drawer and found the pink plastic container I kept hidden in the back. I thought about taking 2, just to be sure, but that was stupid. I also thought about throwing open my bedroom window and shouting to the world, "Cindy Starr is not a virgin!" Really stupid. I pulled on clean panties, jumped into my pajama bottoms, and slipped a Fleetwood Mac t-shirt over my head. I didn't take a shower or brush my teeth. I lay down on top of the blankets with my eyes wide open. No way I was going to sleep tonight. I was too full of Johnny. I had dropped him off at his house after we left the park. His mother was waiting up for him. She doesn't like me, but I know what she's been through since she lost Johnny's dad. It was that way with my dad 3 years ago, when my mom died. Mrs. Stride is terrified of losing her son, like Johnny is the last thing that reminds her of her husband. And I'm a threat. She knows I love him. We're going to get married. I don't know when, but we're going to get married. I'm going to take him away from her. Too many things in my head. I sat up in bed and pushed my long hair back behind my ears on both sides. I needed to talk to someone. I don't have a million girlfriends, because there's always too much to do at home to be out spending time with friends. I thought about going downstairs and calling Johnny again, just to hear his voice one last time, but he was probably in bed by now, and his mother would answer, and that wouldn't be a good thing at all. I decided to talk to Laura. The truth is, I don't do that a lot. You have to understand that Laura and I have always been close, but not really close, you know. I'm 17, she's 18. It's just the 2 of us, but we're like magnets that push each other apart. I'm the funny one, the athlete, the flirt, and Laura is moody, mysterious, and scared of boys. Being opposites as sisters isn't such a good thing. You're always looking in the mirror and thinking about what you don't have. It's been hard for Laura since Mom died. She and Dad scream at each other all the time. Mostly they argue about God. Laura stopped going to church after Mom's accident, like it was God's fault that we lost her. Dad tells her she's going to hell for turning her back on Jesus. Yeah, he really says stuff like that. Dad has always been a starched shirt-on Sunday Christian, even more so these past few years without Mom. He talks about God punishing him for his sins. I think it was just a drunk driver. Me, I found out who I was after we lost Mom. I know how that sounds, but I had to take over, do the cooking, do the cleaning, keep the house together. I decided that you have to pick a direction in life, and that's that. I'm going to go to college, marry Johnny, become a physical therapist, and help people recover from serious injuries. You know, like Mom never got a chance to do. Laura is jealous that I'm so sure of where I'm going. I made up my mind to talk to her. I got out of bed and slipped down the hallway to her room. You can't really be quiet because the floorboards screech like witches. I tapped gently on her door. Laura? On most nights, the yellow lamp beside her bed glowed until very late, and I would find her with a book under her nose. Tonight, there was no light under the door. When she didn't answer, I turned the knob carefully and went inside. Laura? I said again. She wasn't there. She hadn't come home yet. I switched on the light, which made my eyes squint and blink. Her room was the way it always was. Laura was messy, clothes on the floor, albums stacked on her dresser by the record player, posters of Carly Simon and Linda Ronstadt, both a little crooked where they were taped on the wall, books everywhere, Virginia Woolf, Sylvia Plath, Gail Sheehy. Where was she? I thought back to the evening in the park. Laura and I drove up there together. I was meeting Johnny after his softball game, and he and I were going down to the lake to swim. I knew tonight was going to be the first time for us. I'd been planning it for weeks. The thing was, before Johnny showed up, Laura was acting weird. She was saying scary stuff I didn't understand. Then she asked me if I could keep a secret. I said sure, I could keep a secret forever if I needed to, which was true. But she never got a chance to tell me what it was. Instead, she went off by herself onto the trails. It was night. The rain was pouring down. I never should have let her go. I told myself that everything was okay. Laura had a rendezvous with a boy, just like me and Johnny. That was why she was late tonight. I almost left her room, but then I saw something on her bed, and I realized I was wrong. The letter was just like the others that had arrived anonymously over the past 2 months. Laura told me they had stopped. Why did she lie? I unfolded the piece of paper and stared at the grainy black and white photograph and what was scrawled across the page in red ink, and almost sank to my knees and threw up. As I held it in my hand, I remembered something else from the park. Before the storm broke, before Johnny found us, Laura kept saying that someone was hiding in the woods, watching her. I knew I had to go back. I flew downstairs with my car keys. I was still wearing my pajama bottoms and T-shirt. It was now past 1 in the morning, and most of the fireworks outside had long since burned down to scorched black patches on the grass. I drove my dad's Opel Manta, and the streets were empty, so I went fast through the gray glow of the fog. It took me 15 minutes to make my way back to the wilderness refuge near Tisher Creek. I didn't recognize any of the cars in the matted weeds. The park was sprawling, and I was sure that there were kids hiding under the cover of darkness, doing what Johnny and I had done earlier. I had no idea where to find her. I shouted, "Laura!" I thought I heard whispering. I began to get scared and feel foolish and stupid for being here on my own. I pumped my arms and ran into the center of the muddy ground we used as a softball field and spun in circles, trying to see into the trees and trails through the mist. I heard thousands of crickets chirping madly. The grass underneath my feet was spongy and wet. I almost never wore shoes during the summer. "Laura!" The dark silhouette of a heron with its giant wingspan and odd dangling legs flew lazily over my head. I had flushed it with my shouting. It swooped toward the cool water of the lake and disappeared. I headed the same way, searching for the break in the trees that led to the south beach, where Laura and I had waited for Johnny a few hours earlier. I never made it that far. 30 yards away, I came upon something in the grass. Laura's shoe, a pink PF flyer. I picked it up, looked around for the other shoe, and didn't see it. I hunted in the field for anything else that belonged to her, but all I saw was cigarette butts and beer bottles. I knew I had to go into the woods to find her. Near where I was standing, holding her shoe, I saw a trail that tracked north along the lake shore in between the birches. Some kind of unspoken bond between sisters told me that was where she had gone. When I followed it, the trail swallowed me up. The moon vanished. I took careful steps, not wanting to make noise when I didn't know what was ahead of me. I didn't shout Laura's name anymore. The path was covered in a crackling bed of pine. Rain dripped down through the covering crowns of trees. Wind snickered through the trees and landed like a warm, wet breath on my neck. Long minutes passed. I didn't usually come this way, so the path was unfamiliar. My mind made up scary stories about what was in the woods near me. I had no idea how far I had gone, or whether I should have taken one of the crisscrossing trails that led uphill away from the lake. If anyone was 2 feet away, I wouldn't have known it. This was the kind of place where monsters felt real. I saw a pale break in the darkness ahead, where the trees thinned. There was a part of me that wanted to turn and go back. I didn't want to see this secret place and what was hiding there. Somehow, I knew. I just knew. I heard water tapping on wet sand. I emerged from the woods into a clearing 80 feet across, a notch in the forest where the lake swooshed onto a ribbon of beach that bubbled toward the trees in a half-moon. Gold streaks were wavy on the lake. I could see very clearly after the darkness of the trail. My hand shot to my mouth, and I caught myself in mid-scream. I ran. "Laura," I whispered, my voice strangled. It was worse than anything I could have imagined. I saw the aluminum baseball bat beside her body, shiny and glistening and sticky. I smelled copper. I sank to my knees, my arms outstretched, my hands quivering in the air. My lips murmured like I was saying a prayer, and a whimper rumbled out of my chest. "Oh, no, no, no." She was all red, red everywhere, like she was drowned in wine. Her beautiful golden hair was the color of garish lipstick. Crimson fangs dripped from the wings of the butterfly tattoo on her naked back. Mosquitoes littered her skin, some living, some dead, trapped in the pool and unable to fly from the feast. Her face was toward me, cheek in the mud, but there was no face anymore, no smile, no soft brown eyes, nothing that had ever been my sister. Life had been hammered out of her, blow by blow. I tried to imagine the fury that had done this, and couldn't conceive of a heart so black. I put a tentative hand on her arm. Her skin was already unnaturally cold. My hand came away like I had dipped it in finger paints. That was when I heard it. Branches snapping, movement, breathing. Not from Laura, but from the black forest. I scooped up the baseball bat and scrambled to my feet. My fingernails dug into the leather grip. I wound up fiercely, ready to swing. Someone was behind me.
Part 1. Independence Day. Chapter 1. Lieutenant Jonathan Stride shielded his eyes as the glass door shot a laser beam of sunlight at his face, and when he could see again he realized that the woman who had stepped out onto the patio was his late wife, Cindy. For an instant, time slowed down the way it does on a long fall, while the buzz of conversation continued around him. He forgot how to breathe. The enigmatic smile he remembered from years ago was the same. When she lifted her sunglasses, her brown eyes stared back at him with a familiar glint over the heads of the others in the restaurant. She was in her late 40s, as she would have been if she had lived. Small, like a fairy, but athletic and strong, sun-tanned skin, an aura of intensity. It wasn't her, of course. More than 5 years had passed since Cindy died of cancer as he sat beside her hospital bed. The pain of her loss had retreated to a distant ache in a corner of his soul. Even so, there were moments like this when he saw a stranger and something about her brought it all back. It didn't take much, just the look in her eyes or the way she carried herself, to stir his memory. This woman was looking back at him, too. She was small, but a couple of inches taller than Cindy, who had barely crossed 5'4" on tiptoes. Her blonde hair fell breezily around her shoulders, and her sunglasses were now tented on top of her head. Her earrings were sapphire studs. She wore a blue-flowered summer skirt that hung to her knees, baby blue heels, a white blouse, and a lightweight tan leather jacket with a braided fringe. She balanced one hand on a narrow hip as she watched him. The ties of her jacket dangled between her legs. He knew her from somewhere. "Your 5 seconds are up," Serena Dial told him. Stride broke away. "What?" Serena sipped her lemonade and eyed the woman in the leather jacket as she was shown to a table on the patio. A gust of wind blew off the lake and rustled her own silky, dark hair. "You get a free pass to look at any woman for up to 5 seconds. After that, it officially becomes flirting." "She reminded me of someone," Stride said. "Sure she did." Serena was an ex-cop and now a private investigator. She and Stride had shared a bed for almost 2 years. Stride turned to his partner in the detective bureau, Maggie Bay, as if consulting an Olympic judge for a ruling. "Is this 5-second thing commonly known?" he asked. "Absolutely," Maggie said with a wink at Serena. Stride knew when he was on the losing end of an argument. "Okay, I was flirting," he admitted. Serena stretched out her arm lazily and used the back of her hand to caress Stride's cheek, which was rough with black and gray stubble. She sidled her long fingers through his wavy hair and leaned forward to plant a slow kiss on his lips. She tasted like citrus and sugar. "Most animals mark their territory by urinating," Maggie remarked, with her mouth full of a large bite of her steak sandwich. She batted her almond-shaped eyes innocently at Serena and grinned. Stride laughed. "Can we get back to work?" "Go ahead," Serena told him. She swiped a French fry from Maggie's plate and bit into it while baring her teeth. "What's the latest on the peeper?" Stride asked Maggie. He stole a sideways glance across the restaurant at the other woman and noticed that she was doing the same thing to him from over her menu. "He struck again on Friday night," Maggie replied. "A 16-year-old girl in Fond du Lac noticed a guy in the trees outside her bedroom when she was getting undressed. She screamed and he took off." "Did she get a look at him?" Maggie shook her head. "She thought he was tall and skinny, but that's it. It was dark." "That's 9 incidents in the last month," Stride said. "It's summer. Time for the perverts to come out." The calendar said June 1st. It was late Sunday afternoon, but the sun was warm and high over the steep hillside on which the city of Duluth, Minnesota, was built. It wouldn't be dark until after 9 o'clock. After the usual long, bitter winter, the tourists were streaming back on the weekends to watch the ore boats come and go through the narrow channel that led out into Lake Superior. The Canal Park area, where the three of them sat on the rooftop patio of Grandma's saloon, teemed with lovers and children feeding noisy gulls by the boardwalk. As tourists and locals collided, and the weather got warmer, Stride and his team got busier. Crime was creeping up for the season, but so far it was nothing more than the usual run of thefts, break-ins, drunks, and drugs, plus a peeping Tom with a fetish for blonde high school girls. Stride had overseen the city's detective bureau, which handled major crimes in Duluth, for more than a decade, and he had steeled himself to human behavior that defied all rational explanation. Sexual abuse, meth labs, suicide, homicide. The Peeper had shown no inclination to violence, but Stride didn't minimize the danger of someone who liked to watch young girls undress in their bedrooms. It was a short trip through the looking-glass to molestation and rape. "He's been stalking the South Side, right?" Stride asked. Maggie grunted affirmatively and pushed her black bangs out of her eyes. She was a diminutive Chinese cop who had worked side by side with Stride since he took over the Major Crimes Unit. "Yeah, all the reports have been south of Riverside," Maggie said. "He's crossed the bridge into Superior a couple times, too." The great lake that loomed over Stride's shoulder narrowed into the jagged bays and harbors of the St. Louis River as it wound southward between the cities of Duluth and Superior. On the scenic drive along the river, Duluth broke up into small towns like Riverside, Morgan Park, Gary, and Fond du Lac. None of the towns was large enough to afford its own police force, so the Duluth police stretched its enforcement coverage all the way along the river's twisty shore. "You know what it's like down in the river towns," Maggie said. "People leave their shades up and their windows open. For a peeper, it's like a cat with a goldfish bowl. Lots to look at." "Do we have any leads on an ID?" Stride asked. "Nothing yet. We have no description and no idea how old he is. We're working our way through the sex offender list, but no one looks like an obvious suspect." "How about a car?" "We've had reports of a small SUV, something like a CR-V or a RAV4, near 3 of the peeping locations. Maybe silver, maybe gray or sand. No one in the area would claim it." "That's as close as I've got to a lead." "What about the victims?" Stride asked. "How does this guy find them?" "The girls range in age from 14 to 19, Maggie said. "They go to different schools, and I haven't found any overlap in their social lives. They're all blondes, though. I don't think this guy is just going from house to house trying to get lucky. We'd have caught him by now if he was simply trolling through backyards. When he hits a house, he already knows there's a girl there with the right look." "Has he made any attempts to get inside?" Serena asked. Serena wasn't a member of the Duluth police, but she was a former homicide detective from Las Vegas, in addition to being his lover. Stride considered her one of the sharpest investigators he had ever worked with. He and Maggie consulted her unofficially on most of their cases. "No, he just watches," Maggie said. "The girl's window was open in several of the incidents, but he stayed outside." Serena stole another fry from Maggie's plate. "Yeah, but he might be getting his courage up, along with other things. Peeping's a threshold crime." "That's what I'm afraid of," Maggie said. "I want to catch this guy before he moves on to bigger things." She glanced at the opposite side of the restaurant patio and added, "By the way, boss, You're about to understand why women adopted that 5-second rule." "What do you mean?" Stride asked. Then he looked up and understood. The woman in the fringed leather jacket, the one who reminded him of his late wife, Cindy, was coming over. "You're Jonathan Stride, aren't you?" she asked. Stride pushed his chair back and stood up. He was over 6 feet tall, and when he looked down at the top of her head, he saw silver roots creeping into her blonde hair. He took her offered hand and shook it. Her long nails dug into his palm. "Yes, that's right." "I'm sure you don't remember me, but we were in high school together. I graduated a year before you and Cindy did. My name is Tish Verdure." Her voice had a seductive, breathless rumble. Her clothes smelled of violet perfume covering cigarette smoke. She was perfectly made up, but under the foundation, age and nicotine had carved winding paths into the skin around her brown eyes and above her forehead. Even so, she was very pretty, with a tiny, tapered nose, a pale pink oval at her lips, and a pointed chin. Stride remembered her name, but nothing else. But it explained why she had looked familiar to him. "It's been a long time," he said in an apologetic tone. "Don't worry. I knew Cindy before the two of you ever met." "I don't recall Cindy ever mentioning you," he said. "Well, back then, I was Laura's best friend." At the sound of Laura's name, Stride felt a rush of memories storm his mind. Himself and Cindy, naked in the water, making love. Ray Wallace checking his gun. The huge black man, Dada, escaping on a train car. Most of all, the whooshing sound of a baseball bat in Peter Stanhope's hands. It might as well have been 1977 again. Serena cleared her throat loudly. Stride burst from his trance. "I'm sorry. Tish, this is my partner, Serena Dial, and this is my colleague on the police force, Maggie Bay." Maggie waved with half her sandwich without getting up. Serena stood, dwarfing the other woman, and Stride felt the air blow cold like dry ice between Serena and Tish. They didn't know each other, but with a single glance, they didn't like each other. "Do you live in the area?" Stride asked. Tish studied Lake Superior with wistful eyes. "Oh, no, I haven't been back to Duluth in years. I don't really have much of a home base. I'm a travel writer, so I'm on the go most of the time. When I stay put, I live in Atlanta." "What brings you back here?" he asked. "Actually, I was looking for you," Tish told him. "For me?" Stride asked, surprised. "Yes." Stride exchanged glances with Serena and Maggie. "Maybe you should sit down and tell me why." Tish took the empty chair at the table for four, facing the lake. She slid a leather purse off her shoulder and put it on the table in front of her. She pulled out an open pack of cigarettes. "Can you smoke outside at restaurants here?" "I wish you wouldn't," Serena told her. "I'm sorry," Tish said. "I know I should quit, but smoking's one way I handle my nerves. The other is drinking. Not very smart, I guess, but what can you do?" "I'm a reformed smoker myself," Stride said. "Well, I don't mean to be such a mystery," Tish told them. She smiled at Maggie and Serena, but the two women wore stony masks. Tish ignored them and focused on Stride. "First of all, I want to tell you how sorry I am about Cindy's death. I know the two of you were a real love match." "It was several years ago, but thank you," Stride said. "I would have come to the funeral myself, but I was in Prague on a story at the time." Stride felt suspicion poking like a spring seedling out of the ground. "That's kind of you to say, Ms. Verdure, but you knew Cindy back in high school. I don't think anyone would have expected you to go to her funeral 25 years later." "Oh, Cindy and I stayed in touch," Tish said. "I'm sorry?" Not very often, but we wrote to each other now and then. Really? He didn't say it like a question. He said it for what it was, disbelief. He added, "Do you mind showing me some identification?" "Not at all." Tish dug in her purse for her wallet and extracted her driver's license, which she handed across the table. The silence from the other three people didn't appear to bother her. "I understand how odd this is, me showing up after all these years," she continued. "Cindy and I wrote to each other at the hospital where she worked. It was only the occasional postcard or Christmas card, that kind of thing. For me, it was nice having a little connection to my life back here. I left Duluth after graduation and never came back, but that doesn't mean I forgot about it. And, of course, whenever I wrote to Cindy, it made me feel a little closer to Laura. Do you know what I mean?" Stride studied the Georgia driver's license carefully and confirmed that the name Tish Verdure and the photo matched the woman sitting across from him. "Who's Laura?" Serena asked. Stride felt as if a scab were slowly being pulled away from a deep wound. She was Cindy's sister. Serena's eyebrows arched, with a look that said unmistakably, "Why haven't you told me about her?" "Laura was murdered," Stride went on. "Someone beat her to death with a baseball bat. It was July 4th, 1977. "Did they catch the guy who did it?" "No, he got away, because of me." He didn't say it in a way that invited questions. Serena opened her mouth and closed it again. Maggie pushed the food around on her plate, not looking up. "Maybe you should tell me why you're here, Miss Verdure," Stride said, "and what you want from me." "Please call me Tish." She leaned forward with her elbows on the table. Her brown eyes were dark and serious. "In fact, I'm here because of Laura. It's obvious that her death still weighs on you. Well, it does on me, too. She and I were very close in high school." "So?" "So I'm writing a book about Laura's murder." Stride's weathered face wrinkled into a scowl. "A book?" "Exactly. Not just about her death, but about the people around her, how their lives changed. It's a non-fiction novel, sort of an in cold blood thing, you know. I mean, look at you. You're the man in charge of the city's major crimes unit. Your wife's sister was killed when you were all of 17, and the case was never solved." "I think this conversation is over," Stride declared. "Please, wait." "I won't be part of a book about Laura," Stride told her. "I have no interest in dragging up that part of my life again." "Just hear me out." Tish held up her hands. "It's not just a story about Laura's death. There's more. I want the book to be a catalyst to reopen the investigation. I want to solve the case. I want to find out who murdered Laura." Stride folded his arms. "You?" "That's right. Look, I'll do it on my own if I have to, but I want your help. What's more, I think you want to help me. This is a chance to put this case behind you once and for all. Cindy told me what kind of person you are, how every death takes a piece out of your soul." He was angry now. "Miss Verdure, don't you think I would have reopened this case years ago if I thought there was more to be done? Laura's murder was never unsolved. We know who did it. He got away. He disappeared." Tish shook her head. "I don't believe that's what happened. I don't think you do either. There was a lot more going on in Laura's life that summer. It was easy for the police to pass it off on some anonymous vagrant, a black vagrant. Talk about your stereotypical bogeyman. No one wanted to deal with the fact that it was probably someone close to Laura who killed her." "Do you have a suspect in mind?" Stride asked. "Well, you could start with Peter Stanhope." Serena's head snapped around at the mention of Stanhope's name. "Peter was involved?" she asked Stride. Yes, he was the prime suspect for a while, Stride admitted. Why didn't you tell me any of this before? Serena asked. Stride was silent. Peter Stanhope was an attorney from one of Duluth's most influential families, but more important, he was one of Serena's clients as a private investigator. I've done my homework, Tish continued. Randall Stanhope had the police in his pocket back then, and it wouldn't have been hard for him to shift the focus away from his son. Somebody needs to take a close look at Peter Stanhope. Serena pushed her chair back with an iron screech and stalked away from the table. Maggie watched her go, then leaned forward, shaking her head. Look, Trish. It's Tish. Tish, fish, knish, whatever. Let me give you a reality check. You can't go around making accusations about anyone, let alone a rich lawyer like Peter Stanhope, without evidence. You can't expect the police to help you. Unless you've got something new to add to the investigation, we can't do anything, Stride added, even if we wanted to. I do have something new, Tish said. Stride's face was dark and suspicious. What is it? I know Laura was being stalked.
Who Killed Laura Starr by Tish Verger. Chapter 2. May 20th, 1977. Laura showed me the letter today. I caught her reading it on her bed when I went into her room, and I saw what it was before she could hide it. I could tell she was upset. I wondered how long she had been staring at it before I came in. The note was written on ruled white paper, the kind we use in school. The edge was jagged where it had been torn out of a binder. Someone had used red lipstick to scrawl the message. Where do you want it, bitch? What the hell is this? I demanded. Where did this come from? Laura snatched the note out of my hand. Someone put it in my locker. Do you know who? I have no idea. I wanted to see it again, but Laura hid it away in the drawer of her nightstand before I could ask. You have to tell someone about this, I said. Laura ignored me. She hummed along to a Hall & Oates song on her record player. Sarah smiled. Her fluffy blonde hair jiggled as her shoulders swayed, and she rubbed her index finger nervously as if she were trying to wipe away a stain. She acted as if, by putting the note away, it didn't exist anymore. Laura, I chided her, this is serious. If you won't tell anyone about it, then I will. She wagged her finger at me. Oh, no, you won't, little sister. I don't want to make a big deal about this. You know what boys are like. It's just a joke. It would make it worse if I acted like I was scared. I didn't think it was a joke. I flopped down onto Laura's white beanbag. I knew there was no point in trying to change her mind, because she didn't call me little sister except when she was being stubborn. Most of the time, Laura liked the fact that I was the one in charge of the house. I could boss her around when it came to chores, and she didn't care. She was like a sailboat drifting on the lake, letting the wind decide where she would go, and not really minding where she ended up. Me, I revved my motor and followed the shore. I stared at her on the bed. She wore a V-necked white T-shirt and cut-offs with a thick black belt. She was much prettier than I was. She had the curves and the boobs and the big Farrah hair. Johnny told me last week that my face was much more interesting than Laura's because it wasn't symmetrical and perfect like hers was. He thought that was a compliment. I told him he needed to do better. My own hair is so dark it's almost black, and I keep it straight as an arrow, with a perfect part down the middle. I have a sharply angled nose, like a little shark's fin jutting off my face. My irises are so large and dark that they crowd out the whites of my eyes. I have 2 little peaches for breasts. Hey, I knew who the guys went for. It was Laura, not me. Maybe that's why Laura was much less comfortable with guys than me. She kept her distance. She rarely went out on dates. During the winter, she went to the movies with Peter Stanhope a few times, but she broke it off when he wanted to get into her jeans. As far as I knew, Laura was still a virgin. Not that she would tell me that kind of thing. "You haven't been around much lately," I said. For more than a week, Laura had been disappearing after school, coming in late or staying out all night, acting quiet and brittle. Twice I heard her crying in her room. So, are you okay?" Laura shrugged. I didn't really expect her to tell me anything. We didn't confide our secrets in each other. Even so, I wasn't going to let it go. She could pretend all she wanted, but I knew something was wrong. You had to look for little things with Laura. When our mother died, the only hint about what was going on inside her head was when I found a ceramic statue of Jesus in pieces underneath her window. I looked for a clue, something different. It didn't take me long to realize that she had flipped a photograph face down on her nightstand. When I saw that she was still tugging at her finger, I noticed something else, too. No silver ring on her index finger, just a pale white band of skin. Laura saw where my eyes had gone, and she sat on her hands to cover them up. I knew there was no point in asking her about it, so I went another way. "Who have you been hanging out with?" I asked. Another shrug. "I've been over at Finn's a lot." "You and your lost causes," I told her. That was the wrong thing to say. Her eyes flashed at me with annoyance. Even so, I was right. Laura had a weakness for people who were damaged. She always believed she could find a way to lift them up. It was one of her best qualities, but Laura was too naive, too trusting. I must have gotten the cynical genes, because I don't think people ever really change. Finn was a good example. He lived across the bridge in Superior with his older sister, Ricky Matheson, who was Laura's favorite teacher at our high school. I knew Finn only because Laura brought him around now and then. He was an addict, always into drugs, creepy eyes staring at you when he thought you weren't looking. Miss Matheson knew Laura was a soft touch, and she thought Laura could help Finn battle his demons. So Laura spent hours over there. I thought it was a mistake, but you couldn't tell her anything. I opened my mouth to push Laura again about what was wrong, but she cut me off with a question of her own, out of the blue. "So have you slept with John yet?" she asked. I made sure her bedroom door was closed so my father wouldn't hear. "No." "But you're gonna, right?" "Yeah, over the summer, I think. He knows I want to, but I told him I didn't want to have sex until we were so close it felt like we were having sex already." "I like that. Plus, I have to start taking the pill." "You could use condoms," she said. It was the strangest conversation she and I had ever had, because it was such a normal sister-sister kind of thing. We just didn't talk like that. But I knew what she was doing. She had changed the subject from her to me. "I don't want to," I said. "If I'm going to have sex, I want to really feel it, you know?" Laura laughed. "No, I don't know." "Are you on the pill?" "Don't need it." "Oh." I didn't know what to say next. "I've got a job for the summer." "Yeah? Doing what?" "Waitressing at that new place by the bridge, Grandma's." "Good for you." "They need people. I can get you in there if you're thinking of sticking around." That was as close as I had come to asking flat out if Laura was planning to leave home after she graduated next month. For months she had told Dad she was going away as soon as school was out. Travel, work, see the world. Now I wasn't so sure. No ring. "I don't know what I'm going to do yet," Laura said. I got out of the beanbag. "I'm going for a run," I said. "Have fun." I decided to stick my nose a little further into her business. Listen, I really think you should tell someone about that note. Whoever this creep is, he sounds dangerous. Laura slid open her nightstand drawer and looked inside. The letter was on top. I saw the lipstick through the thin paper. He's just some freak, she said. I'm going to throw them out. She took the note and tore it over and over until the pieces were the size of confetti. Then she sprinkled them into her wastebasket. I felt uneasy. Them? Are there more? Yeah. Laura shrugged. How many? I don't know. 10, maybe. 10? When did this start? A few weeks ago. Do you still have them? She nodded. I want to see them, I told her. Laura sighed theatrically, as if I were making a big deal over nothing, and dug inside the drawer. She came out with a small stack of papers tied together with a rubber band. She pulled them apart and spilled them onto the blanket. I couldn't believe what I saw. Some were written in lipstick like the other one. All of the messages were obscene and violent. I'm going to fuck you. Keep your door locked. Are you going to be alone tonight, whore? There were photographs, too. Whoever had done this had cut them out of porno magazines. I saw black and white shots of men with huge penises and women servicing them with their mouths. More messages were scrawled on the photos. You'll suck mine, too. Is your ass still a virgin? Are you crazy? I nearly screamed at her. You have to go to the police with this. I don't want to make things worse. School will be done soon and he'll stop. You don't know that. Come on, he hasn't done anything. He's just trying to creep me out. He's like some peeping Tom trying to get under my skin. Well, I won't let him. Do you have any idea who's doing this? I asked again. No, I talked to a few guys, to see if they'd heard anything. I thought maybe he'd be bragging about it to his buddies, but nobody knew who it was, or if they did, they wouldn't tell me. Did you tell Dad? Are you kidding? He'd flip. And don't you dare breathe a word, little sister. Somehow it would wind up as my fault. While I watched, Laura began tearing up all of the notes and photographs. I wanted to stop her. I told her I thought she was making a big mistake, but Laura shredded and ripped and tore until she had a small mountain of remnants that she slid off her bed into the garbage. So much for that, she said.
Chapter 3. Stride and Tish left Grandma's saloon together. Tish lit a cigarette when they were alone on the concrete pier that jutted out into Lake Superior. Her muscles unwound. She tilted her chin and exhaled a stream of smoke like a sigh. The breeze caught and dispersed it, but Stride could taste the ghost of smoke in the air, and he had to jam his hands in his pockets to beat down the craving. She leaned against the wall bordering the canal. Stride was next to her. The deep, narrow channel led from the lake to the inner harbors of Duluth and Superior. A century-old lift bridge, resplendent in gray steel, rose and fell over the canal when the boats came. On the opposite side of the bridge was the area known as the Point, a tiny finger of land jutting out like a natural shelter for the harbor. Stride and Serena lived there, in a lakeside cottage that dated back to the 1890s. The city side of the bridge was known as Canal Park, and it had become a haven for restaurants and hotels in the last 20 years. Tourists came to Canal Park to watch the big boats because it was like seeing living dinosaurs from the city's past. Once upon a time, Duluth had been an industrial boomtown whose economy was linked to the fate of hundreds of great boats carrying iron ore. The downtown area was filled with Victorian-style mansions that were reminders of a time when the city was rich from mining and shipping. Not anymore.
I can't believe how this area has changed,
Tish said. "When I was a kid, there was nothing but old factory buildings down here. Now it's like Coney Island." "Yeah, there's a lot of money in Canal Park, but it doesn't trickle down," Stride told her. "They're building condos to lure people up from Minneapolis, but the city is struggling, like always." "You live out on the point?" Tish asked. Stride nodded. "Nobody lived out there in the old days. The point was where kids went to smoke dope and have sex on the beach." Stride laughed. "It still is." Tish zipped up her leather jacket. The early evening breeze off the lake was cool. "I forgot that the summers aren't hot here." "We're counting on global warming," Stride said. "In a few years, we'll be the new Florida." "You sound cynical." "You can't live your whole life in Duluth and not be a little cynical," Stride said. "Everyone here is always looking for the next big thing, but no one wants to admit that our time is past. Back when you and I were growing up, shipping was already on the way out. Nothing ever really took its place. The politicians keep selling dreams, but most of us have learned to tune it out and get on with life." "There's a big world out there," Tish said. "Yeah, well, don't get me wrong. I love this place. I tried to move away once, and I had to come back." Tish nodded. "I know. I read up on you. You've been a cop your whole life. You've been in charge of the detective bureau for more than 10 years, and you could probably be the police chief if you wanted, but you like it on the street. A couple of years ago, during an investigation into the disappearance of a teenage girl, you quit your job and followed a cop named Serena Dial to Las Vegas. That didn't last long. A few months later, you were back in Duluth, and Serena came with you." "Is this all research for your book?" Stride asked. "Yes," Tish admitted. "Plus, I was curious about you. I felt like I knew you through Cindy. I wondered what happened to you after she died." "Let's make one thing clear," Stride told her. "Anything I say is off the record, okay? I only agreed to talk with you because you're right. Laura's death still bothers me. But nothing I tell you goes into any book unless I give you the green light." Tish frowned. "That ties my hands." "You're right, it does. You probably don't work with sources when you're writing travel essays, but this is how it goes in the real world. If you want my help, then you'll have to hope I say yes at the end of the day." "You don't trust me, do you?" Tish asked. "No." She threw the cigarette at her feet and crushed it. "I understand," she said. "I was naive coming here, figuring you'd open up to me. I keep forgetting. Cindy knew me, but you didn't." Stride said nothing. He didn't know what to think about Tish. He didn't hear any guile in her voice, but he didn't believe that Cindy would have carried on a relationship with a woman from their teenage years and never told him about it. Even so, he found himself liking Tish. Maybe it was because she reminded him of Cindy, and maybe it was because he sensed that her passion about Laura wasn't faked. This was about more than a book. This was personal to her. He wanted to know why. "What can I do to make you trust me?" Tish asked. "You can start by telling me your story," Stride said. "What else can I do?" she said, smiling. He didn't smile back. Tish sighed and studied the hills of the city, where the streets climbed from the water like terraces on the face of a cliff. "You're right. The city hasn't changed much in 30 years. All the old buildings, all the old houses are still there. I could close my eyes and be a kid again." Stride heard a tremor in her voice. "Is that not a good thing?" "Not really. Most of the places I go, people complain about too much change. Nothing's the way it used to be. I guess I expected Duluth to be different, too. I wasn't ready for the memories to hit me in the face." He waited. "Back then, I couldn't wait to get out of Duluth," Tish continued. "I left the city the day after I graduated from high school." "What year was that?" "It was June of 1977, the month before Laura was killed. I moved to St. Paul, got a job, got an apartment. I never wanted to see Duluth again." "Why were you so anxious to get away?" Tish hesitated. Stride watched her carefully, wondering if she was about to lie. He had interviewed suspects for years, and most of them got that same look on their faces when they made up a story. It was as if they needed those few seconds to play the lie out in their heads to see if it hung together. He expected a generic lie from Tish that didn't tell him anything about her life. "I was a kid. I was born to run." Something like that. She surprised him. "Look, I was screwed up, okay? My mom was killed when I was 11. For the next few years I bounced around the city in foster homes. I was an angry girl. I felt homeless. I don't blame it on any of my foster parents. They did their best, and I didn't make it easy for them." "What about your father?" Stride asked. "He wasn't in the picture. Mom got pregnant when she was only 22. She sold perfume in a department store back then, so she met a lot of married men. When I was a kid, she told me that she dated a handsome Finnish sailor who came to the city one day on an ore boat. To me, that sounded romantic. She didn't bother explaining the truth. It wasn't until much later that I realized what a coward I had for a father." "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry for me," Tish said. "Mom was the one who had it tough. Being single and pregnant in the 1950s was like having the plague. She got run out of her church, got fired from her job. She was out of work for months before she landed a teller position at a bank. We were always scratching to make ends meet, but she was great, very proud, very independent." "I'm sure it was hard to lose her." "It was." Stride knew a little of how she felt. He had felt homeless himself when his father died. He was 16. If he hadn't been rescued when he met Cindy a few months later, he might have wound up a lost child like Tish, bitter, lonely, looking for escape. "Anyway, I try not to dwell on it," Tish said. "That's just how it was. I've lived a pretty amazing life, and that wouldn't have happened if I had had a normal childhood. We all pay our dues." "What did you do after you left the city?" Stride asked. Tish leaned on the wall of the pier and stared down into the chocolate-brown water. "If you're running away from Duluth, St. Paul isn't far enough to get away, so I decided to go someplace warmer. I went down to the Caribbean and did odd jobs, buzzing from island to island. Eventually I wrote an article about my experiences, and I sold it to a travel magazine in the UK. That was what got me started. I began to do more articles, and I built relationships with other magazines around Europe. They started paying me to go all over the world, so I did." "Sounds nice." "It was. I did it for a long time. Then I met someone, a photographer who worked with me on a piece from Tallinn in Estonia. We fell in love. That was how I wound up in Atlanta. We both got jobs at the Journal-Constitution. It was great for a while, but it didn't work out. I mean, we're still friends, but we realized after several years that we weren't going to make it as lovers. So I started traveling again, but my heart just hasn't been in it. That was when I decided to take some time off. When I did, I realized I was thinking a lot about Laura." "Laura died a long time ago," Stride said.
"I know, but some wounds never really heal."
Tish slid a silver chain away from her neck and let it swish against the white silk of her blouse. She fingered a slim ring that dangled on the end of the chain.
"See this ring? Laura had one just like it. We got them together at the grandstand at the state fair. That was the summer before she died. It's cheap, but I like to keep it with me."
You two were close?
Tish nodded. Inseparable.
So, how come I don't remember seeing the two of you at Cindy's house?
Oh, that. You were never a teenage girl.
Meaning?
Meaning we had a fight. That was probably around the time you and Cindy got together. We didn't talk to each other for a few weeks. It was May, not long before school let out. I went to the cities right after that.
What was the fight about?
I don't remember. Something stupid.
This time, Stride thought she was lying. How did the two of you meet? He asked.
We were both in Ricky Matheson's geometry class in our junior year, Tish said. Laura and I sat next to each other. It was like we were kindred spirits. Laura was restless like me. She had lost her mom, too, and her dad was a piece of shit, so she could relate to what I was going through. She hesitated. I'm sorry, I guess I shouldn't have said that. He was your father-in-law.
Stride shrugged. He and William Starr had never been close. The man had dealt with the tragedies of his life by taking his anger and his Puritan guilt out on everyone around him, except Cindy. He knew better than to tangle with his youngest daughter. Cindy had pretty much run her dad's life for the next 15 years after his wife's death, until William Starr succumbed to cancer, just as Cindy would do 10 years later. Stride finally understood how easy it would have been to end up like his father-in-law when he lost his own wife in the prime of her life. I think Cindy was a little jealous of me in those days, Tish said. You know as well as I do that Cindy and Laura were never really the same after their mom died. Cindy took over and Laura let her, but that's not the same as being sisters. So when I came along, it was like I was the sister Laura had been looking for. Cindy never said anything, but I don't think she liked it. I was always there. I slept over a lot. Laura and I shared everything. We were going to run away from Duluth together, see the big wide world, you know. Except you moved away and Laura didn't, Stride said. Tish's face clouded over. Yeah. What happened? I told you it wasn't important. No, you told me you didn't remember, Stride said. Tish looked at him. You're right. I don't. She was still lying. Anyway, we were past it, Tish went on. I wrote to her when I moved to St. Paul, and she wrote back, and we became friends again, just like before. Laura was going to join me in the cities. She never got the chance, though. She was killed before she could get away. I guess that's why it's gnawed at me all these years. It wasn't supposed to be that way. She and I were supposed to escape together. Instead, we let some silly argument come between us, and she stayed behind. And she never made it out. She made it sound as if Duluth were a war zone, and Laura had been a soldier trapped behind enemy lines. When did the stalking begin? Stride asked. During the spring, late April, early May. Did Laura have any idea who was doing this to her? Tish shook her head. No, but it must have been someone at school. Most of the notes wound up in her locker. She thought it would all go away after graduation. It didn't? No. The letters and photos started arriving by mail after school let out. Laura told me about it when she wrote to me in the cities. I was scared for her. Why did you bring up Peter Stanhope's name? Do you have any reason to believe he was the one who was stalking her? He was one of the last people to see her alive. I know he was a suspect in the murder, she added. Does your girlfriend have some kind of relationship with Peter Stanhope? He's a client, Stride said. He didn't tell her that the relationship went deeper than that. Stanhope had asked Serena to be a full-time investigator at his law firm, and Serena was wrestling with the decision. Stride thought she was planning to say yes. Is that going to be a problem? Tish asked. Peter's rich and powerful. That's always a problem. Tish shrugged.
I'm not afraid of him. Look, I know that Peter was after Laura. They dated for a while that spring. Peter was looking for another conquest. If Laura had put out, that would have been the end of it.
But she didn't? Stride asked.
No way. Peter was hot for sex, but Laura didn't want to do it, so she broke it off. He took it badly. You know how rich young punks like Stanhope can be. They think they can have whatever they want because their daddies have money. He wanted Laura, and he was furious when she turned him down. The letters started arriving not long after that.
That's not enough to make a connection, Stride said.
Well, I know what Peter was like. He came after me before Laura, and I didn't want anything to do with him. He got nasty when I told him no.
Tish shivered as the sun sank below the crest of the hill. Long shadows accompanied a damp chill off the water. Listen, Tish, Stride said, I'm going to tell you a couple things, but like I said before, it's off the record, okay? Tish nodded unhappily. I need to hear you say it, Stride said.
Yes, this is off the record.
Good. You have to remember that I know this case inside and out. I lived it back then with Cindy and with Ray Wallace, who was the cop in charge of the investigation. When I took over the detective bureau, I went through the file page by page. I reviewed all the evidence, because I had my doubts, too. I didn't find anything new that pointed at Peter or at anyone other than Dada, the man I confronted near the railroad tracks.
So what did you find?
Tish asked. First, there was a fingerprint report. There were prints on the baseball bat that matched Dada's.
Except it was Peter Stanhope's bat, Tish said. I read about that in the paper. His prints must have been on the bat, too.
Yes, but his prints made sense. Dada's prints didn't.
Laura was being stalked, Tish insisted. Someone had been pursuing her for weeks. That wasn't a stranger. It was someone who knew her. Stride put a hand lightly on her shoulder.
The police knew about the stalking.
Are you sure?
Cindy told them. I was there when she told Ray. Look, Cindy thought the same thing you did, that whoever had been pursuing Laura was the one who killed her. She even had one of the notes that this guy sent her, a porn photo with a warning scrawled on it.
So?
So there weren't any fingerprints on the photo, Stride said. It wasn't helpful.
That was then. Don't they have better techniques for raising prints now? Maybe there's still something there.
Stride nodded. We have much more sophisticated techniques for that kind of thing, but what we don't have is the photograph. It's gone, along with the other crime scene photos they took back then. So's the bat. Somewhere along the line, much of the physical evidence from the case was lost.
Son of a bitch, Tish exclaimed. Don't you think that's suspicious?
You're talking about a case from 30 years ago. Things get misplaced. He didn't tell her his own suspicion that Ray Wallace was the one who had made the evidence disappear. Tish walked away. They were near the lighthouse at the end of the pier. She climbed the steps and leaned back against the chapped white paint of the light tower with her arms folded. Her purse was slung over her shoulder. Stride followed her up the steps. I'm sorry, he told her. Tish looked up at him.
Can I trust you?
What?
You said you don't trust me. Can I trust you?
I think you can. There will always be things I have to keep confidential, but I won't lie to you. Tish unzipped her purse. She slid out a small, clear plastic bag that contained a yellowed envelope. He could see block handwriting, and even without taking it in his hand, he saw the name written on the front. Laura Starr.
Here, Tish said. Physical evidence.
What the hell is this? Stride asked.
It's one of the stalking letters that Laura received. She sent it to me while I was living in St. Paul.
You've had the letter all this time and you never told anyone?
In the old days, I didn't think it mattered, Tish said. Then I put it away and forgot all about it. I was clearing out old boxes in Atlanta a few months ago when I moved out of my partner's apartment, and that's when I found it again. Don't you see? This changes everything. That's when I started thinking about the book again, because I knew I had something that could reopen the case. Stride did see. The letter to Laura wasn't a note that had been pushed through a school locker. Whoever sent it to her had put it in the mail, using a stamp and licking an envelope. Even 30 years later, that meant one thing: DNA. Chapter 4. Clark Biggs watched his daughter squirm on the living room floor with her legs tucked underneath her. Mary picked up her colored blocks and carefully stacked 10 of them, one on top of the other, until she had built a rainbow tower. When she was finished, she beamed at Clark with the biggest, most beautiful smile he had ever seen, the kind that made his heart ache every time he saw it. Then she toppled the tower by blowing on it like the big bad wolf, giggled at him, and began setting up the blocks again. She could do it over and over and never tire of the game. She was like every other 5-year-old girl in the world. Except Mary was 16. To anyone looking at her, she was a typical teenager. She had a curly mop of blonde hair and eyes that Clark thought of as Caribbean blue. Her face was round and bright. She was almost 6 feet tall, with a stocky frame, a big girl. She could have been a runner or a wrestler. It seemed so wrong and unfair that she kept growing into a pretty young woman while remaining trapped in the mind of a child. Clark lay awake nights, blaming himself and God for the accident in the water. He consoled himself with the belief that Mary would be perpetually happy, perpetually innocent, without the awkwardness, pain, doubt, and self-consciousness of becoming a real teenager. It was little comfort. "It's bedtime, Mary," he murmured. She pretended not to hear him. She kept playing with her blocks and humming a tune to herself. Clark realized it was the theme song to a television show they had watched earlier in the evening. He was always amazed at the things that made it inside her brain, when so many other things did not. "Bedtime, Mary," he repeated without enthusiasm. Mary stopped and frowned. Her lips turned downward like a clown's. He laughed, and she laughed too. 5 more minutes, he said. Clark hated Sunday nights. At 10 o'clock, Mary would go to bed, and he would be alone in the small house for another hour while he watched TV and poured himself a last beer. In the morning, his ex-wife, Donna, would come by the house, and they would silently make the exchange. Mary would cry and go with her, and Clark would cry and watch her go. Then he would pour coffee into a thermos, silently wrap up a turkey sandwich for his lunch, and head off to his construction site on the Duluth Harbor, knowing that the house would be empty when he returned home. 5 long, lonely days awaited him. During the week it was as if he were in a trance, waiting for that moment on Friday evening when Donna's SUV pulled up in front of his door, and Mary ran up the sidewalk to get folded up in his arms, his beautiful girl, his baby. He lived for the weekends with her, but they were over almost as soon as they began, leaving him right back here, dreading her bedtime, feeling his soul grow cloudy at the thought of a week alone. "Come on, honey," he told her, his voice cracking. Clark got off the sofa. Mary got her big bones from him. He was burly and strong. He had worked construction since he was 18, and after 20 years laboring outside through bitter cold and 90-degree summers, he woke up every morning with his muscled body stiffened into knots. In his 20s, he could take a hot shower and come out refreshed and limber. Not now. Pain dogged him through his days. Mary bounded up and held out her hand. He took it to lead her to her room.
Her skin was pink and soft, and his own skin was like leather. She knew he was sad on these nights, and she tried to cheer him up by making faces. He smiled and let her think it was working, when the truth was that nothing could lift him out of depression at these moments.
"Blacks, Daddy?"
she said. "Yes, honey. I'll take good care of your blacks. They'll be here for you next week." Her bedroom was at the rear of the small house, with 2 windows looking out toward the woods at the back of the lot. Mary danced into the bathroom behind him to brush her teeth. It was dark, and Clark went up close to the windows and studied his reflection in the glass. Puffed-up brown pouches sagged under his eyes. His sandy hair was too long. He needed to cut it, which he usually did himself to save money. His jeans were fraying. He could poke a finger through his left pocket to his skin. He wore a NASCAR T-shirt and a camouflage baseball cap. "Me!" Mary shouted, flouncing back into the room and jumping onto the squeaky frame of her bed. She slept in a twin bed that was too small for her, but she didn't mind that her feet dangled off the end. There was barely room for Mary among the beanbag animals she collected. She wore a frilly nightgown that came to her knees. That was one thing that worried Clark whenever Mary was out in the world without him. She had no concept of sexuality, but her body said otherwise. She looked like a normal, healthy, attractive girl. She had no embarrassment, and she often stripped off her clothes and wandered around the house naked and couldn't understand why Clark insisted she stay dressed. "That was quick," Clark said. "Did you really brush your teeth?" Mary nodded seriously. "Really?" he repeated. She folded her arms tightly and nodded again, her whole body quivering like gelatin. "Okay," he said. Clark turned off the overhead light but left the lamp lit by her bed. Mary liked the room bright throughout the night. He checked her windows and locked them, because otherwise Mary had been known to climb outside and run through the backyards of the neighborhood. She didn't sleep well. She might close her eyes for an hour, and then she would get up, and Clark would hear her bouncing an inflated ball against the bedroom wall. If he wasn't too tired himself, he would get up and play with her, until finally she grew drowsy again. Sometimes she simply curled up on the floor, and he would pull the blankets off the bed and cover her. He tucked her into bed. Her eyes were bright. "Good night, Mary."
"I love you, Daddy."
"I love you too, honey." The ache in his stomach at the thought of her leaving in the morning was so great that he couldn't say anything more. He kissed her forehead, and as he closed the door, he saw her waving her hands at the ceiling in bed, as if she could see the stars and conduct them like an orchestra. Clark returned to the sofa and finished his beer and opened another one. He thought about seeing Donna in the morning when she came to collect Mary. Donna lived across the bridge in Superior and worked as a legal secretary. Clark was in Gary, living in the white concrete block house that had once belonged to his parents. For 5 years he had shared Mary with Donna from a distance, and for 5 years he had hated the arrangement so much that it felt like a disease inside him. It wasn't Donna's fault. The bitterness between them had long ago died into loneliness. They had married young and tried to make a go of it, but the pressure of raising Mary together had destroyed them. They each loved their daughter, but Mary demanded so much that they had run out of energy to love each other. Donna thought they should try again. She had made noises about making a fresh start. 2 weeks earlier, when she had come to his house to drop Mary off, she had stayed there all evening, the 3 of them together, like in the old days. After Mary went to bed, they had drunk wine and laughed and wound up sleeping together. They were kids again, the way it was before Mary, before the divorce. The sex felt warm and familiar. But when he awoke, he was alone. Donna couldn't face him. That told him all he needed to know. He knew he should go to bed, but he didn't get up from the sofa. He watched television until his eyes began to blink shut and his head fell forward on his chest. He slept heavily, as if he had been drugged by exhaustion and alcohol, and had no sense of time passing. Clark woke up to Mary screaming. A terrible, wailing, nightmare scream. He was instantly awake, but he was disoriented, unsure of what was real. At the end of the hall, in shadows, Mary's door flew open and banged against the wall. His daughter was silhouetted against the pale light in her room. "Him, him, 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 him!" she shouted. Clark dove over the back edge of the sofa and pushed himself off his knees, shaking his head to drive the sleep from his brain. He spread his arms wide. Mary bolted for him and grabbed his body so hard he nearly spilled over onto the carpet. Her skin was wet with sweat and fear. Her blue eyes bulged and her nose flared as she sucked air into her lungs. Clark felt her fingernails digging like knives into his back. She held him with such fierce strength he could hardly breathe. "Mary, what is it? What's wrong, baby?" "Him. "Oh, Mary, it's okay. There's no one there." No. Clark stroked her hair and sang to her under his breath. She trembled like a bird. This had happened the previous weekend, too. She had had a bad dream and imagined there was someone in her room and refused to go back in there for the rest of the night. Mary didn't know what was real and what was not. When she imagined something, it was the same as if it were really there. "Shh," he murmured over and over. She cried into his shoulder. He grabbed a fleece blanket from the sofa and wrapped it around her skin, covering her. Her tears were damp on his neck. "Come on, I'll show you it's okay," he told her. "I'll show you that no one's there." "No, Daddy, no, him. "Oh, I know, but it was just a dream, honey. That's all it was." Mary shook her head while it was buried against his chest, and then she looked up with a panicked face, put her mouth against his ear, and whispered so clearly it made him shiver. "Window." Clark felt chilled. His fists clenched, and adrenaline made him alert. Clark's eyes streaked to the living room windows, which he had left open. They looked out on dark squares of night. The curtains breathed with the wind. He smelled pine and rain. He didn't understand what had happened, but Mary wouldn't use a word like that unless it meant something important. Clark lifted Mary off her feet. She was heavy, but she wrapped her arms around his neck and let herself be carried to the sofa. He laid her down among the cushions and kissed her and looked deeply into her eyes, trying to understand her, trying to make her communicate with him. He always cherished the idea that there was a place somewhere in both of their minds where they could come together and erase the canyon that her disability put between them. He just wished he could find it. "I'm going to close the windows now, Mary. I'll still be in the room." She pulled the blanket over her head. He went to the 4 windows that looked out on the front yard and slammed them shut and locked them. He saw spatters of rain on the glass. He went back and slowly peeled the fleece down from half of his daughter's face. "Did you dream that someone was in your room, honey?" she said again. "Window." "Did you see something outside?" "Him. She pulled the blanket up again, hiding. "You stay right here, honey. Daddy will take a look." Clark returned down the dark hallway to Mary's room. It was past midnight. He turned off the lamp by her bed, and with the room black, he went to the window and looked out at the back lawn and the woods a few feet away. He didn't see anything. He stayed there for several minutes, watching, but nothing moved outside. When he returned to the living room, he found that Mary was asleep again, with her blonde hair messily sticking out of the blanket. He could see half her face, which looked peaceful and angelic. His own heart was racing, and he knew he would be up into the early hours. He sat down beside her, caressed her cheek with one calloused finger, and was rewarded with a sigh. She made little noises of happiness. Clark eased himself off the sofa again without disturbing her. He was nervous, and he wasn't sure why. Children had bad dreams, and that was that. Even so, Mary rarely used such a specific word. Window. He retrieved a heavy flashlight from the kitchen and went to the front door and let himself outside. He locked the door behind him. When he stepped down off the porch, drizzle spit on his face. The leaves murmured with the night breeze. He switched on the yellow beam and waved it around the yard, seeing everything that should be there and nothing else. The weeping willow, the swing tied to the branch, the 3 old cars he scavenged for parts, the long grass that needed to be mowed. He stepped silently and carefully toward the rear of the house. He held the flashlight in a tight grip and led the way around the corner with the light. Clark examined the backyard carefully. He didn't come back here often, except to push the mower around every few weeks. There was only a narrow strip of lawn, and behind it the dense stand of birches and their white bark peeling like paint. He stared into the woods and had the strangest feeling that someone invisible was staring back at him. He shrugged. His mind was playing tricks on him. Clark went over to Mary's window and shined the light on the sill. He realized that he could stand here with half his body above the height of the window, and if the light was on, he could stare inside and see everything. He turned the flashlight down to his feet. Near his own boots were damp indentations in the grass, and behind them he now saw a track of other footsteps, running away and disappearing into the protection of the trees. Chapter 5. Stride swung into the driveway of their cottage on the point at midnight. There was no garage, just a muddy patch of ground where they parked. During the winters they strung power cords from the house to plug in the vehicles and keep the engines warm through the frozen night hours. He squeezed his Expedition into a gap near the fence beside Serena's Mustang and got out. Light rain tracked him as he tramped through the grass and up the steps of their front porch. The lights were off inside, but when he opened the door he saw a fire glowing in the fireplace on the opposite side of the living room. The log had burned down to ash and embers. A ballad by Patty Loveless played on the stereo. Stride heard Patty singing about a woman dying and going up to the stars. He had listened to that song over and over when Cindy was dying, and even now it made his heart break. Serena sat in a lotus position on the floor, her eyes closed, her face calm. She had taken up yoga as part of her recovery plan from burns she had suffered during a fire a few months earlier. The mental intensity of the exercises also helped her manage the memories of abuse she carried from her childhood. It seemed to be working. She was more at peace with herself than at any time since they had met. Serena was totally different in appearance from Cindy. She was tall and full-figured. She had shoulder-length dark hair, but it was fuller and wavier than Cindy's. Her face had a high forehead and emerald-green eyes. Her skin glowed, but he could see the damage where her legs had been badly scarred. She was healing from the fire. She could run again without her legs or her lungs giving out. But she had come to accept that her body would always be flawed now. Not perfect. Not forever young. It was the devil's bargain that everyone made with age, but Serena had put it off longer than most. She had covered herself up after the fire, even to Stride, but she was wearing shorts again, not caring if people saw. She had also gained a few pounds over the spring when she couldn't work out with the intensity she had in the past. She was dieting to shed them, but Stride didn't care. He thought she looked voluptuous. Her eyes opened as he took a seat in the leather chair near her. She carefully unfolded her legs and stretched them. Above her shorts, she wore a black bra over her full breasts. Her hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head. "It's late," she said. "Yeah, sorry. Time got away from me." "Were you with her?" He didn't hear any jealousy in her voice, but he wanted to reassure her anyway. "No, I left Tish down at the boardwalk hours ago. I went over to the police archives and pulled the material on Laura's murder and began going through the file again. The next thing I knew, it was almost midnight." "She got to you, didn't she?" Serena asked. "I guess she did." "What do you think of her?" Stride rubbed the brass studs of the red leather chair under his fingertips. "She's keeping things from me. I don't know what, but I don't like that." He added, "I can tell that you don't like her." Serena shook her head. "You're wrong." "Come on. I saw your hackles go up." "No, it's true. She doesn't like me. Big difference." "How can you tell?" "Women know, Johnny." He wasn't about to argue. "Was there anything in the police file?" Serena asked. "No, but Tish had something new." He told her about the letter Tish had given him and about the possibility that they could find DNA on the postage stamp or the flap of the envelope. Serena digested this and then studied him with thoughtful eyes. "I'm surprised you never told me anything about Laura and her death. We've been together a long time now, Johnny. Is there a reason you didn't want to share it with me?" He didn't know what to say because he wasn't sure why he had kept the story to himself. That week in July had changed him so profoundly in so many ways that he was never the same person again. He had realized during that week that he was going to spend the rest of his life with Cindy. He had decided during that week, as he got to know Ray Wallace, that one way to fight back against death was to become a cop. He had also discovered how much it hurt to make mistakes, and that some mistakes could never be erased. When he thought about who he was today, he could draw a straight line all the way back to that summer. Even so, he had never been able to talk about it. He rarely talked about the passions that drove him. He realized that in the 2 years he had been coaxing Serena to share secrets about her past, he had rarely spent any time sharing secrets of his own. Serena saw in his silence that he wasn't ready to say anything. She didn't push him. Instead, her face softened into a teasing smile. "Guess what I did this evening?" she said. He cocked his head with a silent question. "I went to the library and found a copy of your high school yearbook from 1977, she told him. "Oh, no," he said. Serena leaned closer and whispered, "Nice hair." "I kept it long in those days." "You and Sean Cassidy." "It was the 1970s, for God's sake. It was the decade that taste forgot." No, I like it. What a heartthrob you were, so intense. And those eyes. What did Cindy call them? Pirate eyes? I can really see it, Johnny. Smoldering, brooding, the future wounded detective. Serena covered her mouth and started laughing. "You've been spending way too much time with Maggie," he told her. "I saw a picture of Cindy, too. I've never seen a photo of her when she was young. She was amazing." "Yes, she was." "She had such an interesting face." "I told her that once, and she almost decked me." "No, really. With those big eyes and that sharp nose and with the raven hair, she was something to look at. I see why I fell for her. I mean, Laura was a typical teen beauty, but Cindy was distinctive." She let the silence linger, and then she added, "So, tell me about Laura. What was she like?" "I didn't really know her all that well," Stride admitted. "She wasn't home a lot when I was around. I always thought she was one of those girls who was uncomfortable being as pretty as she was. She didn't like the stares from the boys." "Were she and Cindy close?" "No, not really. They weren't enemies the way sisters can be, but they both led their own lives. Cindy really regretted the distance between them after Laura was killed. She thought she had missed out on having a sister.
"I saw Tish in the yearbook, too," Serena told him. "She's not lying about her relationship with Laura. I spotted them together in 3 separate photos, and they were hanging on each other like BFFs.
"Score one for Tish," Stride said.
"Except you never saw them together, did you? You didn't know Tish. Why not?"
"Tish says she and Laura had some kind of fight, and she moved to St. Paul by herself after graduation. That would have been in May and June, when Cindy and I began dating."
"Did Tish say what the fight was about?"
"She claims she doesn't remember, but that it wasn't anything important. I think she's lying on both counts."
"So what was it?"
"I don't know. But what do teenage girls usually fight about?" Stride asked.
"Boys?"
"That's my guess."
"Do you have any idea who it was?"
"Tish says that Laura dated Peter Stanhope for a while. She all but accused him of being Laura's stalker." Serena frowned.
"Peter."
"Sorry, he was up to his neck in this case," Stride said.
"Why didn't you tell me? I knew you weren't happy when I started doing work for Peter's law firm, but I didn't realize you had this kind of history with him."
"It was 30 years ago. I've barely spoken to him since then. People change." That was a lie. Stride didn't think anyone really changed. He wasn't crazy about the idea of Serena taking a job at Peter Stanhope's law firm, but he also wanted her off the streets, somewhere safe. The fire in which she had nearly died during the winter hadn't been an accident. Her career had put her in the path of a stalker, and Stride found himself struggling with his anxiety whenever she was back on the street. Serena was a former homicide cop from Las Vegas, which was one of the toughest beats he could imagine. Her background made her fiercely independent. Even so, he understood now the emotions that Cindy must have felt whenever he left the house, and the fear that would have flitted through her brain whenever she picked up the phone. For the spouse of a cop, the call could come any time.
"Can I tell Peter about Tish and her book?"
Serena asked. Stride shrugged. "If Tish keeps digging, Peter's going to hear about it sooner or later. You can tell him. For now, I'm not involved."
"Do you really think that Peter could have killed Laura?"
"I don't know. It's possible, but no one wanted to go down that road back then."
"Because of Peter's father?"
"Yes."
"Who worked the case?"
Stride rubbed the scar on his shoulder where a bullet had violated his flesh. The wound twinged like a reminder. "Ray Wallace." Serena let out a slow breath.
"You think Ray gave Peter a free pass?"
"Maybe."
"I think you should tell me exactly what happened that night,"
Serena said.
"Don't you?"
"Yeah." Stride steepled his fingers and stared at the fire and didn't say anything more.
"I could read the police file if you want," Serena said, "or talk to Maggie, but I'd prefer to hear it from you."
Stride ran his hand through his wavy hair the way he did when he was tense. He thought about the long hair he had worn back then, about Cindy's fingers running through his hair while they were in the water. "Cindy and I felt guilty for a long time," he told Serena.
"About what?"
"About leaving Laura alone that night."
"You couldn't possibly have known what would happen."
"Yes, but it was dark, and it was raining, and kids had been drinking, and we just let Laura go off into the woods. It was stupid. We should have stayed with her." Serena waited. "A few of us were playing softball that night," Stride continued. "I was there, so was Peter Stanhope. Cindy was supposed to meet me afterward, and the two of us were going to hang out by the lake. I didn't even know that Laura would be with her, but she and Cindy stopped by the field while we were playing, and then they headed off by themselves. I was a little pissed. I didn't want Laura around."
"Why not?"
That was supposed to be the night. The night. Cindy and I were planning to have sex for the first time.
Oh, Serena said, drawing out the word. Now I understand.
So I wasn't exactly thinking with my brain.
I'm sure.
The thing is, Cindy and I talked about it later, and we knew something was wrong, but we didn't care.
What do you mean, something was wrong?
Stride frowned. Someone was in the woods that night.
Who Killed Laura Starr by Tish Verger. Chapter 6. July 4th, 1977. I heard a growl of thunder beyond the trees, as if the storm were an animal getting closer. The path was dark, and that meant the sky over our heads had turned black, shutting out light through the trees. I felt the thick air like a weight on my chest when I breathed. You could almost see humid haze hanging in a cloud over the trail. My skin was dewy with sweat, and my long hair clung to it like vines. I wore a bikini top, shorts, and bare feet. Laura was jittery as she walked beside me. She kicked impatiently at the dirt with her pink flyers. Her eyes darted back and forth into the woods as if she expected to catch someone spying. She wore jeans and a blue-checked shirt with the sleeves rolled up past her elbows. Her backpack was slung over one shoulder. She twisted the silver ring on her finger. "I hope the rain holds off for the fireworks," I said. Laura looked up at the tops of the trees. She made a noise in her throat and didn't reply. I knew the 4th of July parties would be washed out. It would be night in less than an hour, but before then the deluge would begin. The air was perfectly calm now. Nothing moved. The brown birds that normally hopped around us in the dirt, looking for crumbs, had taken shelter. Every birch and pine looked as if it were holding its breath. The summer storms always came quickly. One moment it would be still, and then, in an instant, the wind would come alive, bending the young trees. The heavy clouds would sag open, gushing out rain. The night would turn to day in flashes as branches of lightning cracked from the ground to the sky. Laura stopped on the trail. I gave her a questioning stare. Her lower lip trembled, and her eyes were frightened. "What is it?" She didn't say anything. The trees around us were already a black parade of soldiers. I followed her eyes, but I didn't see anything in the shadows. "What?" I repeated. "Someone's there," Laura said. I looked again. I took a couple of steps closer to the trees. I didn't smell anything but pine, like Christmas in July. "Are you sure?" "I heard someone," she insisted. I thought she was wrong, but it was easy to feel like you weren't alone in the park. There was a bigness about it. It felt primitive, like we were miles from the city. People came here to do secret things. You never knew who was around. "Come out!" I shouted. "Hey!" A violent rustling shook the brush, and I froze, completely startled. A wild turkey lurched out of the woods in front of me, wings flapping excitedly. He was a quivering bundle of striped brown feathers with a cherry-red neck, who beat his way across the path and buried himself in the tangle of leafy bushes. Laura and I both jumped and screamed. We scrambled away, nearly falling. Laura hugged the strap of her backpack tighter to her body. My heart galloped. It was silly, but it's the kind of thing that pumps you with adrenaline and leaves you feeling keyed up. When the turkey was gone, we kept walking, but Laura continued to turn every few steps and looked nervously behind us. I could hear boys' voices ahead of us as we got closer to the softball field. We had parked near the field an hour earlier. I wanted to sit and watch Johnny play, but Laura didn't want to hang around the boys, and I didn't blame her. They had beers at every base, and several of them were already drunk. We were the only two girls around, and they didn't take their eyes off us when we arrived. Some girls preened and puffed up at attention like that, but Laura wilted and wanted to run. Even now, as we reached the end of the trail that looped back to the field, she hung back. "Let's go down to the lake," she said. "Why don't we wait until the game's over? Then Johnny can come with us." "No, I know the two of you want to be alone." That was true. I felt bad, but I wanted Johnny to myself that night. Him and me. Out in the water, and then on the beach together. Still, I didn't want to leave Laura by herself. "It's okay, you can stay with us." "Say it like you mean it," Laura replied. She finally smiled. "No, it's just, don't worry. I'll leave when you guys get together. Let's go. I need to tell Johnny where to meet us." I led the way out of the woods. Laura folded her arms over her chest and followed tentatively behind me. The voices and laughter got louder. There were a couple dozen boys in a rough diamond in the field, some playing, some sitting in the dirt near the parking lot. Cars were parked haphazardly in the weeds behind them, beside a winding road that led down from the highway. The field was nothing but grass and brush, small enough that a solid hit would pitch the ball into the marshland. Over the cattails, I could see a creek winding toward the lake. The sky was like charcoal to the west. Bursts of lightning made the clouds glow, and I could smell rain. Somewhere nearby, on one of the other trails that made a web through the large park, I heard firecrackers. I saw Johnny playing first base. The trees ended at the edge of the softball field, and Laura and I came up behind him. He turned as he saw the other boys waving to us. Some of them made cat calls. There were empty beer bottles thrown aside everywhere. Johnny had a serious face, but it softened when he saw me. Whenever I was with Laura, I was used to being invisible, but Johnny looked at me as if he didn't see anyone else. I'd like to tell you what the connection was between us, or why it happened so quickly. The truth is, I have no idea. Sure, he's handsome, tall and lean, still a little short of meat and muscle, like most boys. He's got that long, wavy hair that looks untamed, and those amazing eyes. That was what I first noticed, his eyes, which are dark and deep. I could see everything in them. Pain, loss, black humor, seriousness of purpose. He is so intense that I just have to cut him down to size every now and then, and he doesn't seem to care when I wound his ego. Right now, he is searching. I understand, because that was me after my mom died. I was 14 then, and I spent a lot of time searching, wondering where to go, what I would do, who I would become. I feel as if I've found my answers, but Johnny only lost his dad 9 months ago, and he's still looking. He grew up wanting to go to sea like his dad, but not anymore. His mother won't let another stride step on board an oar boat. I don't think Johnny wants it now, either. It's like the lake betrayed him when it took his father. Now the lake is an enemy. I don't know what he will do, but when he figures it out, I know he'll pour his whole heart and soul into it, like he's poured his heart and soul into me. Johnny shouted something to the pitcher, who held the ball and waited for him. He came off the base and jogged up to us. He wore shorts and sneakers. His chest was bare. He kissed me. "Hi." "Hi." We were awkward around each other because we both knew what we were thinking. It's exciting, unsettling, and unnerving when you know you're going to do it. "We're going down to the lake," I told him. "Meet us there, okay?" "Yeah." "Will you be long?" "No, we're almost done, and the rain will probably wash us out in a couple of minutes anyway." "Okay. Love you."
"Love you too."
Johnny kissed me again. He waved at Laura, but but I could see him wondering if the two of us would be alone. Part of me wanted Laura to stay because I was nervous about what was going to happen. Part of me couldn't wait to jump off the cliff. We continued by the side of the field to where another trail led down along the creek toward the lake. The eyes of the boys followed us. They made jokes. Laura stayed on my left and stared at the ground. I noticed Peter Stanhope among the boys. He was coming up to bat next. We had to pass within a few feet of him, and he leaned on his bat and watched us the whole way, his head swiveling to track us, his eyes gleaming. Laura didn't look up at all, but I could tell she knew he was there. It was Laura he wanted. He didn't say a word to either of us, but we felt him. Peter had a presence because he was so sure of himself. He wasn't as tall as Johnny, but he was beefy and strong. He had bushy blonde hair, parted in the middle, swept back in 2 waves. He chewed gum relentlessly, and his lips were always parted in a perpetual smirk that dimpled his cheeks. His skin was ruddy and freckled. Most of the girls chased after him. They wanted a ride in his Trans Am. They wanted to swim in the Olympic-sized pool in his father's backyard. Peter went from one girl to the next, doing what he did with Laura, pushing them to have sex. Most said yes. Rumor is he even bedded down a couple of the married teachers at school. That's the way life is when you're a Stanhope. The word no isn't in your vocabulary. Peter's father, Randall, owns a big mining operation in the harbor. People are afraid of him. He's the kind of man who can get what he wants by picking up the phone. So Peter lives that way too, taking the things he wants. I resented him because we never had much money in my house, and I figured anyone with that much money probably got it by stepping all over other people. I also didn't like the way he treated Laura. I was never sure why she went out with him, but he didn't care what I thought. I was nothing. He looked right through me, and I could see him stripping off Laura's clothes in that horny brain of his. "Come on," I said to her. We hurried out of the field. It got dark again as we entered the forest. Laura glanced behind her as if Peter might be following us. "He's a creep," I said. Laura didn't say anything at all. The stream tumbled over stones beside the path. We walked beside it for 10 minutes until the creek split out of the trees into a furry brown nest of cattails, where we could see the midnight blue waters of the lake pooling at the shore just past the weeds. We both ran out onto the beach. My toes bunched the sand as I headed for the water, where I splashed in the foam. A handful of ducks lifted off noisily. "You want to swim?" I asked Laura. "I don't have a suit." "So?" She shook her head. I came out of the water and sat down in the sand. Laura slid the backpack off her shoulder and sat down next to me. We didn't talk. I watched the black stain in the sky grow as it blew closer. The north side of the lake was already obscured by nightfall, and the line where the water became the trees was impossible to distinguish. There was another beach on that side, and more trails that wound down from the other end of the park. The warm breeze turned cooler. Laura sat with her hands around her knees, staring at the water. "You and Dad really went at it last night," I said. Fights weren't new between them, but this one was worse than usual. "I don't want to talk about it," Laura said. "What was it about this time?" I persisted. "Nothing." She looked away, shutting me down. Her legs twitched. She twisted her neck to stare over her shoulder, and I thought she might get up and run away. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Nothing's wrong," she said. "You sure?" Laura shrugged. "Life's weird." "How so?" "I don't know, just weird." "You're pretty weird, too," I told her, smiling. She didn't smile back at me. "Sorry," I said. "It was a joke." "That's okay." I felt a spatter of raindrops on my skin. Seriously, what's wrong? I'm just thinking about stuff. Like what? Laura hugged her knees together. The drizzle ran like tears on her cheeks. Do you think you could ever kill someone? She asked. I stared at her. What kind of question is that? I mean, do you think only an insane person could do it? I tried to read her face, which was a mask of shadows. I realized it wasn't rain. She was crying. You're scaring me, Laura. What is this about? What if Dad were abusing me? She asked. Could you kill him? I felt a chill. Oh, my God. Did something happen between you two? Laura shook her head. No, it's not that. Then tell me. It doesn't matter now. I was afraid she had opened up to me as much as she ever could. Laura, please. I just wish everything weren't so complicated, she said. Like what? I don't know. Everything. Laura looked at me. Can you keep a secret? Of course. Even from John? If I have to, sure. What is it? She didn't tell me. She never got the chance. This time, we both heard it. Something snapped in the woods behind us. We spun around, and I heard Laura suck in her breath. We couldn't see anyone, but someone was there. Johnny? I called. No one answered. Wait here, I said. I didn't shout this time. I charged the woods, sprinting through the sand onto the trail, where I skidded to a stop. I listened, but heard only the wind as it landed with a frenzy, kicking the forest to life. I made a slow circle, my eyes narrowing as I tried to penetrate the darkness. I stared where I thought I had heard the branch break, and was rock still. I knew I wasn't alone. I heard a shout from Laura, and when I turned back toward the beach, I could see that the rain had come. It was sheeting down. Lightning sizzled, and the forest shook with thunder. The noise covered everything else. Whoever was near me could use the storm to escape. I waited a few more seconds, and then I smelled something odd and sickly sweet above the freshness of the rain. Marijuana.
Chapter 7. Tish Verger nursed a gin and tonic and studied the row of aging high school sports photos hung above the booth in the downtown bar. One was a group photo of a state championship hockey team. Another was an action shot of two tall white boys fighting over a basketball layup. In a third, she saw a cheering section of baseball players in a stadium dugout with bats strewn around them on the ground. Some of the photos were from the 1970s, and she saw faces that looked familiar. For all she knew, some of the boys were in the bar right now. She wouldn't recognize them today. The waitress, a bored UMD student in a Rascal Flatts t-shirt, told her that one of the men at the bar wanted to buy Tish a drink. Tish waved her off without giving the man a look. It wasn't the first time tonight. Men assumed that a single woman in the bar was on the prowl, when all she really wanted was to get drunk. She knew she drank and smoked too much. It was a way to get through the days and nights. Tish wondered if she had made a mistake by coming back. Stirring up her life wouldn't accomplish anything, and she was already lying about her past. Stride knew it. She could see it in his eyes when he looked at her. A part of her wanted to pack up and go before things got worse, but she owed it to Laura to be here. She owed it to Cindy, too. She had foolishly made a promise to her, and she couldn't put off any longer her need to honor it. She paid her bill. It was 1 a.m. She left the bar through the crowd of smokers outside the door and strolled past dark storefronts toward her rental car. Rather than get in, she continued past it, down the sharp slope of 2nd Avenue toward the corner. She stood by a parking meter on the curb and stared diagonally across the street, where a crumpled piece of newspaper blew up against a brick building like a tumbleweed. The ground floor of the building housed a wireless phone store behind its big windows. Neon glowed brightly in the display. Back then, when she was a child, the same space had been a bank office, the bank where her mother worked as a teller. Tish had been in school when it happened. The policeman who came to get her had a black mole on his cheek and breath that smelled like burned coffee. He took her to the station and put her in a white room, and then a woman in a flowery dress came in and told her. That was it. She slept with strangers that night. "I'm home, Mom," Tish murmured to the air. She turned around, leaving the old bank building behind, and stalked briskly to her car. The fresh air had burned off some of the alcohol clouding her brain. She drove north out of downtown through streets largely empty of traffic. The lights stayed green. She turned right at 21st Avenue, crossed over the freeway, and curled around a sharp curve to the cliffside road that led to the condominium she was borrowing. She parked under the trees at the end of the street and got out. She lit a cigarette and stood there, smoking, letting it burn down. The lake twinkled below her. The birches were silhouettes with 1,000 arms, moving and alive. Behind her, the freeway overpass rumbled on its stilts like a concrete giant. She felt strange, as if eyes were watching her. That was how Laura must have felt. Tish shivered, but she finished her smoke before crushing out the butt in the street and continuing to her front door. She stopped, froze. One of the miniature square panels of stained glass in the door was shattered, letting out a square of white light. The broken pane was near the deadbolt. Tish backed up, listening. Everything was quiet. She looked behind her, feeling a stab of panic. The sensation of being watched had fled. She was alone now, but she felt violated. With her cell phone, Tish called the police. They told her a car would be there soon. Knowing that help was close by gave her the courage to return to the door, which was unlocked, and nudge it open. She took a cautious step into the foyer, listening for anything that would betray a stranger. She breathed the air, trying to smell an echo of whoever had been here, but all she detected was a lingering paint smell from the work that had been done on the place before she arrived. Nothing was disturbed that she could see, nothing taken. But she had only been in town for a few days, enough time to get up her courage to see Stride, enough time to visit the North Beach and the park, a pilgrimage to feel Laura's spirit again. All she had in the condo was her suitcase and some food. Tish waited for a long time by the front door, and when she was convinced she was alone, she went to the bedroom. Her papers were strewn over the bed, not the way she had left them. Her clothes were in and out of the drawers. The closet was open, and so was her suitcase. Tish caught her breath and immediately went to the case and unzipped the netting over the main compartment and found the hidden pocket inside. She reached in as far as she could and exhaled with relief. The letter from Cindy was still there, untouched. So was the clipping about the robbery. She returned to the living room to sit down and wait for the police. It was obvious that no matter how little time she had been here, someone already knew she was back. Someone already wanted her gone. Stride lay in bed on his back and stared at the ceiling. The bedroom window was open, and he could hear the surf on Lake Superior, where it assaulted the shore on the other side of the sand dune. The narrow strip of beach was only steps from their back door. Tish was right that hardly anyone lived on the point year-round in the old days. Cottages like this one were mostly summer getaways then. Today, it was prime real estate. The old houses were being torn down and replaced by castles and condos. Anything on waterfront anywhere was gold. He liked it better when he and Cindy had first moved out here, when people wondered why anyone would want to live in the eye of the Superior storms. Stride wasn't always sure himself, except that the lake was so vast that he sometimes felt as if he were staring at eternity. Serena sat cross-legged on the bed, watching him. The lights were off. Sometimes when he closed his eyes, he expected that he would open them again and see Cindy sitting there in the same pose, a crooked smile on her face, as if all the time that had passed had been in his imagination. He wasn't really closing in on 50 years old. He wasn't really bruised by death and loss. He was a teenager, a new cop, a young husband. Everything that was going to be lay ahead, not behind. "You know what I remember about that night?" he told her. "Other than me and Cindy, I mean. I remember the bat." Serena didn't say anything. He could see it like a video clip on a loop that played over and over in his head, close up. That bat going around and around. It was Peter's bat, one of those aluminum ones, bright silver. He never let anyone else use it. I remember him taking practice swings at home plate and hearing the whoosh of the bat. I can still see that bat in his hands. All I can think about is that, not long after, someone used that same bat to beat an innocent girl to death. A girl who would have been my sister-in-law. Someone hit her and just kept swinging and swinging. "If it was Peter's bat, how did it get into someone else's hands?" Serena asked. She spoke so softly that she was almost whispering. "You're assuming it did." "Well, you said someone else's fingerprints were on it." "Yes, that's true," he admitted. "Someone else had it. Someone who killed Laura. That was the only explanation that made sense to me all these years." "How did the bat wind up at the murder scene?" Stride remembered. He saw the bat again in his mind, close up, in the field. "The rain came," he said. "We all went running. The storm was severe. Everything turned black. It sounded like a train, the way a tornado does. I went to the woods to find Cindy and Laura down by the lake. Peter was on second base, and he took off as the storm hit. As I ran for the trail, I saw Peter's bat lying in the weeds. He must have forgotten all about it, so anyone could have picked it up. There were a lot of guys with us in the field." "But?" Serena asked, hearing him hesitate. "But I remember thinking that Peter was going to come back for that bat." Stride was distracted, watching Cindy and Laura go. He was anxious for the game to be over. He could still taste her lips, which always tasted the same way, like a cherry popsicle. When they kissed, they were connected, electricity passing between them. He had an erection, thinking about what they would do later, if they really did it, if she really meant it. He could tell she was nervous. He wondered if she had brought Laura with her as a shield, so that she had an excuse not to go all the way. As the two girls disappeared into the trees, though, he saw Cindy look back at him, and her face told him that nothing had changed. She wanted him. She was waiting for him. He glanced at the black sky. Time was short. He hit the pocket of his mitt impatiently. Dave McGill was at the plate, and he kept tipping foul balls that dribbled to the edge of the field where Raymond Anderson, who was the catcher, had to retrieve them. Stride thought they should call the game right now. He could taste rain, and he already felt the sky leaking drops onto his face. No one else paid any attention. McGill finally struck out. Peter Stanhope took his place, swinging his silver bat theatrically, sporting an arrogant grin. Stride didn't really know Peter, other than by reputation. They weren't friends. They didn't hang out together. The only thing they had in common was baseball. The longest conversation he could remember having with Peter was about Rod Carew. Peter swung violently and missed. Strike one. Stride saw a bright flash and imagined Peter's bat held high over his head, attracting the current like a lightning rod. Less than 5 seconds later, thunder washed across the field in a drum roll. Peter swung again. Strike two. His face contorted in effort and frustration. His jaw worked his gum furiously. He was a good hitter, but overeager, always looking for the home run on every pitch. He struck out as often as he connected. On the third pitch, though, his aluminum bat swatted the ball with a loud ting, and the ball lofted over Stride's head into the outfield, where it dropped for an easy single. Peter loped to the base. He bent down and picked up a half-full bottle of Grain Belt and swigged it empty, then tossed the bottle toward the weeds. He wiped his mouth with the bottom of his red tank top. "So it's you and Cindy Starr, huh, Stride?" he said. "That's right. You know, her sister is the real prize." Stride didn't reply. "Laura's the one with the tits," Peter continued. "Half the guys here got boners when she walked by. Why aren't you going after her?" "Because I like Cindy." "Yeah? What's she like?" "Why do you care?" Stride asked. "I'm not hot for her, if that's what you think. I just wondered if the Princess Act runs in the family." "What the hell does that mean?" "I mean that Laura walks around like some kind of ice queen," Peter replied. "Somebody needs to thaw her out." "Shut up," Stride said. "So how about Cindy? Is she a frigid queer like her sister?" Stride threw off his baseball glove and shoved both bare hands against Peter's chest. Peter stumbled backward, lost his footing in the damp grass, and landed on his ass in the mud. Stride stood over him, fists clenched and cocked, ready to fight. He heard shouts from some of the other boys in the field. The pitcher dropped the ball, the batter threw the bat away. They all began to converge on Stride. Peter laughed and got up, brushing dirt from his skin. He waved them away. "Hey, it's okay, I had it coming." Stride watched carefully, expecting a sucker punch. "Don't sweat it," Peter said. "I like to see how far I can push people before they push back. It's a little lesson I learned from my dad." "Apologize," Stride told him. "Yeah, all right. I'm sorry. That do it for you? You need to lighten up, Stride." Stride ignored him. The game continued. The batter at the plate struck out, and another took his place. 1 inning to go, and it was over. He could barely make out the action on the field as the night drew closer and the dark clouds massed. "You seen the Deep yet?" Peter asked. Stride grunted. He and Cindy had seen it the previous weekend. "Saw it 3 times, Peter said. "Fuck! Jackie Bissett in that T-shirt? Holy shit, I wish porn actresses looked like her. I saw a teenage sex kitten downtown last week. What a bunch of losers. Pimples and no tits." At the plate, Gunnar Borg punched a ground ball past the pitcher that took a jagged leap as it bounced off a half-buried rock in the field. Stride bounded to his right and scooped up the ball. He yanked it out of his glove and prepared to toss it to Nick Perucci at second for the out. Then he saw stars. Peter Stanhope ran over him, slamming Stride's body into the dirt with his right shoulder and jarring the ball out of his hands. Stride recovered quickly and grabbed the ball out of the grass again, but by then Peter was standing on second base, grinning, and the other runner was at first. Stride's right side was black with dirt. He felt as if someone had hit him with a shovel. "Don't mess with me, Stride," Peter called. Stride fired the ball back to the pitcher, turned on his heel, and marched back to first base. Gunnar Borg laughed. At that moment, the sky finally opened up. The wind blew in, and with it the rain bucketed down. The pelting drops felt like needles. Lightning came, like flashbulbs popping, and the boys sprinted for the cars parked haphazardly in the weeds. Stride ran, too, but in the opposite direction, toward the woods and the lake, toward Cindy. The field was already sodden, a river of mud. Stride saw beer bottles, a fallen baseball glove, and empty bags of chips. Peter Stanhope's aluminum bat lay where he had thrown it as he ran for first base. Stride heard shouting 100 yards away, and then the roar of car engines. Headlights streaked across the field, horns honked. The downpour followed him into the forest. Rain beat down on a million leaves. His long hair was plastered against his skin. He ran, but it was too dark to see where he was going on the path, and he put a foot wrong and stumbled, cutting his knee. It stung, but the rain washed away the blood. He wiped moisture out of his eyes and pushed through the branches where a bent tree hung over the trail. The spindly twigs slapped back and scraped his face. He smelled scorched wood and thought that part of the woods close by might be on fire. When the next flash of lightning struck, he could see the orange streak reflect on the surface of the water and see the silvery curtain of rainfall beyond the trees. The lake wasn't far. He hurried. Then Stride heard something strange. Whistling. It was so close that someone had to be standing almost at his shoulder. He turned and pushed his way through the brush lining the path and broke through into a tiny clearing. A campfire had been built there. A few warm embers remained, throwing up smoke where the rain had doused them. That was the burning smell he had noticed. He didn't see anyone in the clearing, but then a shadow, large enough to be a bear, detached itself from one of the birch trees and approached the dying fire. Instinctively, Stride retreated. The man didn't see him at first. He was a huge black man, at least 6'5", with dreadlocks down to his shoulders and an oddly colorful beret of red, green, and gold. His limbs were as thick as some of the larger tree trunks, with well-defined muscles. He wore a white T-shirt and loose-fitting black pants that had the same tricolored stripe as his hat. Stride recognized him. They called him Dada. He was one of the vagrants who hung out near the railroad tracks during the warmer months. Dada was whistling, not like a nervous man in a cemetery, but like a cardinal at winter's end, free, loud. Stride backed up silently, but Dada saw him. Their eyes met. The music from his mouth stopped. Stride saw the man's lips curl into a smile, revealing white teeth against his coal skin. Dada didn't look afraid or surprised. He laughed as Stride made his way back to the trail without saying a word. His laughter lingered in Stride's ears, growing fainter as the storm drowned it out. He continued toward the lake, making his way by feel as he slogged through the trees. Water streamed down his face. Mosquitoes harassed him, and he squashed them with his fingers. He didn't know how many minutes passed before the path opened onto the sandy clearing and his eyes could see what was ahead of him. He found Laura first. She had taken cover under one of the older pine trees, its outstretched branches forming a green roof over her head. Her clothes were soaked. She clutched her backpack against her chest and gazed across the dimpled water. In the inch of skin between her shirt and her jeans, he could see the colors of her butterfly tattoo. She looked bottled up and anxious. When he touched her shoulder, she screamed, then clapped her mouth shut. "It's just me," he said. "You scared me to death." "Where's Cindy?" he asked. Laura pointed. He looked out onto the beach, and there she was. She had taken off her shorts and was in her bikini, dancing in the rain. That was Cindy, a water sprite, a free spirit. "Hey!" Stride shouted. Cindy stopped when she saw him and bounded up the beach in her bare feet. "Hey, you!" She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. Her skin was wet and soft. Her long hair fell across his face. "Do you want to go home?" he asked her. "We weren't counting on a storm." No, let's stay," she insisted. "Are you sure?" "Yes, really. I want to, Johnny." Laura slung her backpack over her shoulder and put her thumbs in the pockets of her jeans. She gave the two of them a strange smile.
You guys be good, okay? I'm going to go.
Cindy looked torn. She bit her lower lip.
No, you better not, Laura. Not by yourself. I'm fine, little sister. Stay with us. It's okay. You two don't need a chaperone, not tonight. I told you I'd leave when John got here.
We'll go with you, Stride said. All of us.
Yes, we'll all go,
Cindy said. Laura hugged Cindy hard.
You two stay. Don't worry about me. No way. How will you get home? You can't get a ride now. I'm sure everyone left when the storm hit. I can hike up to the highway and catch a bus. No, that's crazy. Come on. We're all going.
Laura detached herself from her sister and put a hand on Cindy's chest.
Look, I'm not being noble. I love you, but I have to go.
Not alone, Cindy repeated.
I won't let you go alone. I won't be alone,
Laura said.
Not alone?
Serena asked.
She was meeting someone?
Stride nodded in bed. That's what she told us.
Who?
Peter Stanhope said it was him. He told the police that he and Laura were dating.
Did you believe him?
His story fit the facts, but Laura told Cindy she had broken it off with Peter because he was pressuring her for sex. Tish told me the same thing.
Unless Laura didn't want anyone to know that they were seeing each other.
Yes, that's true.
What happened next?
Serena asked. Stride listened to the waves outside the window. The old house rattled in the wind. I don't know. That was the last time I saw Laura. Something happened to her in the softball field where her shoe was found, but that's not where she was killed. She took another trail from the field and wound up on a beach on the north side of the lake, almost a mile away. That's where Cindy found her.
So, Peter's bat wasn't found in the softball field where you last saw it?
Serena asked. No, it was on the beach by the body. Someone took the bat, followed the trail from the softball field to the beach, and killed Laura there. There was something else, too.
What?
No one knows about this, Stride said. It was never released to the press. I only found out when I took over the detective bureau and pulled the file. The police found semen near the body.
Laura had sex that night?
Serena asked. Stride shook his head. Not in the body, near the body. In the woods near the beach where Laura was murdered. Whatever went down that night, someone was there, watching. Either he killed her, or he saw who did.
Who Killed Laura Starr by Tish Verger. Chapter 8. What do I remember about that night? I remember the two of us alone, after Laura left to follow the trail back to the field, me and Johnny. I know it was wrong to let her go, but back then we were all blinded by our desires. Any one of us could have made a different decision. If we had, the night would have gone another way. I try not to dwell on it. Life happens the way it's going to happen. So does death. I remember us walking hand in hand out of the shelter of the trees. The rain came in sheets, but there was no more lightning, no more thunder, just wind and water. It sounds romantic, but it was funny, actually. We were laughing. We blinked our eyes and gulped air like fishes, as if we were breathing under a waterfall. We shivered in the cold. The wind whipped us around like dolls. I remember saying, "Let's swim." I had to start. If Johnny had reached to remove my clothes, I would have let him, but he would never do that. I unhooked my bikini top in back, let the straps slide off my shoulders, and saw my white breasts come free in the darkness. My long, wet hair covered them. I pushed my hair out of the way so he could see me. My pink nipples and the little bumps around them were swollen. I took his hand to make him touch me, and I showed him how, guiding his fingers with mine, caressing and rubbing the way I liked it. When we kissed again, I remember the feel of our wet, bare chests pressing together. I remember stepping back and staring at my feet as I peeled my bikini bottoms down and feeling nervous and self-conscious when I was finally naked in front of him. I couldn't look into his eyes. I felt an urge to cover myself, which was stupid. I remember finding the courage to look up, spread my arms wide, and say, "Now you've seen the whole deal." I couldn't help but laugh. He was transfixed. His face was in awe. "You're beautiful," he told me. I was, but how can you not be beautiful when you're 17? I wasn't a model, but I was the girl he loved. I remember folding my arms over my breasts and saying, "Your turn." He had it worse than me. Guys do. I was intensely curious, without wanting to show him how much. He stalled. He fumbled with his shorts. When he got them off, his underwear was even whiter than my sun-starved breasts. It jutted out because of his erection. He looked nervous like me as he went the rest of the way, and it took him even longer to meet my eyes again. I remember wanting to reach out and touch it, but I didn't. "Are we ready for this?" he asked. "You sure look ready." "That's not what I mean." "I know what you mean." No, I wasn't ready. I was scared to death. I knew he was, too, but I wasn't going back. I remember us swimming. We waded out naked into the dark lake, with the rain cascading over us. The lake bed under our feet was a slippery mix of sand and stones. The water wrapped around us and rose up to our necks. You feel so exposed and vulnerable like that, naked and submerged, with the whole sky stretching over your head. You think strange thoughts about what might be in there with you. I remember yelping as a fish brushed my stomach, swimming between us, and then, of course, I realized it was not a fish at all, and it was a good thing Johnny couldn't see my face turn red. I remember floating, my small breasts like little snowy peaks above the waterline. Johnny held me. His hands explored. It felt good. I remember finally touching him and watching his eyes close and his mouth fall open. We could have stayed out there all night, postponing what both of us really wanted to do. Out in the lake, we were in a kind of frozen world, nothing behind us, nothing ahead. The splashing rain and the whistle of the wind blocked out every other sound. There was no moon to glisten on the surface, just complete darkness. I was blind to reality, blind to the violence I had let my sister walk into. I remember us lying on our backs on the beach, no stars, fog and mist rising like clouds out of the lowlands, the rain no more than spatters on our skin now, hungry mosquitoes starting to wake up, buzz and hunt for blood. If we didn't do it now, it wouldn't be tonight. I remember him on top of me. I felt crushed and didn't care. Our kisses were urgent. We were both clumsy. I remember my legs spread wide like wings. We were laughing and struggling. I helped him, and somewhere after the pressure and pain, somewhere after our hands, feet, and knees found their right places, we both realized that we were really doing it. There was this little pause in the middle when we caught our breath and our eyes met with a kind of amazement. Then I felt his muscles all bunch into one, and I wrapped my legs tight around him, and I watched his face as it happened. I remember we stayed like that for a very long time. I remember sweat and rain. When he withdrew, I showed him with my hands how to touch me, and I watched him watching me right up to the moment when our fingers working together pushed me over the top, and I closed my eyes, and it happened to me, too. I remember thinking that in the morning the world would be a very different place. And God help me, it was.
Part 2. Talking to Strangers. Chapter 9. Maggie was already awake when the phone rang at 3 a.m. She sat with her feet propped up on a kitchen chair and a cup of oolong tea getting cold on the table beside her. She wore a flowered silk robe. Every downstairs light was blazing, making it look as if she had thrown an all-night party and forgotten to send invitations. Light was the only way to give the house any warmth at all. Maggie called it her Dark Shadows house. It reminded her of the cheesy Gothic soap opera from the 1960s she had seen in reruns. Outside, the vanilla stone towered 4 stories, with ornamental molding along the roof lines like an ocean wave. A hodgepodge of arches and bays made it look like a Lego castle designed by a child. Inside, there were curious little rooms everywhere, and dusty lace hung in the windows. As a single person, she rattled around in it. Even when she was married, she had never liked the dark way the house felt at night. Maggie liked modern, bright, open spaces, with everything made of chrome and glass. The house was on the market now, and she was waiting for an uptick in housing sales to net her an offer. Once the house was sold, she had her eye on a downtown condo. Maggie found herself up in the middle of the night several times a week, battling nightmares. The previous year had been the worst of her life, culminating in the murder of her husband in January, and the cloud of suspicion that fell over her regarding his death. She still regretted her mistakes and secrets, which had temporarily strained the relationship between her and Stride, and put not only herself but Serena in the hands of a brutal stalker. In the daylight, it was easy to forgive herself. The nights were another story. She had a laptop in front of her, and she tapped her way through adoption websites. For months, she had been wondering about adopting a child, but the length and bureaucracy of the formal process intimidated her. She wasn't sure if she could wait years, only to be disappointed. She had made inquiries with a number of international adoption agencies, but their replies weren't encouraging. She was a naturalized U.S. citizen, but had sought asylum from China after the uprising in Tiananmen Square, which essentially ruled out the possibility of adopting a baby from China. Being Chinese, however, she faced racism from countries that had no interest in turning over a white baby to an Asian mother. Her personal characteristics also worked against her, even in the States. She was unmarried. She was over 35. She worked in a job where her personal safety was always at risk. The only thing on the plus side of the ledger was that she had inherited millions of dollars from her late husband's business. Money always talked. Maggie closed the laptop when the phone rang. It was Max Guppo.
"Sorry to get you up,"
he said.
"I was up."
"You said you wanted to know as soon as he was spotted again."
"The peeper?"
"Right. I'm down at Gary. A retarded girl saw him outside her bedroom. I'm here with the father. His name is Clark Biggs."
Maggie took down the address.
"I'll be there in an hour."
She took 5 minutes to shower, then pulled on a black t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of square-heeled lace-up boots. She didn't bother drying her hair, just let it fall in wet, messy bangs. A diamond stud winked from her tiny nose. She grabbed a burgundy leather jacket from her closet as she left the house and piled into the yellow Avalanche in her driveway. Maggie sped down the hill onto I-35 and headed through the jumble of freeway overpasses that led south out of the city. The harbor sparkled in a swath of moonlight as the clouds raced past on her left. She accelerated to 85 miles an hour through the industrial zone, where plumes of steam belched into the air, forming white dragons against the black sky. Lingering raindrops tapped on her windshield. She veered off the interstate at Highway 23 and followed the 15-mile stretch of worn-out towns that tracked the path of the St. Louis River. Low mountains loomed beyond the road, swarming with evergreens and birches. She could see green tracks carved into the hills, which turned white with snow and became ski slopes in the winter. They weren't exactly black diamonds, but if you were into downhill skiing, you didn't have many alternatives in a state as flat as Minnesota. Gary, where Clark Biggs lived, was one of the many small communities that had lost their way in the superstore generation. Its main street looked like a movie set out of the 1950s. Its brick buildings were mostly abandoned, paint flecked away on old signs advertising Coca-Cola and Miller High Life. Between every building was an empty lot with weeds growing through the cracks in the concrete. The bars were the new economic backbone of these towns, and they kept the Duluth police busy every night after midnight. Clark's small house was west of the highway and almost directly across the street from the town's elementary school. The development butted up against a densely wooded area of parkland. Maggie drove past the development in order to scout the crime scene and found herself in a trailer park on the opposite side of the woods. The forest encroached on the mobile home community from all sides, and it wouldn't be hard to park a car unnoticed and then duck into the trees and disappear. She did a U-turn and returned to the development where Clark Biggs lived. The streets were wide, and the lots were large and flat, occupied by 1- and 2-story matchbox houses with detached garages. Tall, bushy oaks offered plenty of shade. It was the kind of neighborhood where cars and trucks didn't get traded in. They simply sat on the lawn, rusting. Many of the houses had fenced yards to keep out the deer, but not the Biggs house, which was open and all on one level. It was painted white with a block of 5 concrete steps leading up to the front door. The roof was missing a few of its red shingles. The large yard featured soaring pine trees and a weeping willow, and directly behind it, the yard spilled into the forest. The grass was long. For a peeping Tom, it was a prime choice. A quiet area, first-floor windows, an easy sprint back to the woods. This was a neighborhood where the biggest worry was Dad losing his foundry job or Brother Jim getting cut in a bar fight after midnight. No one thought about pulling the shades and curtains. There was no one around to watch. Maggie parked in the street, and Guppo met her outside. He was in his 50s and not much taller than Maggie, but the stretch dress pants needed to accommodate his girth could have doubled as a parachute. A few strands of greased black hair labored to stretch across his skull. Guppo filled her in quickly.
"What about these footprints that Biggs found?" Maggie asked.
"There's not much we can do with them," Guppo said. "The rain mushed the prints by the time we got here."
"Did the peeper head right into the woods?"
Guppo nodded.
"We followed the trail to the trees, and we lost it there."
"There's a trailer park on the other side of the woods," Maggie said. "We need to talk to the people there, kids, too."
"You don't want me to wake people up over a peeping Tom, do you?"
"No, tomorrow is soon enough. I want to know if anyone saw strangers, cars, anything unusual. Find out how many people knew this girl, too. I want to know how this guy finds them. She's another blonde, isn't she?"
"Yes."
"Pretty?"
"Well, yeah, but not in an adult way. She's like a child."
"Okay."
Maggie hiked up the steps. Her big heels made a clip-clop noise. The screen door was unlocked, and she rapped on it with her knuckles and let herself inside. The house smelled like McDonald's food. The carpet in the living room was worn and gray. The furnishings showed their age with nicks and scratches.
"Mr. Biggs?"
she called. Clark Biggs emerged from the shadows of a hallway on her left. He had his finger over his mouth to quiet her.
"Mary's finally sleeping."
Maggie nodded and introduced herself. She quickly assessed Clark, who looked like a typical Minnesota blue-collar worker, big and strong, a pot roast and Budweiser guy, unlaced boots, old clothes, long, sandy hair with a ridge where his baseball cap had been. She could see sleeplessness and worry in his face. They took seats on the tattered sofa.
"How is she?"
Maggie asked.
"Scared to death," Clark said bitterly. "What kind of freak does that to a sweet little girl?"
"I understand how you feel," Maggie said. "My sergeant tells me that Mary is mentally handicapped. Is that right?"
Clark nodded. "She suffered a traumatic brain injury as a child that left her severely retarded."
"What happened?" Maggie asked.
"A few other kids held her too long underwater as a game, if you can believe it. Physically, she's a normal 16-year-old girl, but she's barely at a kindergarten level for learning."
"I'm so sorry."
"Don't feel sorry for me, Miss Bay. Mary is the best thing that ever happened to me, and I don't give a shit whether she's 5 years old going on 40. I would do anything for her."
"Of course." Maggie decided that she liked Clark Biggs. She had a weakness for men who hid behind a brusque mask. Mary was the center of Clark's universe, despite the pain, expense, and hardship that her disability must have caused him over the years. Guppo had told her that Clark was divorced, and she imagined that taking care of a girl like Mary had proved to be more than their marriage could endure. He didn't look like a man who complained about it. He just went about his life.
"The other police officer said this man has done this before," Clark said. "Is that true?"
"We think it's the same man, yes. There have been 9 reported peeping incidents on the south side of the city and in southwest Superior. The girls are all blonde teenagers, like Mary."
"You mean he chooses them?"
"We think so, yes."
"Who is this son of a bitch?"
"That's what we need to find out. Can you tell me if you know any of the other victims?" She rattled off the list of names from memory. Clark shrugged.
"Katie Larson. That's Andy's girl, right? They live in Morgan Park?"
"Yes."
"I know Andy from church. Katie babysat for Mary a couple times. That was 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know any of the others."
Maggie jotted down the relationship in her notes. There had been ancillary connections among some of the other girls, too. 2 of them were on the same soccer team, 2 got their hair cut at the same place, 3 went to the same high school. Nothing constituted a trend that tied any of the other girls together. "Does Mary go to school?" Maggie asked.
Clark nodded. "She attends a special school in Superior for developmentally disabled children. My wife takes her there during the week."
"You and your wife are divorced?"
"Yes, and I have Mary on the weekends. Donna takes her during the week."
His face twitched. It was a sore subject. "May I have Donna's address and phone number? I'll need to talk to her." Clark recited them.
"I haven't called Donna to tell her what happened. She's coming by in the morning. I want to let her know in person."
"I won't talk to her until you do." He nodded. "I'm sure Sergeant Guppo asked you some of these things already, but please bear with me," Maggie continued. "Have you noticed any strangers near your house recently? Have you seen any parked cars in the neighborhood that you didn't recognize?"
"Not that I can remember."
"Has anything unusual happened involving Mary lately? Or has your wife mentioned any problems with her during the week?"
Clark shook his head. "Nothing out of the ordinary."
"Does Mary interact with many other girls outside school?"
"No, she's mostly with Donna or me."
Maggie nodded. "I'd appreciate it if you could write up a list tomorrow of the people that Mary regularly comes into contact with, men and women,
People at school, people at your workplace or your wife's workplace, if she ever goes there. Anything like that. Because of her condition, Mary's universe is substantially smaller than those of the other girls who have been peeped, which may make it easier for us to find an overlapping connection with the other victims.
I'll get you a list, Clark said.
This is an awkward question, Mr. Biggs, but can you tell me more about Mary's intelligence level? Do you think she would recognize the man who peeped her, or could she pick him out of a lineup if she saw him?
She's not stupid, Clark snapped. She's just disabled.
I wasn't trying to offend you. I just want to know if she could be a witness for us.
I don't know whether she saw this guy's face, but Mary remembers things. If she saw him, and you show her a bunch of pictures, she'll pick him out. I'll never let her inside a courtroom, though, if that's what you're thinking.
I understand. Would you mind if I had an officer bring a photo book of registered sex offenders in this region for Mary to look through?
I don't know if I want to traumatize her like that, Clark said. If she sees him in there, she's going to be scared.
That may be the only way to find him.
Clark sighed. Okay. I want to be there, though.
Of course, Maggie added. I'd like to come back and talk to Mary, too, if you don't mind.
She'll be with Donna. You'll have to clear it with her. I have to tell you, I'm not too crazy about the idea. You're not going to get anything from her, and I don't like her talking to strangers.
I promise I won't get her upset.
That's not a promise you can keep, Clark said. She's a big girl, but she's a child. She's scared of things she doesn't understand.
May I see her? Maggie asked.
What, now?
Not to talk to her. I just want to see what she looks like.
Clark frowned. I don't want to wake her up.
I'll be very quiet. I'd like to see her room, too.
Clark relented and led her down the hall. For a big man, he walked quietly on the old floorboards. He inched Mary's door open and peered inside, then let Maggie squeeze into the room in front of him. Mary was asleep and snoring gently. Her father was right. She looked like any other teenage girl that way. Other than Mary being blonde, Maggie didn't see any physical characteristics that she shared with the other victims. She was heavier than most of the other girls. Her hair was the curliest. She was lying on her stomach, with the blankets kicked halfway down her body. Her nightgown had bunched up, and her lower back was exposed. Maggie noticed a tattoo of a butterfly on her spine. She silently checked out the windows. With the nightlight shining, she wasn't sure if Mary would have been able to see much outside. Maggie didn't feel confident about getting any results from the photo array of local sex offenders. She returned with Clark Biggs to the living room.
I notice your daughter has a tattoo, Maggie said.
So?
I was just surprised.
Mary loves butterflies. Her mother thought she would like having a tattoo of one. They did it without telling me.
Would you have objected?
Clark frowned. No, I guess not. But I've got tattoos, and I know it hurts like hell to get them. Even so, Mary was thrilled with it. She likes showing it off by lifting her shirt, though. She shows it to everyone. I don't like that.
What do you mean, everyone?
If someone drives by and she's in the yard, she lifts her shirt. If someone comes to the door, same thing. I can't make her stop.
I understand. I think that's all for now, Mr. Biggs.
I hope you nailed this bastard. I'm going to sleep on the floor in Mary's room until you do.
There's really no need for that, Maggie told him. I know it was an awful experience for Mary, but it's over.
Until the next time, Clark said.
I don't think you need to worry about it next time. This peeper keeps changing targets. We're trying to catch up to him by figuring out how he picks his victims.
Bullshit, Clark snapped.
Maggie arched her head in surprise. Excuse me?
I mean, he's done this to Mary before. What's to say he won't come back again? You're saying this isn't the first time Mary saw this man? Clark shook his head. I think it happened last week, too. Why didn't you tell me this before? Why didn't you report it? I didn't think there was anything to report, Clark said. I thought Mary had a bad dream. I thought she imagined it. But now that I think about it, the way she was shouting, him, I think it was because the guy came back. The guy came back. That was a first, as far as Maggie knew. None of the other victims had suggested that the man might have been watching them before. Of course, maybe he got lucky. Maybe they didn't notice. Maggie didn't think so, though. This was new behavior. New and frightening. She didn't like it. Chapter 10. Serena drove west along the point on Wednesday morning. After several days of rain, the clouds had blown out across the lake, leaving the city sunny and warm. In the calm harbor on her left, she spotted the rust-colored superstructure of an ore tanker, shouldering through the deep water toward the lift bridge. She swore. She was running late already for her meeting with Peter Stanhope, and she knew that she would have to spend 10 minutes now, waiting for the boat to clear the canal and make its way to the open water. As she expected, the bridge was up. Hers was the fourth car in line. She parked, rolled down her window to let in a humid breeze, and picked up a paperback by Louise Penny. When you lived on the point, you were always prepared for delays at the bridge. Serena read several more pages of still life, until she saw the giant ship gliding under the bridge span. The boats always seemed to clear the bridge with only inches to spare, and they were an impressive sight, vast and silent. When the ship and the bridge exchanged farewell blasts of their signal horns, Serena turned her Mustang back on, and a couple of minutes later, she headed through Canal Park toward the city center. Peter Stanhope's law firm occupied the top 2 floors of the Lonsdale building, in the commercial sector of Superior Street, among the banks, brokers, lawyers, and government workers that made the city tick. The facade was made of elegantly carved, copper-colored brick, with a roofline that resembled a Doric column. The building was smaller than the other high-rises around it and dated back to 1894. Peter could have chosen taller and more modern surroundings in the glass tower of the bank building 1 block east. But he had explained to Serena that he wanted his office to have a link to a more glamorous past, when the city, like his father, was rich and prosperous. Serena found a parking meter and hurried across Superior Street between cars. She wore black pinstripe dress pants that emphasized her long legs, pointed toe heels, and an untucked turquoise silk shirt. Her black hair was loose and fell around her shoulders. She carried a slim burgundy briefcase and felt as if she were dressed to be a ladder-climbing corporate executive. It was a strange feeling. When she was a Vegas cop, she had worn tight jeans and sleeveless T-shirts and hung her shield from her belt. She took the elevator to the top floor at 10 minutes after 10 o'clock. She was panicked about being late, but she relaxed when the receptionist told her that Peter was tied up in another meeting and was running at least 20 minutes behind schedule. She took a seat on the sofa, then got up again and paced restlessly in the waiting area. The lobby furniture was antique and expensive. Black and white photographs adorned the wall, showing Peter's father and the post-war buildings, ships, and train cars of Stanhope Industries. Serena saw more modern memorabilia, too, including framed newspaper headlines of the major litigation victories of Peter's law firm. They had won $40 million in punitive damages from a Twin Cities manufacturer over a defective heart stent, almost $20 million following a school bus accident that left 1 child dead, and so on. Peter and his team of associates were personal injury lawyers with a vengeance. Serena wondered, not for the first time, what she was doing here. She was a homicide detective, a private investigator. She had a hard time imagining herself working for a law firm. Even though that work would not be all that different from what she did now, she would still interview victims and witnesses. She would try to find sources inside corporations to uncover things that their executives wanted to keep hidden. It was still investigative work. She worried that the job wouldn't be as exhilarating as her time on the street, but her experiences over the winter had worn down her physical and mental willingness to put herself in constant danger. For at least a year or two, she wanted to take a step back and rethink her life. The opportunity had come out of the blue. 2 months earlier, Peter Stanhope had read an article in the Duluth newspaper about Serena's background as a detective in Las Vegas. He called her with a freelance assignment to uncover evidence of fraudulent billing practices at a Twin Cities hospital. Over the course of the next 6 weeks, Serena built relationships with 2 nurses and an accountant, who turned over papers that allowed Peter's lawyers to pinpoint their discovery request and fast-track settlement negotiations. Peter was so impressed that he called Serena the following week to ask her to join the firm as a permanent employee. She had been confused by Stride's reluctance when she told him about the job offer, because she knew he wanted her to find a less risky line of work. Now that she knew his background with Peter, she understood. Her own excitement had soured, too. A paralegal escorted Serena to Peter's office at 10:45. The corner suite was at the rear of the building, with a sweeping view toward the lake. Like the rest of the firm, Peter's office was decorated as if the year were 1950. On some level, Serena thought, Peter was trying to live up to his father's legacy. It couldn't be easy living in the shadow of an industrial giant. Serena thought it was interesting that after Randall Stanhope died, the first thing Peter had done was sell the family business. Peter came around his desk and shook her hand firmly. "Serena, I'm sorry to keep you waiting," he said. "This is what's called lawyer time. We are perpetually late for everything except court dates. It's an occupational hazard." "That's all right," Serena told him. He gestured at the round oak conference table near the window. "Please." They both sat down. Serena noticed a photograph over Peter's shoulder of Randall Stanhope and his son, who was about 10 years old in the picture, standing on the span of the aerial lift bridge over the ship canal near the point. Peter saw her staring. "That's one of the few photos of me and my father together," he told her. "Randall didn't spend a lot of time with me. Anyone who says those were simpler times doesn't know how hard he worked." "I'm a little surprised that you're a lawyer now and not CEO of Stanhope Industries," Serena said. "I saw the writing on the wall," Peter replied. "The big money in steel was long gone and never coming back. Too much foreign competition. When Randall died, I figured I would let someone else run the company into the ground, which they did." "So you decided to become a lawyer?" "Yes. Randall's probably turning in his grave. He hated lawyers. To me, though, litigation is the ultimate competition." He added, "Would you like some coffee?" "Sure." Peter retreated to his desk to phone his secretary. This meeting was only the second time that Serena had met Peter Stanhope in person. Peter didn't hide his money. His suit was cut out of a charcoal fabric that glistened in the light. His shoes were like mirrors. He wore an amber-colored silk tie with a matching pocket square, a Tiffany watch, and silver cufflinks engraved with his initials. In her heels, Serena was about 2 inches taller than Peter. He was handsome, though, with a stocky, muscular frame. He had a strong chin and sunburned nose, and freckles dotted his face. He wore glasses that made 2 tiny copper circles around his eyes. His thinning silver hair was swept straight back. Like Stride, he was in his late 40s. Serena always found that intelligence was in the eyes, and Peter's eyes were smart. He carried himself with polish and confidence, like someone at ease in his own skin. Even so, You couldn't have so much wealth or so much success and not have arrogance ooze through in your demeanor. Every now and then Peter smirked, and Serena saw the cocky boy peek out from his soul. She knew that lawyers were experts at wearing masks, and she wondered who the real Peter was, the savvy professional or the arrogant teenager. Probably both. "Have you thought about the job?" he asked as he sat down again.
"I have, and I'm still thinking. I hope that's okay."
"Of course. Take all the time you need, but not a minute more. I want you with me. You could do great work here. Plus, the compensation would be a lot more than you ever made as a detective or a PI.
"That wouldn't be hard,"
she said wryly. "You told me you needed to talk to me. I assume you have some questions?"
"I do, but not about the job."
"Oh?"
"I wonder if you remember a girl named Tish Verger?"
Serena said. Peter rocked back in his chair and pursed his lips. "Tish Verger. I'm pretty sure there was a girl in my high school named Tish."
"There was."
"Well, what about her?"
"She's back in town. She's writing a book about the murder of Laura Starr."
Peter's face darkened. "I take it you've been hearing stories about my teenage years."
"That's right."
"Stories that make you wonder if you want to work for a man like me."
"Yes, that's true,"
Serena admitted.
Peter let his chair fall forward, and he leaned across the table.
"Well, I appreciate your candor, and I'll try to be candid, too. First of all, let's get one thing clear. I'm not going to apologize for who I am or who I was. I was an asshole in school, and a lot of people will tell you I still am. That probably includes many of the women I've dated."
"That's pretty much what I heard."
Peter shrugged. "I'm not surprised. But I don't care what anyone else thinks. Look, Randall had more money than God back then, and I thought it gave me a free pass to rule the world. I was smart, but I didn't do squat. I slept with every girl I could. I was an arrogant son of a bitch."
"Are you trying to win points for honesty?"
"Not at all. I told you, no apologies. This is me."
"You know that my partner is Jonathan Stride,"
Serena said. "Of course. I didn't know Lieutenant Stride well back in school, and I don't know him very well now. But the things I remember probably don't give him a very high opinion of me."
"You could say that."
"Okay, but here's where I draw the line. I did not kill Laura Starr."
"Who did?"
"The police thought it was a vagrant."
"Is that what you thought?"
"All I know is that it wasn't me."
"She was killed with your baseball bat."
"That doesn't prove a thing. The bat was lying in a field for anyone to pick up." Peter's secretary knocked on the door and came in bearing a small silver coffee urn and 2 china cups. She poured out and left without saying a word. Serena tasted the coffee and recognized the dark flavor of Starbucks. "So, I take it that this writer, Tish, has her sights set on me," Peter said. "She wants to nail me for the murder."
"You're certainly on her list."
"You know, bad publicity doesn't bother me. I get my share all the time. I just hate to see old gossip used against me."
"I'm not sure you can pass it off as gossip,"
Serena said.
"Stride tells me that you were a suspect. Some people think that Ray Wallace deliberately steered the investigation away from you."
"Ray was a problematic figure as a cop. We both know that."
"A few years later, he was forced to resign as chief of police because of a bribery scheme involving Stanhope Industries,"
Serena pointed out. "That was long after I sold the company."
"Yes, but Ray's relationship started with Randall, your father."
"All I can tell you is that if Ray helped me behind the scenes, there was no need for him to do so. I was innocent." Serena frowned. Peter was convincing, but selling stories to a jury was his job.
"Tell me what you remember about Tish Verger,"
she said. Peter sipped his coffee. I remember that she and Laura were thick as thieves, both of them blonde, very cute.
Did you date Tish?
Serena asked. Sure, I took a run at her. I took a run at every blonde with great tits back then. I still do. Tish said no, shut me down cold.
You?
Peter grinned. Serena saw the cocky boy flash in his eyes. Amazing, huh? Well, Tish was a weird girl. Laura was pretty much her only friend. No dad, and then her mother got shot. Tough life. Serena held up her hand.
Wait a minute. Tish's mother was shot?
That's right.
What happened?
She asked. Peter pursed his lips. She was a teller at a downtown bank. There was a robbery that went bad. The mother was a hostage who didn't make it out.
When was this?
Oh, I don't remember. Long before high school. Tish probably wasn't even in her teens when it happened. I only knew about it because kids talked a lot. Everyone wondered why Tish was so closed off, and the rumor mill spread the word about her mother pretty quickly. Like I said, she was a weird girl.
But you asked her out anyway?
I was a slave to my libido, Peter said. Some things don't change.
Who did you go after first, Tish or Laura?
Tish, actually.
And when she said no, you went after her best friend?
Something like that. Serena shook her head.
You're right, Peter. You were an asshole back then.
I never said I wasn't.
Did it bother you when Tish turned you down?
Not really.
I don't imagine too many girls turned you down.
That's why it didn't bother me, Peter said with a little smile.
I heard Tish and Laura had a big fight that spring. Could they have been arguing about you?
About me? I can't imagine why.
Except you were dating Laura by then, right?
Peter stared at Serena. He took another drink of coffee. Right.
So maybe Tish didn't like Laura hanging out with you?
If she did, I never heard about it.
How did you meet Laura?
We were in Miss Matheson's geometry class together in our junior year. So was Tish.
Tish told us that Laura broke up with you after a couple of dates because you wanted sex and she didn't.
Is that what she said? Well, she's wrong, but it was a long time ago.
Is there any reason Laura would have wanted to keep your relationship a secret?
I have no idea. But you were a teenage girl once. Isn't that the kind of thing that teenage girls do?
Sometimes.
Serena wanted to ask more about the night Laura was killed, but she knew she had pushed Peter as far as she could. The rest was in Johnny's hands. He was the cop, not her. Not anymore.
I appreciate your letting me ask you all these questions, she told him. I'm still a detective at heart, I guess.
That's why I want to hire you.
I know. I'll get back to you very soon about the job.
I may be in touch even sooner than that, Peter said.
Oh?
I have another freelance job for you.
What's that?
Serena asked. Well, if Tish pursues this book, it could start causing me problems in the media. They'll drag up old lies again. I need your help.
What can I do?
You can find out who killed Laura, Peter told her. Or, barring that, you can prove it wasn't me. Chapter 11. Tish was late. Stride sat on a stone bench amid the rose gardens of Leif Erikson Park. He ate a roast beef sandwich and inhaled the floral aroma of thousands of red, yellow, and white roses surrounding him. Nearby, a white gazebo overlooked the lake, on a bluff adjacent to the boardwalk that followed the cliff's edge and wound down along the shore to Canal Park. At lunchtime, with a huge blue sky overhead, the park was crowded with people picnicking in the grass and admiring the flowers. He saw Tish park on the opposite side of London Road and get out of a navy blue Honda Civic. She waited while a package delivery truck passed her and then crossed the street to the park. She waved at Stride and followed the cobblestone path through the garden to join him.
"Hi,"
she said breathlessly, sitting down. She had no lunch with her, but she carried a white takeaway cup of coffee. She wore sunglasses, and she was dressed in a white Georgia T-shirt and gray sweatpants. She wore Nikes with no socks. "Hello, Tish."
"Sorry I'm so late. I was at the city engineer's office, and I had to wait for their copy machine."
"What did you need there?" Stride asked.
"Aerial photos of the city from the late 1970s.
"For the book?" Tish nodded.
"I wanted to see exactly what the terrain looked like back then."
"The Duluth paper ran a story about you in your book today," Stride said.
"Yes, I thought it might flush out more people who remember what happened back then. There aren't too many still around."
"A heads up would have been nice," Stride said. "I'm getting calls."
"I'm sorry. You're right. I didn't think about that."
Stride took another bite of his sandwich and didn't reply. He saw the delivery truck that had passed Tish return down London Road in the opposite direction and pull into a no-parking zone across from them. "I heard about the break-in at your condo," Stride said.
"The cops who showed up thought it was just kids."
"Probably," Stride told her. "They may have seen you move in and figured they could make a quick score. Those lakefront condos usually go to people with money." Tish shrugged.
"No such luck. I'm doing a spread on Duluth for a Swedish magazine, and the condo managers let me use an unsold unit for the summer. That's one of the perks of being a travel writer."
"We're still looking into the break-in, but it sounds like nothing was taken."
"Right. My laptop was in my car,"
Tish said.
She added, "I don't think it was kids, though."
"No?"
"I think someone's trying to scare me off."
"Because of your book?"
"Yes. I suppose you think that's paranoid."
"A little," Stride admitted. "It's been 30 years, Tish." She didn't answer. "Tell me about the life of a travel writer," he said, changing the subject. "It sounds glamorous."
"Not as much as you might think. Sometimes I feel permanently homeless. Whenever I fall in love with a place, I leave."
"What was your favorite place?" Tish blew on her coffee and then took a sip.
"Tibet. I love the mountains, but I couldn't live there."
"Why not?"
"Heights," Tish said. "I hate heights. I always have. I had to cross this rope bridge over a canyon, and I swear they had to sedate me and pull me across on my ass with my eyes closed." Stride laughed. "What about you?"
Tish asked.
"What are you afraid of?"
"Me? I don't know."
"Come on, there must be something," Tish said. "Or do tough guys like you never get scared?"
"I'm afraid of a lot of things."
"Like what?"
"Loss."
She looked at him. "You mean like losing Cindy?"
"I mean like losing anything. I hate endings, goodbyes, funerals, everything like that. The ends of books, the ends of movies, the ends of vacations. I like it when things keep going, but they never do."
"How about you and Serena?"
Tish asked. "What about us?"
"Will the two of you keep going?"
Stride frowned. "Why do you care? Do you need to flesh out our characters in your book?"
"No, it's not that. I think a lot about you and Cindy, so I wondered if Serena makes you happy."
"She does." He was curt.
"I'm sorry, is that too personal?"
He shrugged. "I'm a Minnesotan. We talk about the weather and the Twins, Tish. That's as personal as I get."
"Oh, I forgot,"
Tish said. She added,
"Beautiful day."
"Yeah."
"How about those Twins?"
"This could be their year."
"You're right. This is much better,"
Tish said, smiling. Stride winked and finished his sandwich. He crumpled the wrapper into a ball, got up, and deposited it in a wastebasket 20 yards away. He returned and sat down next to Tish again. "Are you expecting a package?" he asked her.
"What?"
He nodded at the delivery truck parked illegally 50 yards away. "The driver in that van is watching you. He was following your car when you arrived." Tish stared. A face appeared in the window of the truck and then disappeared. The man had wraparound sunglasses and a shaved head. "Can't you do something?" she asked. "I can write him a parking ticket." Tish put down her coffee cup and stripped off her sunglasses. Her face was tense. "Do you recognize him?" Stride asked. "I don't think so." "He knows we've spotted him." The truck engine started like the growl of a tiger. The delivery truck jerked away from the curb and continued north on London Road. Tish watched it until the van disappeared behind a row of brick buildings. "Do you still think I'm paranoid?" she asked. Stride wasn't sure. "Have you noticed the truck before?" "Now that I think about it, I may have seen it a number of times in the last few days." "It may be nothing, but I'll do a check with the delivery company," he said. "Thanks." "I haven't been ignoring you these past couple weeks," he added. "I didn't want to call until I had something more to tell you." "Do you have results back on the DNA tests?" Stride nodded. "I got them from the lab this morning." "And?" He shook his head. "I'm sorry. There was no match." "We collected DNA from the flap of the envelope on the stalker letter that was sent to Laura, and we were able to get a good sample. When we ran it against the state and FBI databases, we came up empty. Whoever he is or was, he's not in our files." "Damn." "It was a long shot." "Let me ask you this," Tish said. "Would Peter Stanhope's DNA be included in a database somewhere?" "I doubt it." "So it could be his DNA and we just don't know it?" "Sure." "Can't we get a court to compel him to provide a sample of DNA?" Tish asked. "Not without probable cause," Stride said. "We would need to have something specific to tie him to the murder." "Laura was killed with his bat," she protested. "That might get us a DNA sample if the crime happened last week and we still had the bat. After 30 years, no judge would grant a motion with what we have today." "You mean because Peter Stanhope has more money than God?" "Frankly, yes. I'm sorry, Tish, but there are certain realities to face here." Tish watched the calm blue water on the lake. A light breeze rippled through her hair. "I can't believe there's nothing we can do. There has to be a way to get a DNA sample from Peter." "There's something else," Stride said. "More bad news." "What?" "This can't go in the book." "Okay. What is it?" "We have additional genetic material from the crime scene. There was semen found near the body. The police kept that fact secret." "You still have the sample? It's still intact?" Stride nodded. "I ran the DNA from the semen. It's not the first time I've done that, but we add thousands of people to those databases every year. It didn't make any difference. There was no match." "Can you compare the semen to the DNA from the stalker note?" Tish asked. "That's the bad news." "What do you mean?" "I did compare the two samples. The DNA in the stalker note doesn't match the semen where Laura's body was found." "That's not good," Tish agreed, frowning. "No. Even if we could get a match to the stalker's DNA, it means we've got someone else at the murder scene. The county attorney wouldn't consider bringing charges against anyone unless we could identify the person who left that semen behind." "Do you have Dada's DNA?" "No." "So it could have been him. We know he was in the woods that night. He could have seen whoever killed Laura." "More likely he killed her himself," Stride reminded her. "Remember, Dada's prints were on the bat. Besides, it's all speculation. We don't know who Dada was or where he went. After 30 years, he's probably dead now. Life expectancy for vagrants like him isn't long." "Do you remember anything that might help us track him down?" "You know as much as I do. He was a Rasta. Dreadlocks, tam, the whole works. He probably wouldn't look anything like that today.
He wasn't old, though, was he? She asked.
No. Early 20s, maybe.
So he could still be alive.
You'd stand a better chance of finding Amelia Earhart. Stride heard the cough of an engine and glanced at the street. He's back, he said.
Who?
The delivery driver. The same truck they had spotted earlier parked on the opposite side of London Road, near Tish's Civic. This time the driver's door opened and a man climbed down. He crossed the street and headed straight for them. He was tall and extremely thin, with pencil legs. He wore the delivery company's uniform, short-sleeved button-down shirt, shorts, and white tennis shoes. "Do you recognize him?" Stride asked. Tish bit her lip.
No.
As he came closer, Stride saw signs of age and dissipation in the driver. He looked like a heavy drinker. He was in his 40s, but his skin was mottled across his bald scalp, and blood vessels had popped in his cheeks and nose, leaving a rosy web. When he pulled off his sunglasses, his pale blue eyes were rimmed in red. His blonde eyebrows were trimmed short. He had a long, narrow face. "Tish?" the driver said, ignoring Stride. "Is that you?" She hesitated.
"Yes, it's me."
"I heard you were back in town."
"Have we met?"
she asked. "It's me, Finn Matheson. I know it's been a long time. I don't look like I did back then, but who does, huh? Remember, I had big curly hair?"
"Oh, Finn, sure. I'm sorry,"
Tish said. She sounded as if she really did know who he was now.
"How are you?"
"I'm getting by. I told Ricky you were in town, and she said I was crazy. But here you are."
"Yes, here I am,"
Tish said. "I heard about the book you're doing."
"That's right."
"I was wondering if we could have lunch or dinner sometime. You know, talk about Laura in the old days. I'd really like that." Tish hesitated.
"Sure, why not?"
"Do you have a cell phone number or something?"
"Of course."
"Hang on," Finn said. He pulled a pen out of his pocket and clicked it open. Stride saw him write Tish on the back of his hand. "Shoot." She rattled off her number, and Finn scribbled it on his skin. "I'll call you," he said.
"Okay."
"You look really good, Tish."
"Thanks."
Finn retreated to his truck without saying anything to Stride. He drove away, waving to Tish through the open window as he did. Tish gave a half-wave in return. "Old friend?" Stride asked.
"Laura's friend more than mine."
"He looks like he's had a hard life."
"Yeah. It wasn't very good back then, either. His older sister, Ricky, was our math teacher. She asked Laura if she'd be willing to tutor him. Finn was into drugs in a big way, very screwed up. Their parents were both dead."
Stride nodded. "I remember Ricky Matheson. She was one of those Nordic blonde teachers, very attractive. The high school boys all had crushes on her."
"I didn't really like her, but Laura did," Tish said. "I was pretty independent, but Laura still wanted a surrogate mother. I thought Ricky was being nice to Laura just to get help for Finn, and that bothered me."
"Why?"
"You saw him. Finn had big problems. Laura wanted to rescue everyone, but she was pretty naive. I told her not to spend so much time with him."
"Did you tell her the same thing about Peter Stanhope?" Stride asked.
"Yes, I did."
"Except she didn't listen." Tish shook her head.
"She did. Laura dumped Peter. He's lying about the two of them dating secretly."
"We have no way to prove that."
"We can prove it with Peter's DNA," Tish insisted. "If you had that,
You could prove that he was stalking Laura by matching it to the note. Stride didn't like what he saw in her face. Let me give you some advice, Tish, as a cop. If you want to write a book, then write a book. But if you try to put yourself in the middle of a police investigation, you could wind up in a lot of trouble. So don't do anything stupid. Chapter 12. Stride checked his voicemail on the drive back to City Hall and found an urgent message waiting for him from the new county attorney for St. Louis County. He parked in his usual spot behind the building, but rather than head directly to his office in City Hall, he headed for the courthouse instead and took the elevator to the 5th floor. The glass doors to the county attorney's office were immediately on the right as he exited the elevator. He asked the receptionist to tell Pat Burns that he was outside. Pat was new to the job. The previous county attorney, Dan Erickson, had resigned in the wake of a scandal during the winter. Stride and Dan had been enemies for years, and he was pleased to see him gone. The county board had taken several months to name a replacement, but had finally turned to Pat Burns, who was the managing partner in the Duluth office of a large Twin Cities corporate law firm. She practiced in white-collar crime and had spent several years in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago before moving to Minnesota. She was tough and smart. Stride wondered why a lawyer earning a partner's income in a corporate law firm would give up hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to prosecute rapists and child pornographers. But he knew the answer boiled down to one word: politics. Like everyone else whose backside graced a county attorney's chair, she had her eyes on higher office. That didn't bother Stride, but it meant that every prosecutorial decision was viewed through the lens of fundraising and vote-getting. He waited 20 minutes before Pat's door opened. She was reading from a legal-sized file folder and looked up at him over half-glasses. "Hello, Lieutenant. Come on in." He had been here once before on a courtesy call 2 weeks earlier. At that point, the office still looked as it did when Dan Erickson was the county attorney. Since then, the masculine touch had been erased. Dan's heavy furniture was gone. Pat preferred glass and Danish maple. The paint was fresh and brightened the room with a peach color. The old carpet had been ripped out and replaced with a light frieze. The whole room smelled of renovation, like a new house. "Very nice," he said. "Thanks. I kept Dan's bottle of Bombay, if that's what you're into. Me, I prefer Chardonnay." "Nothing for me." "Do you mind if I indulge?" "Not at all." "I practiced in London for 2 years after law school. I started out with the European habit of wine over lunch, and I've never been able to break it." She put the file folder down on her desk and took off her reading glasses. She opened a stainless refrigerator, pulled out an open bottle, and poured white wine into a small bell-shaped glass. She took a sip and then waved him toward a desert-colored microfiber sofa on the wall. Above the sofa, on a wooden shelf, was a modern steel sculpture on a cinder-block base. He was wearing jeans, a sport coat, and black boots, and felt underdressed. Pat wore a tailored, cream-colored pantsuit with a low-cut jacket and a white shell. A necklace of interlaced metallic squares dangled above the faint line of her cleavage. Her brown hair was short and coiffed, like an ocean wave breaking over her forehead. She was tall and slim, and Stride knew from her bio that she had turned 40 years old in January. Pat sat on the opposite end of the sofa and crossed her legs. She balanced her wine glass on her knee and inclined her head toward the file folder on her desk. "The widow of that golfer who got killed by lightning last month is suing the county," she told him. "How is that our fault?" Stride asked. "It's not. But a new theory of legal liability is born every day." "Golfers are walking lightning rods," Stride said. "We fry one or two every summer that way." "Exactly. He was on a county golf course, and the wife's attorney says we had insufficient procedures in place to provide shelter from an inevitable and predictable threat." "How about a caution sign with a picture of Ben Franklin?" Stride asked. "Don't give them any ideas," Pat replied, smiling. She added, "Anyway, let's move on to police matters. Is Maggie making progress on the Pieper case?" "Not so far. He hasn't struck again since the incident involving the disabled girl and Gary a couple weeks ago. We're keeping an unmarked vehicle near her house for several hours each night in case he comes back." "Is that likely?" "The father thinks he peeped her once before. He may have a special interest in this girl." "Keep me posted on this case," Pat told him. "Families don't get too upset when drug dealers kill each other, but they feel vulnerable when perverts are peering in the window at their daughters." "Understood." "I'd like to set up a monthly status meeting with you," Pat added, "so we can go over outstanding cases. Okay?" "Of course. I'll set it up with your assistant." "I'm not trying to tread on your turf, but I like to know what's in the pipeline. I don't want to be surprised by headlines or get sandbagged by reporters." "I understand," Stride said. "If anything happens, either K2 or I will call you directly to keep you in the loop." K2 was the departmental nickname for Deputy Chief Kyle Kinnick. "I appreciate it," Pat said. She added, "Peter Stanhope called me this morning." "Oh?" "He's concerned about this reporter Tish Verdure and the book she's writing about an unsolved murder back in the 1970s. There was an article in today's paper." "That's right," Stride said. "This is the kind of thing I need to know about in advance, Lieutenant." She didn't snap at him, but her voice was cool and direct. "Particularly if someone like Peter Stanhope is involved. I don't like to be blindsided when a major campaign contributor calls me to talk about a murder investigation and I don't know anything about it." Stride nodded. "You're right. I apologize. I should have called you when I first met Tish and heard about her project. Candidly, I didn't think that—" Pat cut him off with a wave of her hand. "Never mind. I don't want explanations or excuses. It's done. I just want us to be clear for the future, okay?" "Absolutely." "Now you can tell me about this case. I gather you knew the victim?" "She was my wife's sister." "Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Tell me what happened." Stride sketched out the facts of the case and retraced the investigation for her. He also told her what he knew about Tish's book and about the DNA tests he had run in the past several weeks. Pat sipped her wine and listened carefully to the story. "Peter was asking if we had any plans to reopen an active investigation of this case." "I don't think we have enough evidence to do so," Stride said. "So far, nothing changes the original theory of the crime, which is that Laura was killed by a vagrant. Tish hasn't come up with anything to disprove or discredit that idea." "But you're running tests on physical evidence." Stride nodded. "That's true. If we had made a DNA match to find out who was stalking Laura, or to find out whose semen was near her body, that certainly would have changed things. We'd have new questions to ask, and potentially someone with new information." "Except from what you say, one of the key pieces of physical evidence is missing," Pat said, "namely, the murder weapon. We also don't have any idea how to find this vagrant after 30 years, or know whether he's even still alive. I don't know how we would go about bringing a case against anyone under those circumstances." "Agreed," Stride said. "We've got a lot of suspects and a lot of reasonable doubt." "That means we need to be extremely careful about allowing speculation to make its way into the media. I don't want anyone tried in the press when we have no intention of bringing charges in court." "You mean Peter Stanhope," Stride said. "I mean anyone." Pat paused. "Look, Lieutenant, I'm a practical person. You and I both know that money talks. If I could prove Peter Stanhope was guilty of something, would I throw the book at him? Absolutely. Do I want you to avoid spreading rumors about him if we can't prove he's guilty of anything?
Absolutely. I'd say that about any suspect, but yes, I'm going to be extra careful when it comes to someone who is a friend and supporter. That's life.
I'm well aware of that.
I have no idea what Peter Stanhope was like as a teenager or a young man. All I can tell you is that my firm has been on the other side of his in litigation, and my partners spoke highly of his professionalism.
Understood.
So let's set some ground rules. First, be extremely cautious with what you tell Tish Verger. We don't know her. She's a journalist and potentially a loose cannon. The last thing we need is her turning this into another Martha Moxley case, all right?
Fair enough. He didn't mention that he had just come from a meeting with Tish and that he had already shared something with her that he probably shouldn't, the existence of semen near Laura's body.
Pat held up 2 fingers. Second, we both know that this case could blow up in our faces no matter what we do. If Tish gets someone in the New York media to take an interest, we're going to get hounded with queries. This could wind up on 2020 or Cold Case, national press.
What do you suggest? Stride asked.
I suggest you make sure you know this case inside and out, okay? Go back over everything. Make sure you're able to answer any question that comes up. Revisit the entire investigation, but be discreet.
Stride hesitated.
What is it?
Pat asked. I have some concerns that the original investigation may have been compromised. Pat nodded.
You mean Ray Wallace?
Yes.
Ray was before my time, but I've heard stories. He was a big problem.
Ray was a good cop, but he crossed the line, Stride said. He may have leaped too quickly to a theory of the crime that exonerated Peter Stanhope. He may have made the murder weapon and the original stalker letter disappear.
Well, if Ray screwed the pooch, we should know about it before Tish or someone else gets there ahead of us.
Of course.
One last thing,
Pat said.
Yes? At some point, I may pull the plug. If all we're doing is chasing our tail and it's obvious we're never going to have enough evidence to put someone on trial, then I'm going to shut this down. I'm sorry, I know this girl meant something to you and your late wife. But if we don't find anything new, then you and Tish are both going to have to live with the idea that the case will always be unsolved.
Who Killed Laura Starr? By Tish Verger. Chapter 13. July 5th, 1977. The 3 of us were in our living room on Tuesday afternoon. It was me, my dad, and Johnny. The house had never felt so small. I hadn't slept at all, and the walls felt like they were closing in, and the ceiling was coming down on top of me. I couldn't breathe. The room was baking hot, and so sticky that you broke into a sweat without doing anything at all. We all sat there, not saying a word, watching the dusty stream of sunlight through the front window. Johnny held my hand, and I buried my head in his shoulder. Tears of anger and regret streamed down my dad's face. His face was beet red. He blamed Laura for living when my mom died, and now he blamed her for dying like she did. He had lost another one. My dad. He was never a big man, and year by year he seems to shrink. His dark hair, which was so full and thick when I was a little girl, is mostly gone now. His clothes don't fit, but he won't let me buy new ones, so his white dress shirts balloon at his shoulders. He sits in his recliner in the evenings and reads his leather Bible by the dim light. No ambition any more, just crushed dreams and a tug-of-war with God. I remember how he used to come home from Walls in his sharp pinstriped suits, like a man on top of the world, a man going places. He was going to run that department store some day. That's what he told Mom. Now other men have climbed over his shoulders, and Dad writes newspaper ads for white sales. At 50, he looks 60. You just don't realize how one person depends on another and when they're not there, it's like going off a bridge, and you're falling and falling. I went to Johnny's place, in the middle of the night. He answered the door, and I looked a sight, crying, dotted with blood. He called the police because I couldn't do it. They came and took us back there, and I led them through the woods to the body, but I couldn't go out to the beach. I couldn't see it again. Even the big, tough cops couldn't believe what had been done to her. Things like that don't happen, not here in Duluth. They asked me a lot of questions in a police car parked back in the weeds, and had me repeat over and over what I did and what I saw. I think they could have done that for hours, but Johnny stood up to them and insisted that they take me home. I needed to tell my dad. I needed to stand under the shower and wash away the blood. They took pictures of me first, though, flashbulbs popping in my face out there in the woods. They scraped blood from my skin. I realized that they thought maybe I had done this myself. I had killed her. I didn't understand how anyone could think that. I told them I was innocent. I'm not sure they believed me. "I'm so sorry, Dad," I murmured. I felt a need to take this on myself for his sake. I never should have let her go. Dad didn't look at me. "God's punishment is a terrible thing." "You know I don't want to hear that." "I told Laura she was sinning," he said. I wanted to scream at him, but I didn't. I bit my tongue. This was how he dealt with grief, how he explained awful random things. He had become so hard and unbending over the years, as if standing straight made any difference at all when you were in the path of a tornado, as if lightning somehow distinguished between good and evil. Dad bowed his head and started crying again. I sighed and looked up into Johnny's dark eyes. He kissed my head. We had both grown older overnight, in a lot of ways. I heard a knock on the front door. "I'll get it," I said. The man on the doorstep had bushy red hair and a matching mustache. He wore oversized, wire-rimmed glasses over pale blue eyes. I figured he was in his mid-30s. He was medium height, but heavy and strong, with fingers like thick pork sausages. He wore a plaid sport coat and a white dress shirt that bulged out over his belt. No tie, open collar, and a fuzz of red chest hair. He wore flared denims and muddy dress shoes. I saw splotchy stains on his shoes. I wondered if it was blood. "I'm Detective Inspector Ray Wallace," he told me. "Duluth Police." "Come in," I said. Wallace walked with a limp. He followed me into the living room, and I sat down next to Johnny again. Wallace introduced himself to my dad, who didn't get out of his recliner. Wallace's eyes shot around the room as he pulled out a dining-room chair and sat down. You just know when somebody is smart, and Wallace was smart. "I'm very sorry for your loss, Mr. Starr," Wallace said. My dad used a handkerchief to blow his nose, and then folded it and replaced it in his pocket. He laid his hands on his knees and didn't say anything. "I'm trying to find out exactly what happened to her, sir," Wallace continued. Dad still didn't say a word. He stared blankly into the dust. "I didn't do it," I blurted out, filling the silence. To a cop, that must be like lighting up a big sign that says, "I did it, I did it." Wallace smiled with his lips, not his teeth. His mustache wriggled like a red worm. "No one is saying you did, young lady." He looked at Johnny. "And who's this?" "I'm John Stride. I'm Cindy's boyfriend." "Nice to meet you, John. Why don't you head on home now, okay?" Johnny pushed himself off the sofa and shook Wallace's hand. There was something different about him right then, something I'd never seen before, something mature and attractive. I could see them sizing each other up like men do. If Cindy says she didn't do it, you can take that to the bank. And I'm staying. I was there last night. Wallace got a little glint in his eyes. Suit yourself. Johnny sat back down. I said, "It's just that they were taking pictures, and I had blood on me because I stepped in it, and I picked up the bat because I thought I heard someone in the woods." "You picked up the bat?" Wallace asked. "Yes." "So we'll find your fingerprints on it." "Oh, hell." "Yes, I guess so." "Okay, that's good to know. It's Cindy, right?" "Yes." "Did you get along with your sister, Cindy?" "Yes, of course I did." "Because sisters have been known to fight from time to time." "Sure, sometimes, but never anything serious." My dad stirred from his gloom and interrupted. "What's this all about, Wallace? You're out of your head if you're accusing my daughter." Wallace adjusted his glasses on his face with his thumb and index finger. "I'm not accusing anybody, Mr. Starr. I'm just gathering information." He turned back to me. "Cindy, do you still have the clothes you were wearing last night?" "Yes." "Did you wash them?" "No, they're in a basket." "We're going to need those, okay? I'll have to take them with me." "Okay, sure." "And shoes." "I wasn't wearing shoes." "Ah." Wallace pulled a Polaroid snapshot from his shirt pocket. "This is you last night, right?" "Right." "There's some blood around your hands and on your legs and feet." "Yes, I know. I told you I stepped—" Wallace shook his head. "It's okay. Don't worry. The lab people tell me whoever did this would have been drenched in blood. I mean drenched, head to toe, not a little around the edges." He looked at William Starr. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't mean to be so graphic. What I'm saying is that we already concluded that it was very unlikely that Cindy was involved. But I like to see people's faces before I draw my own conclusions." "If you want to blame anyone, blame me," Dad announced. Wallace shifted, and the wooden chair squealed. He looked curious. "What do you mean, sir?" "I mean, first it was my wife, and now my daughter. They're both dead. It doesn't matter who held the bat. It was God who killed her." "I don't believe God kills 18-year-old girls," Wallace said. "You're wrong. He does it all the time, every day. Sinners get punished." "I see." Wallace's voice became flat and cold. "Mr. Starr, your neighbors overheard you shouting at Laura the night before she was killed." I saw Dad's fingers tighten on the Bible in his lap. "Yes, we argued sometimes." "What was the fight about?" "I wanted her to stay on God's path." "But she didn't?" Wallace asked. "Not always." "In what way?" "That's between me and Laura," Dad snapped. "How can you ask me that when God is deciding the fate of her soul right now?" Wallace didn't like that answer. "Mr. Starr, did you know Laura wasn't home last night?" "Yes, I went to her room around 10 o'clock and she wasn't there." "What did you do?" "Nothing. I went to bed." "Did you know where Laura had gone?" "No." "Did you stay up to wait for her?" "Yes, but I fell asleep." "Were you home all night?" "Of course, I just told you that." "Did you talk to anyone?" "No." Wallace nodded. "Mr. Starr, did you ever hit your daughter?" Dad bolted out of his chair, trembling. His white shirt fluttered. I hadn't seen him move so quickly in years. "How dare you!" Wallace didn't shrink. "You heard the question, sir." "Never!" my dad insisted. "Sometimes fights get out of hand." "I never touched her." Wallace eyed me. It was as if, without saying it flat out, he wanted me to tell him yes or no, pass the secret silently between us. He wanted to know if it was true, if Dad had ever struck Laura, or me. I met his gaze. "My father wouldn't do that," I said. Wallace nodded. That was enough for now. I told myself that I was right, because I knew my father had never lifted a hand against me, and I didn't believe he had ever done so to Laura. Even so, I couldn't get Laura's voice out of my head. What if Dad were abusing me? Could you kill him? I said nothing about that. Wallace kept his attention on me. "Cindy, you've gone over with my men what happened last night. I'm going to ask you to repeat some of it for me." "Sure," I said. "I know you've been through hell, and I know how hard this is for you." "Thank you." "Please tell me again exactly what you did last night and everything that happened right up until the time when the police responded to the call. Don't leave anything out." So I told him. Well, I told him some of it. There were things I left out, about me and Johnny that night, and other things, too. Johnny chimed in along the way, about Peter and the baseball game, about the storm, and Peter's bat lying in the field. I could see Wallace's mind working furiously whenever Peter Stanhope's name came up, like part of him was with us and part of him was somewhere else. I wasn't stupid. We were practically accusing the son of one of the richest men in the city of murder. A cop hears that, and he looks for a place to run. Wallace found that place right away, a black man in the woods. "So you and Laura thought someone was watching you," he said when we were done. Nothing about the stalker note, nothing about Laura and Peter dating and then breaking up because Peter was demanding sex, nothing about the bat or the threats against Laura he made during the game. "Yes." "It couldn't have been Peter Stanhope, though, right? Because he was still in the baseball field with John here when you heard somebody." Johnny and I looked at each other. We both nodded. "You're sure it was marijuana you smelled?" I glanced at my dad. "I've never used it, but I know what it smells like." "Did you see this black guy that John talked about?" "I didn't see anyone." Wallace looked at Johnny. "You must have seen this guy, this vagrant, in almost the same place where the girls were, right?" "Within 100 yards or so," Johnny said. "Okay. Tell me more about this guy with the dreadlocks." "They call him Dada." Wallace wet his lips with his tongue. Whoa here. You know who this guy is? You've seen him before?" Johnny nodded. "He hangs out by the tracks in the harbor, where the trains head south." "What were you doing down in that area?" "It's somewhere to go," Johnny said. I knew why he went there. It was his private spot, his getaway, his place to think. Johnny told me he liked to hike down there among the wanderers who came and went, eluding the police and the railway security. In his head, Johnny felt like a traveler, too, homeless. "Okay, so who is this guy?" "I first saw him a month ago. He was in the woods down near Raleigh Street, where it heads out across the Arrowhead Bridge. The others are scared of him because he's so big. They think he's some kind of ghost." Wallace snorted. "Ghost?" "Most of the guys down there are a little crazy. They see someone like Dada. It's easy to believe almost anything." "Is he violent?" "I don't know. I've only seen him a couple times." "Can you show me where you saw him?" Johnny nodded. "Yeah, I think so. He moves around, though. They all do." "If he killed a girl, he probably took the first train south," Wallace said. "My guess is he's long gone." He stood up. His right leg, the one that limped, looked stiff. He rubbed his knee, and I saw him grimace in pain. "I think that's all for now," he said. Then he looked at Johnny. "I could use your help, John. Do you have time to come with me?" Johnny looked at me, and I nodded. "Sure." Wallace cinched up his slacks over his stomach. I was disappointed. He was leaping at the idea that some stranger did this, even though Laura had been receiving threats for months, even though Peter Stanhope's bat killed her. Money talks. "So you're going after this man, Dada?" my dad asked. He believed it, too. Everyone did. No one wanted to think about the alternative, because it was too complicated, too scary. "Nope," Wallace said. "I mean, we will, but not yet." I stared at him, surprised. But maybe I shouldn't have been. After all, he was smart. "The first thing I want to do is get the truth out of Peter Stanhope," Wallace said.
Chapter 14. Ray Wallace. For years, he had been Stride's best friend, his mentor on the police force. It was as if, in the restless months he spent after losing his father, he had been waiting to find someone who could give him a new direction. Later, Stride discovered that when you put someone on a pedestal, they're almost certain to break when they fall. He still remembered the first question he had asked Ray when they walked out the door of Cindy's house on July 5th, 1977. "So what's with the limp?" Ray stopped with his hand on the driver's door of his Camaro. "Vietnam," he said. "I took a bullet in the knee." "Oh, man." "Yeah, it was a bitch, but you know what? After something like that, it's hard to get bent out of shape about any of the bad stuff that life throws at you." Stride would remember that comment for years, right up until the moment that Ray shot him. "I like the way you stood up for your girlfriend, John," Ray said as he started the car. "Cindy didn't do anything wrong," Stride told him. "I think you're right, but she's not giving me the whole story either. She's not a liar. I didn't say she was, but there's a difference between lying and leaving out part of the truth, you know?" Stride was silent. Ray steered with one hand, with his elbow balanced on the Camaro's open window. He sucked cold coffee under his red mustache with the other hand. "Do you think you'll figure out who killed Laura?" Stride asked. "I hope so. I'll tell you right now, though, it won't be easy. From what you say, there were a lot of people in the woods. That means a lot of suspects and a lot of crap for a defense lawyer to throw around in court. Unless someone saw something, we might never know the truth. And the fact is that truth is as slippery as ice sometimes." Warm summer air blew through the open windows. The car engine roared as Ray stepped on the gas. "I have to make a stop first," he said. He drove along the lakeshore on London Road until he reached the Glensheen mansion, where he turned into the Mammoth Estate's main driveway. Stride saw several police vehicles parked inside. Ray shut down the engine and got out, then leaned back through the window of the Camaro. "Wait here for a minute, okay?" Stride saw Ray approach another detective who was standing with 2 or 3 uniformed officers in the middle of the driveway. The huge red brick mansion with its 3 distinctive peaks was visible through the trees. Ray lit a cigarette. Stride could hear the murmur of conversation, but couldn't make out the words. He guessed what they were talking about. A week earlier, the heiress to the Congdon mining fortune, Elizabeth Congdon, and her live-in nurse had both been found murdered inside the mansion, one suffocated, one bludgeoned. The papers said the motive was robbery, but Stride had already heard rumors floating around the city that the murders might have involved a member of Congdon's family and an estate worth tens of millions of dollars. 15 minutes later, Ray got back in the car. "Money," he said. "It makes the world go around."
Did you arrest someone? Ray winked and looked pleased. Keep an eye on the papers. He turned the Camaro around. It's not a good year for the filthy rich, Ray said. In May, they found that woman in Indianapolis, Marjorie Jackson, shot in the stomach and $5 million stashed around her house. I mean, can you imagine keeping your money in your vacuum cleaner bag? Now we lose Mrs. Congdon. Sometimes you wonder if it's really worth it having all that dough. Like Randall Stanhope, Stride said. Ray nodded. Yeah. I think Peter killed Laura, Stride told him. Yeah? Why is that? It was his bat. I think he attacked her in the softball field, and she managed to get away, and he chased her up to the North Beach. Say you're right, Ray said. How do you prove it? Maybe someone saw him. Ray spilled coffee on his pants, and he dabbed at the stain with his fingers. Maybe. But we need to find a witness first, and that witness has to be willing to testify against the son of one of the richest men in the city. Don't kid yourself. Most witnesses won't do that. So you're saying we can't touch him? I'm not saying that at all, but sometimes you know in your head that someone is guilty, and you still can't make a case. Oh, and keep your opinions to yourself, John. When we're inside the house, don't speak unless I tell you to speak. Got it? Sure. Why do you want me along anyway? Ray smiled. 3 reasons. First, I want Randall to think Peter is just another witness, not a suspect, and having you there will help me sell that idea. Second, I think Peter is less likely to lie if you're in the room, because he's not sure what you saw. And the third? Stride asked. Third, I don't want anyone to think I gave Peter a free ride because of his daddy's money. You're my backup, John. Welcome to the police force. It was the kind of estate that reeked of old money, robber baron money. The house and its grounds were surrounded by a fence made of iron spikes, with intermittent stone columns that matched the mottled field stones of the mansion. The brooding estate itself was a quarter-mile inside the fir trees, nearly invisible from the road. Ray stopped at the 2-story gatehouse and announced himself at the intercom. A minute later, an iron fence swung silently open. He drove through the trees and parked under the mansion's porte-cochere. Stride had never been this close. He glimpsed fountains in the rear, trimmed globe bushes, a fenced tennis court. The Tudor estate towered above him in sharp peaks, dozens of chimney stacks and red Duluth stone. Most of the chambered windows were swathed in thick curtains. Did Randall build all this? Stride asked. Ray shook his head. No, this is turn-of-the-century stuff. Before income taxes, know what I mean? For a while in those days, Duluth had more tonnage running through its harbor than New York. We were number 1. A handful of families like the Stanhopes and the Congdons got very, very rich. And now? Now they're doing everything they can to hold on to it. A maid greeted them at the door and showed them to a library on the other side of the vaulted foyer. Stride felt self-conscious, wearing shorts and a white baseball jersey. His sneakers slipped on the marble. Inside the library he noticed squared beams stretching the length of the ceiling, wheat-colored wall coverings, and an oriental rug overlaying a hardwood floor. One wall featured hand-carved bookshelves, lined with old volumes of ship logs from the 1800s. He saw oil paintings of old men in suits. Maybe I should go, Stride said. Don't be intimidated, Ray replied. These people belch, fart, and have bad breath like everyone else. They heard laughter from the doorway and smelled cigar smoke. Do I? I guess I should never have had the puttanesca for lunch. It was Randall Stanhope. Stride had never seen him in person, only on television and in photographs in the newspaper. He was smaller than he expected, no more than 5'8".
He had trimmed gray hair and boxy black glasses, and like the men in the paintings on the wall, he wore a three-piece dark suit. In his left hand he held a low-ball glass filled with ice and an amber-colored drink. In his right hand he pinched a cigar between his thumb and index finger. "You're Ray Wallace, is that right? The chief has told me a lot about you. Says you're an up-and-comer in the department. I like that." "Thank you, sir." "Who's the boy?" Stanhope asked, fixing his blue eyes on Stride. "This is John Stride," Ray said. "He was in the park with Peter last night. He's helping me to recreate what happened that led to the death of this young girl, and I thought Peter could fill in some details where John wasn't around." Stanhope smiled. "You're a baseball player, like my son." Stride nodded. "That's right." "Well, good." Stanhope turned to Ray. "I hear they're about to pick up Elizabeth Congdon's son-in-law for the murders at Glen Sheen. Quick work." "That's actually not public yet, sir." "Oh, I know, but the mayor called me. Nasty business." "Yes, sir." "But I know that's not why you're here." "No, sir. Is Peter in the house? I'd like to ask him a few questions." "Absolutely. I was horrified to learn about this girl's murder. Brutal thing. Naturally, Peter will tell you everything he can. This girl was a friend of his, and he's anxious to help you find out who killed her." "I appreciate that," Ray said. "Tell me something honestly, Detective. You don't for one moment consider my boy to be a suspect, do you?" "I don't really have enough information to consider anyone a suspect, sir," Ray replied. Stanhope smiled. Ray smiled back. "The sheriff was right in calling you a smart man, Detective." "Thank you, sir." "I've talked to Peter in detail about this incident myself. I believe he can help you identify the guilty party." Ray's eyebrows shot up. "He saw who killed Laura?" "Not the crime itself, but when you hear his story, I think you'll feel as I do." "I'd like to talk to him." "Of course. Peter?" Peter Stanhope sauntered into the library. He had been waiting outside. His blond hair was washed and combed. He was close-shaven. He wore dress pants, a white shirt, a tie, and a tweed blazer. Stride noticed deep scratches on Peter's broad, freckled face and a misshapen, purplish bruise on his forehead. Peter's gait was stilted and stiff. He shoved his hands in his pockets and grimaced in pain. Behind Peter, the same maid who had answered the front door entered the library silently and handed Randall Stanhope a large cardboard box. She left, and Stanhope passed the box to Ray. "Peter's clothes from last night," Stanhope said. "Unwashed. Plenty of mud and grass stains, but as you will see, no blood, other than perhaps a little of his own. I anticipated that would be one of your first concerns, so I made sure we preserved the evidence." Ray crooked a finger at Stride, who peered into the box. He took a quick glance at the clothes and nodded. The clothes in the box were the same clothes Peter had been wearing the night before. "What happened to you, Peter?" Ray asked. "Someone kicked the shit out of me. What does it look like?" Peter snapped. "Peter!" his father interrupted sternly. Stanhope turned to Ray. "I'm sorry. Peter is very upset about what happened." "Of course." "You see, Peter and Laura were lovers." Stride opened his mouth to protest, then clamped it shut. Ray folded his arms and studied Peter, who was leaning uncomfortably against the bookcase. "Is that true, Peter?" Peter shrugged. "Yeah." "For how long?" "A couple months." "Her sister told me that Laura broke up with you. She said you were pressuring Laura for sex, and Laura said no." "I hear yes a lot more than I hear no." "That's not an answer." "Laura wanted to keep it a secret, her and me. She didn't want anyone to know." "Why is that?" "Who knows? Girls are weird that way. Maybe she didn't want everyone asking her for favors, you know. When people hear my last name, they want stuff." "So what happened last night?" Peter glanced at Stride. There was a big storm up there. It washed out the ball game, and I went running for my car. I waited there until the rain had mostly stopped, and then I went back into the field. Why? I knew Laura would be coming. Did the two of you arrange to meet? Was this a date? We didn't plan anything in advance, but I saw her in the field with her sister. She gave me a look. I knew what she meant. She was telling me to hang around so we could get together. A look? Ray asked. Yeah, a look. Okay, go on. I heard her coming, so I surprised her, came up behind her. She freaked out for a minute because she didn't know who it was. That was when she scratched me. He touched his face. She scratched you by accident. Exactly. Then what? Then we started making out. I mean, when she realized it was me, she was really sorry. She said she had heard someone in the woods earlier and she was scared. Then we started kissing and we lay down in the grass and, well, you know. No, I don't know, Ray said. We were going to have sex. Right there in the softball field? Sure. And did you? Peter shook his head. No. We were rolling around in the grass and we were starting to get our clothes off, and that's when it happened. What happened? This guy attacked us? What guy? I don't know who he was. Some big black guy. What did this guy do? He hit me with my baseball bat. How did he get your bat? I left it in the field. He must have picked it up. He hit me in the back. The doc says I've got some broken ribs. Then he yanked me off Laura. I mean, he picked me up like I was a rag doll. This guy was strong. Laura screamed, and I saw her run for the woods trying to get away. He started after her. He still had the bat in his hand. I got up and took a swing at him, and he punched me in the head with his fist, knocked me out cold, flat on my back. That's all I remember. Ray looked at him. What happened when you woke up? How long were you out? I don't know. 15 minutes, maybe. Where was Laura? Where was this black guy? They were both gone. Didn't you look for her? Peter shuffled his feet. No. This girl is your lover, and some guy chased her into the woods and you woke up and just left? I panicked. I was scared to death. Randall Stanhope interrupted. I'm sorry, Detective. Obviously, my son should have made efforts to see if his girlfriend was safe. I'm very disappointed in his behavior. Peter's eyes flashed with anger. Hey, what could I do? If I'd gone after him, I'd be dead now, too. Is that what you want? Shut up, Peter, his father told him. Let's get back to this man who assaulted you, Ray said. What else do you remember about him? Peter shrugged. He was big, like a bear. I think he had dreadlocks. Have you ever seen him before? No. Ray nodded. John saw a black man matching this description in the woods that night, too. Ah, Randall said. Well, that's good. Another witness. Do you think you'll be able to find him? John says he's a vagrant who lives down by the tracks, Ray said. Oh, so you've seen him before? Randall asked Stride. Stride nodded. Isn't that lucky? Randall said. Detective, I hope you can apprehend him. Of course, I know that these people are often desperate itinerants. I wouldn't be surprised if he's long gone by now. He must know that the police will be on his trail. No doubt, Ray said. Do you need anything else from Peter right now? Ray shook his head. Not for the moment. That's good. Do you have another minute, Detective? I'd like to share something with you privately. Ray rubbed his mustache and nodded at Stride. He tossed him the keys to the Camaro, which Stride caught in mid-air. Wait outside for me, okay, John? I won't be long. Play the radio if you like. Stride and Peter left the room together. The waning sunlight gathered through the high windows in the vault of the foyer, but where the two boys were, the room was filled with dusty shadows. Stride heard a clock ticking. A gamey smell of venison rose from the downstairs kitchen. Peter escorted him silently to the front door, and Stride felt a frozen tension between them. You weren't dating Laura, Stride said. "What are you, a cop? Leave it alone."
"Did you kill her?"
"No, I didn't, you asshole. Get the hell out of here." Peter yanked the heavy door open. Stride shoved past him and heard the door slam as soon as he had cleared the threshold. He kicked at the loose gravel, then bent down and picked up a loose rock and hurled it into an oval duck pond. He walked past Ray's Camaro and found a black wrought iron bench in the gardens, where he sat down, his long legs stretched out. He waited. Silhouettes of birds flitted among the fir trees. The air outside was humid, and he began to sweat. 20 minutes later, the front door opened again, and Ray came out alone. Ray lit a cigarette and strolled over to the bench. "Hey, John. Sorry that took so long." "No problem." Ray exhaled a cloud of white smoke. "So, what do you think?"
"I think Peter is lying."
"Maybe," Ray said. "But his story about this guy Dada tracks with what you saw. You didn't spot this guy until after the storm hit and you left the softball game, right?"
"Right."
"Any chance Peter saw him hanging around before the game?"
"Not likely,"
Stride said. "I was already in the field when Peter arrived, and I didn't see Dada anywhere around there." "So Peter must have seen him after you did, after the storm, when Laura was coming back to the softball field." "I guess so," Stride said. "Do you think Laura could have been hiding her affair with Peter?" Stride frowned. "I think Cindy would have known. Sisters don't always tell sisters everything." "Well, yeah, that's true. Cindy and Laura weren't best pals or anything. But Peter didn't make it sound like he was dating Laura when he talked to me during the game." "That could be him keeping it secret." "Maybe." Stride wasn't convinced. "Anyway, can you stay with me a while longer? I could use your help again." "Sure," Stride said. Ray reached inside his sport coat and withdrew a long-barreled revolver. He opened the chamber and checked it. Stride could see the silver jackets of bullets loaded inside. Ray spun and locked it with a solid click and shoved it back in his shoulder holster. "Okay, then," Ray said. "Let's go get Dada." Chapter 15. Donna Biggs pulled off Highway 23 near the river overlook at Perch Lake Park. She shut off the car and sat silently by the water, which was drenched in the orange glow of the dying sunlight. The river here was broken up by narrow swirls of land, like chocolate ribbons dropped into vanilla cake batter. From the bank at Fond du Lac, it was a cool 100-foot swim with the stars overhead to the beaches and birch trees of the nearest island. She remembered midnight skinny dipping here as a teenager, when a dozen or more kids would steal off from the fishing pier to drink, smoke weed, and have awkward sex in the sand. She and Clark had hooked up for the first time on one of those nights. Mary tugged at her sleeve, demanding attention. "Mama?" Donna knew what her daughter wanted. They had made a ritual of these stops on Friday nights, a few final, peaceful moments together before the lonely weekend.
"Would you like to sit by the river for a while?"
she asked. Mary's head bobbed vigorously.
"Come on, then."
They were only a few miles from Clark's home in Gary. She was late dropping Mary off, and Clark had already called twice, wondering where she was. Usually Donna had Mary at his house in time for the two of them to go to dinner, but tonight she had had to work late, and she stopped at McDonald's to get Mary some chicken nuggets and French fries because she was hungry. Donna herself didn't eat at all. She felt tired and nauseous. By the time she had packed Mary's bag and got on the road, it was after 8 o'clock. Mary clambered out of the car and ran in her gangly way toward the water.
"Careful, honey, not too close,"
Donna called. She stretched her legs and took a seat on an old wooden bench. When she looked through the maze of trees to her right, she squinted into the sinking sun. On her left, A narrow dirt trail climbed away from the river. Thin green vines and white flowers dangled over the path, blowing off pollen dust in the warm breeze. Honeybees buzzed near her face, and she shooed them away with a flip of her hand. Mary chased a monarch butterfly with orange and black wings. The fluttering insect dotted up and down, and Mary held out a finger, hoping it would land there. She ran back and forth, following the butterfly until it disappeared over the water. "Come sit by me, sweetheart," Donna told her. Mary plopped down heavily on the bench. Donna wrapped an arm around her big girl's shoulder and pulled Mary's head into the crook of her neck. She kissed the girl's blonde curls and poked a finger into her cheek. Mary giggled. They were an odd mismatch of mother and daughter. Mary got all her tall, heavy genes from Clark. Donna was small, at least 6 inches shorter than Mary and 50 pounds lighter. She knew it looked strange, this oversized teenager clinging to the tiny hand of her mother. Mary was still a child. Donna was the one who had gotten older and more conscious of the burden of being a parent. It was one thing to care for a child when you were 25, and something else altogether when you were almost 40. Donna was still dressed for the office. She worked as a legal secretary in a small Wisconsin law firm, where they insisted she wear business suits and keep her sandy hair fashionably styled. The salary and benefits were good, though, and the firm gave her flexibility when Mary needed special care. She had worked there for 5 years, ever since she and Clark split up. Security was a trade-off for the long hours and loneliness in her life. "Did you see that?" Donna asked, pointing at a splash in the water and the widening ripples. "That was a fish." "Fish," Mary said. "Would you like to be a fish?" Donna asked. "You could swim underwater and make friends with turtles. Maybe you could even be a mermaid with a big fish tail. Wouldn't that be funny?" "Fish," Mary said again. Donna smiled. She held Mary's hand, and they sat watching the hawks circle above them and the boats come and go lazily on the river. They counted birds in the trees. Donna picked a wildflower and let Mary pluck the petals. Half an hour passed as easily as the water at their feet, and the sun eased below the trees. Golden sparkles on the water became shadows. It was time to go. Clark was waiting, and it wasn't fair to be so late. He missed Mary. Donna missed Clark, too. She kept waiting for her love for him to die out completely, but instead it was the bitterness of their breakup that had begun to seem distant and unimportant. They had both been desperate, unable to cope with Mary together. When she saw him now, she found herself drawn all over again to his courage and his solemn manner. She had even allowed herself to stay over a few weeks ago, to climb back into their bed. They hadn't talked about it. She had slipped away in the morning before Clark awoke, not because it felt like a mistake, but because she was scared that Clark didn't feel the same way. "Hey, Mary!" Someone shouted a faraway greeting from the highway behind her. Donna looked back and saw a teenage boy about Mary's age hurtling down the sharp hill on a bicycle. He waved madly at them, his face cracked into a grin, his black hair twisting in the currents of air. She recognized him, a neighbor boy from her years in Gary, who lived 2 blocks away from their old house. He was an adopted Korean child, squat and strong. He loved Mary and had played with her growing up. As they got older, he was one of the few boys who didn't make fun of her retardation. Mary saw him, too. "Charlie! Charlie!" Charlie veered across the highway. His wide backside hung over the bike's banana seat. He yanked back on the handlebars, hiking the front wheel off the road, showing off the way boys do. Mary squealed with delight. Donna heard the skid of rubber as Charlie braked hard. The bike slowed, and tread burned off into the highway in a black streak. Through the screech of the tire, she also heard rocks scraping on the ground. Loose gravel. Her breath caught in her chest before she could shout a warning. The bike's front tire rose higher like a whale breaching, and the back tire spilled out underneath it. In the next instant it was airborne. Charlie flew too. The bike bounced, clanged, and made circles as it crashed on the pavement, its spokes spinning like tops. Charlie's hands and legs stretched out in an X in midair. He soared and snapped down head first, bone on asphalt. And even 50 yards away the sound popped through the brittle air like a firecracker. He lay still in the middle of the highway. "Charlie!" Mary wailed. Donna bolted upright. She stood paralyzed, her face swinging back and forth between Charlie and Mary. Her instinct was to run and help, but her instinct was also never to leave her daughter alone. She bent down and grabbed Mary's face between her hands and spoke softly but firmly. "Mary, you sit right here. Do not move, okay? Do not move. Sit right here. Please, baby, I need you to understand. Show me you understand." Mary's eyes were filled with confusion and glassy tears. She didn't move. "That's good, baby. You sit right there. You don't move." Donna sprinted for the highway, fumbling with her cell phone and punching the numbers 911 as she ran. Her work clothes felt clumsy. Her blouse came untucked from her skirt. She lost her balance as her high heels tripped her up, and she swore and kicked them off. Rocks chewed at her nylons and cut her feet. When she reached Charlie, she murmured a prayer as she watched the bloodstains spreading like a cancer under the boy's head. She craned her neck to stare up and down the highway, which was dark now in the deepening twilight. There were no cars approaching from either direction. She spotted a silver RAV4 parked on the shoulder a quarter-mile to the north, but she didn't see anyone inside. She was alone. Donna saw Mary, still on the bench, her thumb in her mouth. She heard the 911 operator in her ear and was relieved to hear another person's voice. She took a breath and swallowed down her panic. She tried to remember exactly where she was, but the names of the streets and towns didn't come. For an instant, she could have been anywhere on Earth. Then the location burbled out of her brain, and she stuttered, trying to relay it. The operator was annoyingly calm, asking her the same questions over and over, making Donna repeat herself. "I need help," she insisted. "Get me some help." The operator finally told her what she wanted to hear. The police were on their way. An ambulance was on its way. Everyone was coming. Stay with him. Donna heard moaning at her feet. Charlie was waking up, trying to move his limbs. "No, no, stay still," she murmured. She didn't know if he heard her. She got on her knees on the highway and took his hand. It was limp. He didn't squeeze back. "Stay still." His eyes were closed. He tried to turn his head, and she put her lips next to his ear. Her hand was in his blood. "Don't move. Stay right there, Charlie. Help's coming." She listened for the sirens. Where were they? She took another glance up and down the highway, looking for headlights, afraid that the cars wouldn't see her and Charlie in the gloom until it was too late to steer around them. Her cell phone rang. She answered it with sticky fingers and heard Clark's voice. "Where the hell are you? This is so damn unfair, Donna." Words spilled out of her mouth. She couldn't slow them down. "Clark, get down here now." "What's going on? Is it Mary?" "Just come now. I'm on the highway south of town. Come right now." God bless him, he didn't ask any more questions. The phone was dead. He was already gone and on his way. When you needed him, Clark always came through. That was why she had loved him for so long. All she had to do was wait. Wait for the sirens. Wait for Clark. Donna turned over. Crouching on the ground, she couldn't see the bench by the river where Mary was sitting. She didn't want to call Mary's name and risk her wandering into the road. She laid Charlie's hand on the pavement. "I'm still here," she told him. Donna stood up. "Oh, my God!" she screamed. The wooden bench was empty in the shadows. She didn't see Mary anywhere. Donna tore at her hair. Blood smeared on her face. She looked everywhere, at her car, at the trees, at the path that disappeared up the riverbank. "Mary! Mary!" She screamed over and over, but she didn't see her beautiful girl. "Oh, God, someone help me! Help! Mary!" A baby rabbit, no bigger than Mary's fist, poked its nose out of the goldenrod and hopped into the middle of the dirt trail. Mary wanted to hold it so she could feel better. She had held a rabbit before, and its fur was soft on her fingers, and its warm little body made her happy. She got up and crept toward the path, laying each foot down softly and quietly. The rabbit watched her come. Its big, dark eyes blinked at her. Its nose smelled her. The animal took 2 more hops, turning its white puffball tail toward Mary. They began a little dance, Mary taking a step, the rabbit taking a hop, as if they were playing with each other.
"Bunny," Mary cooed. "Here, Bunny."
She followed it up the trail. She looked down at her feet, not at the trees or the river, and not at the highway, which soon disappeared from view behind her. She didn't notice it was getting dark. The bunny led her away, a hop at a time, and when it finally shot north on the trail and disappeared, Mary ran, trying to catch it. She called out for the bunny in a murmur and hunted in the brush. It was gone, but when she jumped into a patch of wildflowers, she flushed another butterfly, which floated just out of her reach. She forgot about the rabbit and followed the butterfly instead. She forgot about Charlie, too, and Mama. She didn't think about being alone because the butterfly was with her. It wasn't until the butterfly soared off into the treetops that Mary stopped and looked around her and realized that no one was close to her anymore. It was nearly dark inside the trees. She could see the river down the bank below her, but the dancing dots of sunlight were gone, and the water looked black. Mary stood in the middle of the trail, not knowing what to do. She bit her lip and blinked. Tears dripped down her cheeks. "Mama?" She didn't dare speak loudly. She didn't know who would hear her. She wished the bunny would come back. Somewhere below her, awfully far away, she thought she heard Mama's voice. Mary didn't know how to find her, and she was afraid that Mama would be angry at her for running away. She had done that before, and Mama always got upset, although she hugged her hard. Mary wanted a hug right now. She heard noises in the woods. Her eyes grew wide. She hoped it would be Mama or Charlie or Daddy, and that they had come to get her and take her home. She took a step backward and laced her fingers together over her stomach. It was hard to see anything at all now, just shadows that were like the night outside her bedroom window. She looked up, wanting to see the sky, but the branches drooped like arms over her head, and she didn't like it at all. The noises got louder. She cried harder and whimpered, "I'm sorry." The trees moved. They were alive. Mary saw a man climb out of the trees, not even 10 feet away from her. He reached out his hands toward her the way a monster would, but it wasn't Charlie or Daddy. He was a stranger, and she couldn't speak, she couldn't scream, because she wasn't supposed to talk to strangers. Not at all, not ever. She didn't want to look at him. She thought if she closed her eyes, he would go away, like a bad dream. But when she did, and she opened them to slits, he was still there, and he was coming closer. When he was close enough that she could see his face, her mouth fell open in a terrible oh, because this man was worse than a stranger. He was the man outside her window, the man who scared her. Him, he said something to her. He moved toward her, his grasping arms outstretched. No! Mary ran, falling as she did, then getting up and crying. She didn't look behind her. She never wanted to see the man again, never wanted to see his face, never wanted to feel him watching her, never wanted to find him outside her window. She wanted Mama and Daddy to make him go away. She wanted to wake up and be in her bed. She couldn't see anything in front of her as she ran. She didn't know where she was. She knew only that the world was going down, that the branches and brush grabbed at her like the hands of monsters, that she heard animals breathing and snorting. The ground under her feet became a dark pool of quicksand. Water. She was in water. She was in the river. Then there was no ground under her feet at all, and she was sinking. Chapter 16. Stride slid open a small cubbyhole inside the cabinet of his desk. The drawer was empty except for a photograph, which Stride removed and held at the corner between his thumb and forefinger. The picture was more than 10 years old. It showed 2 men, dressed in suits, standing in front of a brick fireplace at the Kitsch, which was the private club where the movers and shakers of Duluth sipped martinis, ate red meat, and decided the city's future. Stride was the man on the left. Next to him was Ray Wallace, with an arm around Stride's shoulder and a smile as big as the lake. It was the night Stride had been named to lead the city's detective bureau. Ray was the police chief. He could see paternal pride in Ray's eyes. There was nothing fake about that glow. Ray had guided every step of his career from his earliest days on the police force. That night at the Kitsch, Ray told him that the only thing that would ever make him happier was the day he could hand the keys to the chief's office to Stride as he retired. 2 years later, Ray drilled a bullet through Stride's shoulder. He used the same long-barreled revolver he had kept in pristine condition since his own days as a detective, the same gun he had used to hunt Dada. While Stride watched, bleeding, from the floor of Ray's cabin, Ray took that revolver, put the barrel in his mouth under his droopy red mustache, and blew out most of his brains through the back of his skull. Looking back, Stride knew he should have seen the signs. He could see them in the photograph as he stared at it. Ray was heavy. His cheeks were florid from the 4 scotches he drank at dinner. Age wore on him. He had trappings of wealth he never should have had, like the watch on his hand, the bottle of champagne at dinner, the spring vacation to Aruba, and the pearls around his young wife's neck. Back then, Stride had never wanted to see the signs. He had refused to allow them into his mind until a whistleblower from Stanhope Industries laid out all the papers for him at a Twin Cities hotel, and Stride could see 20 years of bribery and corruption with only one name to explain it all away: Ray. Stride hired a forensic accountant who followed the paper trail to Ray and to a handful of senior executives at Stanhope. The mayor and county attorney would have been content to let Ray resign and slip away quietly, but the media got their teeth in the story, and Ray was staring not only at disgrace and bankruptcy, but at jail time, too. When Ray's wife called Stride from their cabin near Ely, Ray was threatening to kill all of them, his wife, their 2 kids. Stride went up there alone, wanting to talk Ray out of it, man to man, detective to chief. He thought he had a chance of making it all end peacefully when Ray let his wife and kids walk safely out the door. He only realized later that this was between himself and Ray, that Stride's betrayal was like a son taking down a father. Ray wanted Stride to be there when he killed himself. "You don't still blame yourself, do you?" Stride saw Maggie in the doorway of his office. The rest of the detective bureau was dark behind her. It was after midnight. She strolled inside and sat down sideways in the upholstered chair he kept in the corner. Her short legs dangled off the ground. She had a can of Diet Coke in one hand. I've been down that road too many times, Stride said. There's nothing I would have done differently. Maggie and Cindy had been the two people in his life who helped him climb out of a well of depression after Ray died. Without Maggie, he doubted that he would have gone back on the job after his shoulder healed. He had been ready to quit, but Maggie had nagged him about open cases until he realized that he still loved being a cop, with or without Ray. There's one thing I don't understand, Stride said.
What's that?
I still wonder why Ray never tried to corrupt me. He was on the take all those years, but he never once asked me to cut a corner for him. He never asked for my help.
He knew you'd say no,
Maggie said. Do you think so? If Ray came to me when I was a young cop and asked me to look the other way on something, do you think I wouldn't have done it? No way I would have said no to him.
Maybe that's the point, boss.
What?
You were the one thing Ray was really proud of,
Maggie told him.
He wasn't going to mess you up the way he was messed up. He didn't want you to wind up like him.
Stride laid the photo down on his desk. Maybe you're right. He looked up at her and added, Why are you here so late?
I saw your light.
Any more news on the adoption front?
Not yet. I still can't make up my mind.
You know what I think? You're a natural. Maggie shrugged and didn't say anything more. Were you on the scene in Fond du Lac? He asked. Maggie took a long swallow from her can of soda. She draped her head back and stared at the ceiling.
Yeah.
Did the girl make it?
No. She was dead when they pulled her out of the water.
How about the boy, the one on the bicycle?
Lucky. His vitals are good. The docs think he'll pull through.
How are the girl's parents? Maggie shook her head.
They're both wrecks. Mary was everything to them. Taking care of her destroyed their marriage, but they lived and breathed for that girl.
I hope the mother doesn't blame herself for leaving the girl alone, Stride said. It was a terrible accident. There was nothing she could have done.
I'm not so sure it was an accident.
Stride balanced his elbows on his desk. What do you mean?
Donna Biggs thinks the peeper was there. She thinks that's what spooked Mary and made her run. When she went into the water, he took off.
Is there anything to back it up?
Donna swears she saw a car parked just up the hill from where she was. She says it was a silver RAV4, which tracks with the reports of a mini SUV near several of the peeping scenes. No one got plates, of course.
That's not much.
Donna also saw a man get into the RAV when she was running up the trail after she heard Mary scream.
Can she recognize him?
No.
Is there any physical evidence?
We'll be searching the woods between the trail and the spot where the car was parked.
I don't want to sound like a pessimist, but even if you find this guy, it's going to be a tough road to prove he was responsible for Mary's death.
If he tried to grab her, and she wound up dead as a result of his actions, we can make a manslaughter case out of that.
I know, but with what evidence? Stride asked.
The peeping history with the girl, the car, any physical evidence we can find, Mary's scream. Hell, who knows what souvenirs this guy kept. Maybe when we find him, he'll have pictures. If I can put a few of the pieces together, Pat Burns can make a jury see the light.
You sound like this case is personal, Stride said. Maggie nodded.
I saw the girl when she was sleeping at her house. She was sweet. I told her father he didn't have anything to worry about, and now the girl winds up dead. We were staking out Clark's house and Donna's apartment, but it looks like he outsmarted us. Donna says she stopped at this park every Friday night before she dropped Mary off at her ex-husband's place. He must have been following them.
Or the mother is wrong.
I don't think she is.
Stride trusted Maggie's instincts. Go with your gut, he said. He picked up the photograph from his desk and studied it again. He was having a hard time shrugging off the past. You know, I've always believed that Ray's death was one more ripple effect from Laura's murder, he said.
How so?
I think the connection between Ray and Randall Stanhope started back then, he told her. That's when Ray got corrupted.
You don't know that.
No. After we interviewed Peter, Randall asked Ray to stay behind. Then Ray came out a while later and the two of us went after Dada. It wasn't until years later that I realized what must have happened.
You think Ray and Randall did a deal?
Maggie concluded. Stride nodded. Exactly. Ray didn't go there with me to catch Dada. He went there to kill him. It was twilight. Ray drove onto the gravel shoulder within sight of the Arrowhead Bridge. The twin spans of highway jutted like wings at the arch, leaving the passage open for one of the rust-red oarboats arriving from the Sioux. The water was black and windswept. The two of them got out of Ray's Camaro and leaned against the hood near the front bumper. Cool drops of rain burst on the windshield. Ashen clouds massed overhead, inching from the high hills toward the lake. Ray slapped his pack of cigarettes and offered one to Stride, who took it. He coughed when the smoke hit his lungs. Ray smiled at him. The breeze rustled his red hair. So this is the area where you saw Dada?
Yeah.
Rough area for a kid to be walking around. You should think twice about coming down here by yourself, you know.
I'm all right.
Ray gestured down the railroad tracks. You know those guys? About 100 yards away, Stride saw two 20-something men in jeans, with no shirts, swigging beer and strolling across the muddy ground, kicking at stalks of wild wheat. Pyramids of taconite and stripped tree trunks rose around the tracks like mountains. One of the men finished his bottle of beer and laid it sideways on the track. When the next train came, it would shear the bottle in two. Stride had come across bottle halves all over this area. Some of the men used the bottoms as soup bowls.
No, I've never seen them.
Ray stubbed out his cigarette on the ground. I'm going to talk to them.
Let me come with you,
Stride said. I'm sorry, John. If things get ugly, I can't have a teenager in the midst of it. Except I know the area. I know you do. Right now, though, I need you to let me handle this myself. Okay? Stride shrugged.
Yeah, okay. I'll hang out here.
Good. Ray hitched up his pants and set out along the dirt road toward the tracks. Stride climbed onto the hood of the car and watched him go. Ray got within 50 yards of the two men before one of them looked up and spotted him. They both took off. Ray cursed loudly and chased them, but with his limp he couldn't run fast or far. The two men cleared a shallow hill and disappeared from sight. It was 5 minutes before Ray crested the same hill and was gone. Stride was alone. He felt the ground vibrate with the rumbling thunder of a train gathering speed out of the rail yard. A snake of red and green train cars, littered with graffiti and overflowing with iron ore, shuddered along the parallel tracks, growing closer. Stride slid down the roof of the car and crossed the asphalt highway. On the other side, a shallow slope led to a cluster of oak trees where a creek twisted lazily toward the harbor water. Stride skittered down the hill and hiked to the tracks. He waited for the train engine, which followed the coast of the water as it headed south. The train was long. Dozens of cars shouldered by him. He smelled ore dust, which was as tarry as a cigarette in his lungs. The cars banged, hummed, shimmied, and jolted. It took 10 minutes for the entire train to pass. When the caboose wiggled past him, the giant noise diminished, getting farther away. He watched it go. He realized his skin was damp with rain. Who's your friend? Stride jumped. He spun around and found Dada behind him. A dead oak tree loomed behind the black man, and its spindly branches seemed to grow out of his head. Dada dwarfed him, and Stride wasn't small. Is he a cop? Dada was 6 inches away, and Stride wanted to back up, but he didn't. This close, he could see that Dada was young, maybe 20. He wasn't wearing his colorful beret. His ropes of matted hair sprouted off a high forehead and dangled like wriggling worms to his chest. The whites of his eyes were stark against his dark skin. He had arched, devil-like eyebrows. I said, is he a cop? Dada's voice was surprisingly smooth, almost hypnotic. Yes, Stride said. Is this about that girl? Yes. They think I killed her. They want to talk to you, Stride said. Dada swung a dented canteen by the silver chain on its cap, and then he lifted it to his lips and took a swallow. He wiped his scraggly beard. Talk. A white girl gets killed and a black man is seen with her, and all the police want to do is talk. Rain fell harder around them. Water beaded on Dada's head and face. Stride heard the drops slapping on the earth. Did you do it? Stride asked. What do you think? Stride stared at him. No, I don't think you did. Then get out of my way. There's another train coming. It's time for me to go somewhere else. I can't do that, Stride said. He felt the ground shake again with the earthquake of a train getting closer. Every minute, another long dragon left the harbor. You're brave to stand there, but you're a fool if you think you can stop me. Just talk to him, Stride said. Tell him what you saw. Without you, they're never going to solve this case. Did you know the gal? She was my girlfriend's sister. I'm sorry. Tell me what you saw. A train whistle screamed. The rain sheeted down and dripped from Stride's eyelashes. That gal had secrets, Dada said. He laid a paw on Stride's shoulder and shoved him effortlessly aside. A train engine growled by behind them, dragging rusted gray boxcars. The grinding of steel wheels on the track unleashed an awful squeal. Stride had seen baby pigs castrated. It sounded like that. He threw himself at Dada, but it was like tackling a tree trunk. Dada angled an elbow sharply into Stride's chest and jabbed once like a single blow from a hammer. The air fled Stride's lungs. He was knocked backward onto his ass and sat in the mud, struggling to breathe. Dada was steps away from the shuddering train cars. Stride scrambled to his feet and dived again, aiming low. He launched his upper body against the black man's ankle. Dada's foot scraped across the wet ground, and then he toppled and fell. The canteen spilled from his hand and rolled. "Tell me!" Stride shouted. Their skin was streaked in mud. The train cars clattered past them only 10 feet away, deafening and huge. Stride clawed for a hold on Dada's wrist, but Dada climbed to his feet, carrying Stride with him. Stride chopped at the man's neck. The blow did nothing. Dada shooed him away like a fly, pushing him backward, but Stride charged again and hung on, hammering the man's kidneys with his right fist. Dada's knotted muscles were like a punching bag, absorbing the blows. "Stupid boy," Dada said. He hit Stride across the mouth. His silver ring sliced Stride's face. The punch felt like a metal shovel swung into his teeth. Stride staggered 2 steps and crumpled backward into the weeds. He coughed and tasted blood. When he bit down, his jaw didn't align, and one of his molars dangled as if held by a thread. He wanted to get up, but his eyes sent his brain jumbled images of what was in front of him. Pain throbbed and beat against his skull. He heard something, a crack, a sharp metallic ping, a voice. "Stop!" It was Ray. He was shooting. Stride struggled to all fours. His mouth hung open, blood trailing from both sides of his lips like a vampire. He shook his head, trying to rearrange his blurred vision. When the picture cleared, he saw Dada sprinting for the train as it accelerated. On the highway, near the Camaro, Ray held his revolver in both hands and fired again. The bullet ricocheted off one of the boxcars. Dada grabbed the rung of a steel ladder and swung his big leg gracefully onto the bottom step. The last few cars in the huge centipede wriggled past. Stride saw Ray limping, trying to run, failing. The train left them both behind. Dada shrank in his eyes, lost in the growing darkness, vanishing, escaping. Stride crawled a few inches, felt the world spin again, and then passed out.
"Well, you are just so cool," Maggie told Stride with a smile.
"It wasn't my finest moment," he admitted.
"How did Ray feel about Dada getting away?"
In retrospect, I think he was relieved. He knew that Dada was long gone once he got on that train. We were never going to see him again. Everyone got what they wanted. Ray, Laura's dad, Peter Stanhope and his father. They could all believe that we knew who killed Laura and he had left town for good. It could all go away, go underground. And that's what happened.
"But did Dada kill Laura?" Maggie asked.
Ray had the lab check Dada's canteen for fingerprints, and they compared them with Peter's bat. There was a match. Dada had his hands on that bat, which tracked with Peter's story. There weren't any other witnesses.
"That was enough for Ray?"
"That was enough for everyone, even me. Until now."
Who Killed Laura Starr by Tish Verger. Chapter 17. I never believed the story about Dada. I couldn't say anything, though. My dad needed closure, not an open wound. The police wouldn't listen. They barely pretended to search for Dada around the country because no one really wanted to find him. If he came back, questions would be asked, and the answers were better off buried with the body. It's easy to believe in evil, easy to spot it. The black devil came to town, and he picked one girl to sacrifice, and then he rode the dirty train back to the wilderness. That's the kind of fable they used to tell us in church. People around here like to think that good and evil are as easy as black and white. Good people wear the cross, bad people don't. Bad people are strangers. It's so much harder to accept that evil could be living among you, your neighbor, your teacher, your friend. The stalker? No one wanted to know about him. Dada wasn't the one on the school grounds, slipping vile notes into Laura's locker. He wasn't mailing threats to her. It didn't matter. If Dada killed her, why look for a stalker? If Dada killed her, the city was safe again. Parents could stop holding their breath. Kids could make out in the park. That's what we all wanted. So I let it go, even though I knew it was a lie, even though I knew there was a killer among us. I didn't know his face, but I was sure I knew who he was. Someday I hoped the truth would come out, but that wasn't up to me. Johnny took it hard. He felt as if he had let me down. He took the blame on himself. He had let Dada escape. The doctors worked on his jaw, but his face always looked imperfect after that, slightly flawed. I liked it. It made him human. He looked older, too, tougher. Like the scar on his face from Dada's ring was a reminder that you could fight and lose, but you could never win if you didn't fight at all. I began to see the man I would live with, love, marry. The strange thing is, I knew he was going to be a cop before he did. The experience with Laura, Peter, and Dada changed him. So did Ray. I never told him that I didn't trust Ray. Not ever, not for a minute. But Johnny had found someone's footsteps to follow, the way he once expected to follow his father's path. I always thought he would be a better cop than Ray, because Ray was in it for himself. Johnny was different. He was in it because something had been taken from him that year, and this was a way to get it back. Not that he ever would. When you lose some things, they're gone for good. Life goes on, for better or worse, but sometimes, in the silence, your mind travels back. I never really got past that summer. We never talked about it again, but I carried it with me every day. I knew he did, too. I never went back to the park, to the lake. I didn't want to be reminded. Even so, there would be days when I drove along the highway that skirted the wilderness refuge, and I would stare down into the nest of trees, and I would be 17 again, in my bare feet, the baseball bat in my hands. If only I could tell Johnny the truth about what happened that night.
Part 3. The Witness. Chapter 18. Clark Biggs looked stiff and uncomfortable in a straight-backed wooden chair pushed against the living-room wall. His hands sat limply in his lap. His eyes were fixed on a bookshelf across the room. Maggie followed his stare to a picture frame with a photograph of Clark and Mary in the backyard. They were playing in the fall leaves. Mary tossed colored oak leaves in the air, her smile big and wide, her blonde curls flying. In the photograph, Maggie could see the contentment and pride hiding behind Clark's solemn eyes. Today, that happiness had been vacuumed away, leaving his heart empty. "Mr. Biggs?" she asked again softly. He broke out of his trance. "I'm sorry. What?" "I was asking if you had ever seen a silver RAV4 parked around the neighborhood, or whether anyone you know owns a vehicle like that." "Oh." He put his hands on his knees and studied the faded pattern in the carpet at his feet. "No, I don't think so." "Neither do I," Donna Biggs said. "I'm sorry." She sat beside Maggie on Clark's sofa. Every few seconds she stole nervous glances at her ex-husband, as if she were struggling with her desire to comfort him. Donna's eyes were red-ringed and moist. "The bad news is that there are hundreds of vehicles like that in the Duluth and Superior area," Maggie told them. "That's a long list. However, we're cross-referencing vehicle ownership with criminal records to see if we can narrow down the suspect pool. We're also going back to the other neighborhoods where the peepers struck to re-interview people who may have seen something now that we have a specific vehicle type. We'll also be checking the vehicle ownership records against the list of people and organizations you've given us to see if there's anyone who was part of Mary's life." "No one who knew Mary could have done this," Donna said. Clark bobbed his head. "Yes, it was a stranger. If it was anyone she knew, Mary's reaction would have been different." "I understand, but we have to cover every angle," Maggie said. "Remember that this could be someone who had little or no direct contact with Mary. Peepers and stalkers often develop elaborate fantasies about their victims based on nothing more than their physical appearance or a minor encounter. To a girl, it may be no more than saying hello to a clerk at a store. To a maladjusted mind, that simple conversation can trigger an obsession." "Mary was a child," Donna protested. "Who could possibly think of her that way?" Maggie sighed. "Mary was also a pretty girl." "She was vulnerable," Clark said. "How could you leave her alone, Donna? How? Tell me that." Donna's cheeks turned bloodless and white. What could I do, Clark? I mean, for God's sake, what could I do? You call 911 and you sit there with Mary. That's what you do. She was your responsibility. And leave that boy bleeding in the street? You should have locked Mary in the car. There was no time. I didn't have time to think. Maggie put a hand on Donna's knee. Mr. and Mrs. Biggs, I know you're both upset, and I understand. Whatever you both think, you are not to blame. Mrs. Biggs, you almost certainly saved that boy's life. And you had no way of knowing that anything like this could happen to Mary. Mr. Biggs, I know you're devastated, but the best thing we can do right now is try to find the man who terrorized your daughter and make sure he doesn't do this to anyone else. Okay? Clark Biggs got out of his chair and paced. Some of Mary's plastic blocks were littered across the living room carpet. He bent down, picked up one of the blocks, and squeezed it inside his meaty fist. His eyes were closed. He was unkempt, with dirty hair and blonde stubble on his face. Mr. Biggs? I know. I'm sorry. That's all right, Maggie said. Why did it have to be water? Clark murmured. Oh, Clark, please don't, Donna said. Was God pissed off that we saved her the first time? Did he think she hadn't suffered enough? How could he put her back in the water? Tell me that. How could God let her die in the water? Maggie expected to see tears on Clark's thick cheekbones, but his sun-cracked face was dry, and his eyes were empty. On the sofa, Donna moved to go to her ex-husband, but then she stopped herself. Maggie could see that the love between them wasn't dead, but they might as well have been on opposite edges of a canyon, with no way to cross. Did you find anything in the woods? Donna asked quietly. You said they were going to search the woods for clues. I wish I could tell you we had more luck, Maggie replied. We found some trash on the path in the trees and on the side of the highway, but nothing with any obvious connection to the peeper or his vehicle. Later, when we identify him, it's possible that something we found will help us place him at the scene. Clark let Mary's block fall out of his hand. When you find this man, will you charge him with murder? Will he have to pay for what he did to Mary? Maggie hesitated. That's not my decision. The county attorney will make that call based on the evidence we gather. I assure you I will do everything possible to make a case that we can bring to trial. I want to see justice for Mary. Donna shook her head sadly. If you can't find corroborating evidence, then it's just my word, isn't it? I work in a law office, Miss Bay. I know that's a problem. Why is that a problem? Clark asked. If Donna says she saw him, then she saw him. But I didn't see him, Donna said. I saw a car and a man I can't identify. I know how defense lawyers work. They'll say it could have been anybody. Or they'll say I made it up. Made it up? Clark asked. What the hell does that mean? I was the only one who saw the Rav on the highway, Clark. They'll say I felt guilty because I left Mary alone and I was trying to protect myself by blaming someone else. They'll say I knew about the peeping, so I used it as a convenient excuse. That's bullshit, Clark said. It's way too early to be thinking about any of this, Maggie said. Once we identify this man, we're likely to find much more evidence in his house and car. If we can find something that ties him to Mary, then your testimony will carry a lot of weight with a jury, no matter how much smoke a defense lawyer tries to blow at them. She tried to sound convincing, but she knew Donna was right. Stride was right, too. The most they were ever likely to do was convict the man of interference with privacy, a 2-year felony for peeping on minors. 2 years was a lousy trade for losing a daughter. The first thing we have to do is find him, she added. This man stalked Mary. Somewhere, somehow, their lives intersected. You said it could be as simple as Mary saying hello to someone on the street, Donna said. If
that's true, how will we ever narrow it down? Well, we have to hope it wasn't quite that simple, Maggie told her. Mary wasn't the first girl he peeped, but something about Mary was special. He hooked onto something about her that made him come back to Mary. The question is, what? Her physical appearance isn't really distinctive compared to the other girls. If you lined them all up, you wouldn't pick out Mary as being different. She was mentally handicapped, Donna said. Maggie nodded. Yes, but you wouldn't necessarily know that just by looking at her. I think there had to be some kind of interaction between Mary and this man, however minor. I'll talk to the people at Mary's school again, but if the connection didn't happen there, then the chances are that you were with Mary when it did happen, because she was hardly ever alone. Am I right? She knew as she said the words that she had accidentally jabbed another needle into Donna's guilty conscience. The one time she had left her daughter alone, Mary died. Donna wiped her eyes. Yes, you're right, she said. We were always with her. Mr. Biggs, you told me that you think the peeper was at Mary's bedroom window the week before the incident you reported? Clark nodded. It was Saturday night. Do you think that was the first time? That was the first time Mary saw him, he insisted. I'm sure of that. I'm trying to nail down a timeline here, Maggie said. I'd like to know when this man first met Mary, so I'd like you both to think hard about the days just before that Saturday. I want you to remember if anything unusual happened during that period. I'll check my calendar at work, Donna said. Mary was with me until Friday evening. Nothing happened on that Saturday, Clark said. Mary and I were home all day. I ordered a swing set, and it was delivered that morning. After I set it up, I couldn't get Mary off the swing for the rest of the day. The two of us spent all afternoon outside, and then I grilled hamburgers for dinner. Did anyone stop by the house while you were outside, or did you notice any unusual activity, people circling the neighborhood? Clark shook his head. I keep a close eye out for that kind of thing. Mary was sick for a couple of days that week, Donna added. She didn't go to school on Wednesday or Thursday. I had to take her to the doctor's office. Did you see anyone new while you were there? Yes, there was a male nurse in the lab we hadn't met before. Mary liked him. Maggie jotted down the name of the clinic in Superior where Mary's doctor was located. That's good, she said. That's exactly the kind of information I need. If you remember anything else like that, any kind of casual contact Mary had with a stranger, please let me know immediately. Donna and Clark Biggs both nodded. Tell me, Miss Bay, do you think that, is this man violent? Donna asked. Did he intend to do some kind of harm to Mary? Maggie knew what she was thinking. Maybe, somehow, it was better this way. Death by drowning was a better fate than to be kidnapped by a predator. God was actually being merciful. I just don't know, Maggie replied. He hasn't shown any inclination to violence yet, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't have crossed the line eventually. He still may. It doesn't matter what his intentions were, Clark growled. He killed her. This pervert killed my little girl. Chapter 19. The lake breeze made the water choppy out beyond the lift bridge. Dozens of seagulls placidly rode the swells. The small harbor tour boat bobbed in the white-tipped waves, and Tish Verger grabbed hard to the red steel railing near the bow. She zipped up her leather jacket to her neck, but the cold made its way inside her clothes. Beside her, Finn Matheson swayed with the rolling motion of the deck. He looked as tall and lean as a flagpole. His shirt billowed in the wind. He tilted his head back and finished his can of Miller Lite. "You look really cold," he said. "Yeah, I guess I am." Come on, let's go sit inside. He took her hand and led her back to the enclosed lower deck of the ship. Tish almost sang with joy when the door closed behind them, cutting off the wind and leaving her under the hot air vent from the boat's furnace. She shivered, warming up. Most of the other passengers were here, seated on benches by the windows, soaking up the view. Finn found an open stretch of bench on the starboard side, where the boat looked out on the lake, and the two of them sat down. "I'm going to get another beer," Finn said. "You want something?"
"No, thanks."
She watched him head up to the bar. His dress clothes looked a size too large, as if he had dropped weight since he wore them. He was in his late 40s, like her, but he wore his age hard. She noticed a tremor in his hands, a yellowing in his skin. He was ill. She wondered if his shaved head was voluntary, or whether he had lost his hair to some kind of cancer treatment. When he came back, he noticed her eyeing his bare skull. "I was losing most of my hair anyway."
"The shaved look is trendy now,"
Tish said.
"You don't have to say that. I figured bald was better than having a forehead that went halfway up my head. My hair used to be so thick it was like an afro, but I started finding blonde curls on my pillow in my 20s. He popped the top of his beer can.
"So, how are you, Finn?"
Tish asked. Finn drank down half the can on his first swallow. He wiped his mouth with the cuff of his shirt.
"How am I? I guess you can see how I am."
"I'm sorry."
"Self-inflicted wounds," he said. He held up the beer can. "This is the enemy. Back then I was mostly into grass and coke. Not that I have to tell you that, huh? I finally kicked drugs and took up booze instead. The docs say my liver is hoisting the white flag."
"But you're still drinking."
"If I'm going to die, I'll die happy," Finn said. "I've been in and out of rehab for years. I'd get sober for a while, but I couldn't kick it. A few months ago, they said the damage was permanent. So what the hell?"
"You shouldn't give up."
"I don't think of it as giving up. It's more like suicide for dummies. If I had any guts, I would have killed myself years ago."
"Finn, for God's sake,"
Tish said. "What, does that shock you? I'm sorry. Laura never wanted to see me as a lost cause either. She was the only one who ever tried to help me."
"I wish you wouldn't talk like this."
"Hey, at least I'm not blaming anyone but myself anymore. For years I blamed my mother, even after Ricky and I got out of North Dakota. I figured that I was who I was because of what my mother did to us. That didn't change anything, though, so I started blaming Ricky. It was all her fault that I couldn't stand on my own 2 feet. I even moved away for a few years. But after another stint in rehab down in the cities, I realized the only person that fucked me up was me. So I came back here. Nothing changed."
"How is Ricky?"
Tish asked. Finn downed the last of his beer. He was wobbly. He leaned forward and pressed his face against the glass window of the boat. They were in the ship canal now, heading back toward the harbor. The bridge was up, and Finn bent his neck back to look at the span suspended above them.
"She's like me. Bitter."
"Is she still teaching?"
Finn swung his head back and forth.
"She left the schools years ago. She was fired for having an affair with a student. These days you do that, you go to jail. Back then they just swept that kind of thing under the carpet."
"I'm sorry."
"No, you're not. Laura liked Ricky, but you didn't."
Inside the harbor, Tish felt the wavy rocking of the boat diminish. She saw the ribbon of land on the point and thought about Stride and Serena living there. Ahead of them, she saw the towers of grain elevators and the giant docks for the ore boats. They looked darker and larger in the evening gloom.
"Why did you want to see me, Finn?"
Tish asked. He shrugged. "I think about the old days a lot. Sometimes I wish I could forget them. I've forgotten way too much already. I've had blackouts all my life. Big gaps where nothing's left. Maybe it's better that way."
Tish said nothing. "I hear you're writing a book about Laura's death," Finn continued.
"That's right."
"Why would you want to do something like that?" he asked.
"Excuse me?"
"I mean, why dig up the past? Wasn't it bad enough as it is?"
"I guess I felt like I owed it to Laura," Tish said.
Finn's hands twitched. He eyed the bar, but he stayed on the bench. "You know, I was in love with Laura back then."
"No, she never told me,"
Tish murmured. "That's okay. I know she didn't feel the same way. I never told her how I felt because I didn't want to hear her say it. But like I said, she was the only person who ever gave a shit about me, other than Ricky."
Finn put his hands on top of his skull and squeezed. He closed his eyes and opened them, blinking rapidly. "Are you okay?" she asked.
"Yeah, as okay as I'll ever be." He added, "What happened between you two?"
"What do you mean?"
"That May. Laura hung out with me a lot. You weren't around. She was really upset that you were gone. She needed someone."
"Things happen between friends," Tish said.
Finn nodded. "Do you feel guilty for leaving her behind? I mean, maybe if you'd stayed, she'd still be alive."
Tish felt as if she'd been struck. She opened her mouth to deny it, but she couldn't. "Yes, I think about that."
"Me too. I wanted to be the one to save her. Instead, look how it turned out."
"It's not your fault."
"No?" He hesitated. "Listen, there's something I need to tell you. There are some things I need to get off my chest."
"About what?"
"Laura's murder." Tish held her breath.
"What is it?"
"A lot of it is missing, you know. Gone. I only remember bits and pieces. I was high, out of my mind, like usual. I just thought maybe this would help you."
"What are you saying?"
"I was in the park that night," Finn told her. "The night Laura was killed." Tish's hands clenched into fists.
"What did you see? Did you see who killed her?"
"No."
"Why were you there?"
Tish asked. "When I saw Laura and her sister in the park, I began following them. I was watching them down by the lake."
Marijuana, Tish thought.
"Why follow Laura?" "Because I loved her, I told you."
"Were you stalking Laura? Did you send her those letters?"
"What letters? What are you talking about?"
She looked for guile in his face and didn't see any. "Never mind. What did you see that night?"
"I saw her leave her sister and her boyfriend by the lake. I followed her along the trail until she got back to the softball field."
"Then what?"
"Someone attacked her in the field."
"Who?"
"I don't know. It was too dark. I couldn't see him. All I could see was the guy jumping her, pushing her to the ground. She screamed."
"What did you do?" Finn stared at his feet.
"Nothing."
"My God, Finn, how could you? You just let it happen?"
"I thought about shouting for help, but I didn't want anyone to know I was there. Anyway, it didn't matter."
"What do you mean?"
"While I was watching, I heard someone behind me. Someone came running when Laura screamed. I ducked into the woods, and this guy ran out into the clearing. It was a big black guy. I didn't know who he was."
"What did he do?"
"He saved her."
"How?"
"He picked up a baseball bat in the field and swung it into the guy's back. Then he pulled the guy off Laura and beat the crap out of him. Laura ran the opposite way into the woods toward the North Beach. You know, where they found her body."
"What did the black guy do?"
"He followed her."
"With the bat?"
Finn shook his head. "No. The bat was still lying in the field."
"You're sure about that?"
"I'm sure. I saw the black guy throw it away."
"Then what?"
"Then nothing. I don't remember any more."
"Did you go home?"
"I told you I don't remember." Finn snapped.
"This is important," Tish said. "You have to think."
Finn's face twitched. "Don't you think I want to remember? After that, it's all black. I don't know what happened. I don't remember anything at all." Chapter 20. Stride watched the face of the county attorney, Pat Burns, as Tish recounted Finn's story. Her brown eyes were intense and focused behind her half-glasses, but he couldn't see belief, disbelief, surprise, or worry. When Tish was done, Pat reclined in her swivel chair behind her desk and slid the end of her glasses between her teeth. She considered Tish without saying a word. "You're a writer, Ms. Verger," Pat said. "What's your interpretation of what Finn told you?" Tish glanced at Stride, who was seated beside her in front of Pat's desk. "I think this changes everything," she said. "How so?" "Well, isn't it obvious? The whole theory behind Dada committing the crime was that his fingerprints were on the bat. Now we know why. It wasn't that he attacked Laura, it was that he rescued her by fighting off Peter Stanhope. Peter was trying to rape her. They weren't dating. There was no secret meeting planned. He assaulted her, and then this black man, Dada, broke it up. According to Finn, Dada was the one who followed Laura toward the beach where her body was found," Pat pointed out. "Yes, but without the bat. That's important." Pat nodded. "Isn't it odd that he could remember a detail like that so clearly?" "He remembered it. That's the main thing." "So he says." "Are you saying he's lying?" "I have no idea. But why didn't he come forward back then? Why wait 30 years to tell this amazing story?" "He told me that he blacked out the entire night. For months he didn't remember a thing. He didn't even remember being there. It's only come back to him in flashbacks. Recovered memories. Recovered memories aren't very reliable. Juries don't like them." "Except his story fits the facts." "Yes, you're right, it does." Pat looked at Stride. "What do you think, Lieutenant?" "I'd say that Finn was telling the truth up to a point," Stride said. "His story about what happened in the softball field with Laura and Dada makes sense. His motive for coming forward now is another question. I also don't know whether he's telling us everything he remembers." "Why do you think Finn chose to come forward now?" Pat asked Tish. "Did he say anything about that?" "I think he felt guilty for keeping it secret for so long." Tish hesitated. "Also, I don't believe he's well." "You think he's ill? Is it serious?" "He told me his liver was failing. He has a long history of drug and alcohol abuse." "The perfect witness," Pat said with a thin smile. She added, "If you don't mind my asking, Ms. Verger, what exactly do you hope to accomplish by writing this book?" "What do you mean?" "Well, is your motive to make a lot of money? Is it to get publicity and headlines?" "I want justice for Laura," Tish said. "That's all." "In other words, it's important to you that your book somehow solves this case?" Tish nodded. "Mark Freeman wrote a book about the Martha Moxley murder in Connecticut, and now someone's finally in jail for the crime. I have to tell you, Ms. Verger, if that's your goal, you're setting yourself up for a big fall. I'm sure Lieutenant Stride has explained the challenges of conducting a prosecution on a case where we have so many missing witnesses and so much missing evidence." "Yes, he has," Tish replied. "But I'm bringing you material you've never had before, new evidence, new eyewitnesses. I want to know what you're planning to do about it." Pat folded her hands together. "What do you want me to do about it?"
I want you to seek a motion compelling Peter Stanhope to provide a DNA sample that the police can match against the evidence on the stalker letter and at the crime scene." "No," Pat said. "No? That's it?" "That's it." Tish pushed the chair back and stood up. "I can't believe this. We have a witness who proves that Stanhope was lying about what happened that night. If we can match his DNA, we can prove that he was stalking Laura. That's not enough?" Pat shook her head. "No, it's not. For one thing, Finn never mentioned Peter's name. He admits he couldn't identify the boy who was with Laura." "But Peter already placed himself with Laura in the softball field with his own statement. He never denied he was there. He blamed Dada for the assault, but Finn's statement proves that's not what happened." "Not necessarily. Finn says it was dark. He could easily have misinterpreted what was happening between Laura and the boy in the field. He could have misconstrued Dada's actions, too. You want to bury this because Peter is one of your political allies, right? I know how the game is played." "You don't know a thing, Miss Verger," Pat snapped. "I'm not going to seek a motion based on fragments of recollection from a notorious drug addict who has remained silent about this case for decades. It would be an abuse of my authority, and no judge would even consider it. In addition, I'm not going to seek a motion because it would not further a prosecution in this case. Even if I could prove that Peter Stanhope was stalking Laura, I wouldn't have nearly enough evidence to sustain a murder charge. Until I am convinced we have something to prosecute, I'm not going to go out on a limb. Is that clear?" "What kind of catch-22 is that?" Tish asked. "You can't get evidence unless you're ready to prosecute, and you'll never be ready to prosecute without evidence." "In other words, you're going to do nothing." "I didn't say that." "It sure sounds like it," Tish added. "You know, I haven't talked to the national press yet, but maybe it's time I did." "If you bring in the national news media, you lose control of the story," Pat replied. "That's not going to help your book. Media pressure often has the opposite effect of what you intend." "I'll take that risk," Tish said. "Miss Verger, you've given us a new angle to investigate in this murder, and we will investigate it. Just not the way you may want us to." "What do you mean?" Tish asked. Pat gestured to Stride. "Lieutenant, do you want to explain?"
"We're going to take a close look at Finn's story," Stride told Tish.
"That's good. That's what I want."
"But this isn't just about Peter Stanhope," he added.
"What do you mean?"
Tish asked. "I mean that Finn put himself at the scene of the murder with his statement," Stride explained. "We had no idea he was there until now. He admitted to you that he was following Laura that night. So, yes, I want to know what Finn thinks he saw. But the reality is, he just made himself a suspect, too." Chapter 21. Stride took a left exit off the interstate and headed for the steep span of the Blatnick Bridge. The narrow crossing over Superior Bay was also known as the High Bridge, a nickname held over from the days when the second bridge between the cities of Duluth and Superior was the lowly Arrowhead Bridge. Ever since the Bong Bridge had opened in 1985 and the Arrowhead Bridge was torn down, the two bridges had provided identical clearance for ships, about 120 feet from the roadway to the cold waters of the harbor. But for locals, the Blatnick Bridge would always be the High Bridge. Police on both sides of the bay hated the bridge. Fog, ice, and snow caused numerous accidents. Wind blew cars and trucks across the lanes. Jurisdiction was always a headache because the state line cut right through the center of the bridge. Then there were the citizens who used the High Bridge like the Golden Gate, as a favorite spot for suicides. The Blatnik offered no pedestrian walkway, only a gravel-strewn shoulder and a 3-foot concrete barrier. Leave your car at the height of the span, get out, and take a 3-second journey to Neverland. Stride had seen the bridge from both sides, helping untangle wrecks on the highway in the fog, and sailing under the bridge in Coast Guard boats as they trolled for bodies. To him, the bridge meant death. He drove fast in the left lane, crossing under the blue steel arch of the bridge, and descending into the decay of Northern Superior. He made his way off the highway onto Tower Avenue, driving past shuttered storefronts where the main street was a ghost town. The two cities were known as the Twin Ports, but Superior was the poor sister, its population declining, its economy staggered by industrial decline. No one made money here. No one built houses. Everyone looked for work and staved off the wolf at the door. Stride drove south, past the city's small retail strip into the low, empty land. He turned onto a dirt road that led across a series of railroad tracks. The home that Ricky and Finn Matheson shared was on a 2-acre lot at the end of the developed land, where the road ended in waste and fields. The grass on the square lot was long. Oak trees yawned over the 3-story Victorian house. Blue paint chipped away from the siding. He parked his Expedition across the street and got out. He was immediately adjacent to an unguarded railroad crossing, where nothing but a white X marked the tracks. Tilting poles of telephone wires paralleled the railway. Stride could see a train rumbling between houses a quarter-mile away. Its whistle blasted through the quiet in several staccato bursts. When it stopped, he noticed the calmer noise of wind chimes tinging from the Matheson porch. It was nearly 8 o'clock on Thursday evening. On sunny summer nights, there would be more than an hour of light left, but the clouds overhead were thick and gray, making the dusk look like night. A steady breeze blew dust off the dirt roads. Hot, humid air came with it. Stride walked up the sidewalk, where green grass pushed between the squares of pavement. He noticed a driveway leading to a detached garage behind the house and saw a 1980s-era tan Impala parked in the weeds. The wooden steps to the porch sagged under his feet. He went up to the front door and peered inside, seeing lights downstairs. When he rapped his knuckles on the door frame, he saw a tall, stocky woman emerge from the kitchen with an apron tied around her waist. She answered the door, and Stride saw an older version of the woman who had taught him math during his junior year in high school. "Can I help you?" she asked, drying her hands on the flowers of the apron. Under the apron she wore a collared white knit shirt and shorts. The windows were closed, and the air from the house was stale and warm. "Miss Matheson?" "Yes." "My name is Lieutenant Jonathan Stride. I'm with the Duluth Police. You wouldn't remember me, but you were my math teacher for a year back in high school." "That was longer ago than either of us would like to admit, I think." Ricky didn't smile. "Police?" "Yes. I was hoping to talk to Finn." "He's not here." "Do you know when he'll be back?" "No." "Well, do you mind if I come in? I'd like to ask you a few questions, too." Ricky didn't rush to invite him inside. "You said you're with the Duluth Police? Shouldn't you have someone from Superior with you? This isn't Minnesota, you know." "I know, but that's not actually necessary," Stride told her. "This won't take long." Ricky shrugged and opened the door. Inside, the old house was decorated with worn throw rugs, woven in diamond patterns, and half a dozen clay pots of drooping philodendron plants. He noticed 2 skinny cats wandering across the wooden floors. A fine layer of cat hair had settled over the living room furniture, and he caught a whiff of ammonia. He sat down in an uncomfortable shaker chair. Ricky untied her apron and sat on the sofa opposite him. She picked at the fraying fabric and pulled white foam from the arm of the sofa. An orange tabby walked across her lap. "What do you want?" she asked. He tried to picture the 20-something teacher inside her. Back then, she had been tall and fit, with wavy, flowing blonde hair and Nordic good looks. She had intense blue eyes and large circular glasses propped on her high cheekbones. Full, ripe breasts swelled underneath her white sweaters and defied gravity. Her fleshy, strong thighs bulged out of her jeans. She had a severe way about her in the classroom, like a dominatrix. They joked about it in the locker room. "Teacher, I've been bad." 30 years had taken a toll on Ricky. She was heavier, with cellulite dimpling her legs. Her blonde hair was short and came out of the bottle. Her face was rounded and jowly. She no longer wore glasses, but her eyes were as fierce as he remembered, like 2 globes of azure ice. He noticed that one breast sagged like a melting snowman across her chest, and where the other breast should have been, the fabric of her shirt puckered over empty space. A pink ribbon was pinned to the pocket. "You taught algebra, didn't you? Or was it geometry?" "Geometry." "But not anymore?" "Not in a very long time." "I have it right, don't I? Finn lives here with you?" "Yes, he does." "He's your brother?" "That's right." "It's unusual to find a brother and sister who have stayed together so long," Stride said. "Finn's had a hard life," Ricky replied. "He's 7 years younger than I am, and he's always needed someone to look after him." "Why is that?" "Why do you care? Do you suspect Finn of having done something wrong?" "Not at all." "Then why are you here?" "Finn provided some information that's pertinent to one of our investigations," Stride told her. "Candidly, I'm trying to assess his credibility as a witness." "What investigation?" Stride didn't reply. Irritated, Ricky pushed the cat off her lap and pulled at her shirt. "What do you want to know?" "Tell me about his background. You said he had a hard life." "Finn and I grew up in North Dakota," Ricky replied. "Our father was killed in a car accident when Finn was 10. Our mother died 5 years later. I had just graduated with my teaching license at the time. I took Finn and we moved here. I got a job. I bought this house with the money we got from selling the farm. I was hoping to give us a fresh start, but for Finn the wounds went too deep. He spent years on drugs. He's still drinking himself to death. Sometimes I think I should have kicked him out and let him stand on his own 2 feet, but I was the only family he had. I wasn't going to turn my back on him." "That can't have been easy." "I didn't say it was." "Do you remember a girl named Laura Starr?" Stride asked. The muscles in Ricky's face tightened. Her cheeks bloomed with pink circles. "Yes, of course." "A journalist named Tish Verger is writing a book about Laura Starr's murder," Stride said. "So I hear. I read the papers." "Finn told Tish he was in the park the night Laura was killed." Ricky shook her head. "Finn said that? No, that's not right." "You think Finn is lying?" "He may be making up a story to impress this woman, but more likely his mind is pulling together bits and pieces of things he's read about the murder over the years. Finn's mental state is highly unreliable, Lieutenant. Drugs and drink have fried his brain since he was a boy. He doesn't have a solid grasp on what's real and what's not. Certainly not after so much time has passed. I assure you, he wasn't there." "It was a long time ago," Stride said. "How can you be so sure?" You think I ever let Finn drive back then? Ricky asked. He never had a car. The only way he got anywhere was if I drove him. That night we were both at home watching the fireworks. Stride leaned forward with his hands on his knees. Did Finn know, Laura? Yes, we both did. I understand Finn was in love with her. Finn? Puppy dog love, maybe. Nothing more. Laura was one of my favorite students. A sweet girl, very pretty, very quiet. She wanted to be a counselor for teenagers in dysfunctional families. She was passionate about it. I encouraged her to spend time with Finn because I thought it would help them both. To her credit, she really devoted herself to Finn. I think she made a difference with him, and I'm sure he was grateful to her. To him, that was probably love. What else can you tell me about Laura? You should probably talk to Tish about her, Ricky said. The two of them were best friends for a while. For a while? Ricky cocked her head. Yes, they certainly weren't friends at the end. Oh? God, no. They broke up very badly. Laura came to me in tears. Did she say what happened? She told me they had a fight. What was the fight about? Ricky steepled her fingers together. She spoke slowly. It was about a boy. Tish was insanely jealous. She demanded that Laura stop seeing him. Who was it? Laura didn't tell me his name, but I always assumed it was the boy from that rich family in Duluth, the Stanhopes. I read in the papers after her death that Laura and Peter were seeing each other. Stride didn't like where this was going. It made him wonder again about Tish's motives in pursuing Peter Stanhope. Did Finn talk to you about Laura's murder after it happened? Did he ever say he knew something about it? Of course not. Like I told you, he wasn't there. I do need to talk to Finn, Stride said, getting to his feet. How do I reach him? Ricky waved her hand dismissively. He comes and goes when he pleases. I'm not my brother's keeper. Call the delivery company and maybe they can help you find him somewhere on his route. Stride nodded. I appreciate your time. Ricky didn't reply. You know, I do remember something from your geometry class, Stride added. Oh? I think it was called the parallel postulate. Ricky shrugged. If two lines cross a third and form less than two right angles, then eventually the two lines will meet if extended far enough. Why on earth do you find that so interesting? It's something I find in most of my investigations, Stride told her. Sooner or later, the lines always intersect. After Stride left, Ricky Matheson stood at the living room window that looked out on the street. Holding aside the lace curtain, she watched Stride retreat into the dusky gloom and climb into his truck. His headlights burst on like two staring eyes, and then gravel scraped as he sped down the dirt road back to the highway, jolting across the railroad tracks. She watched until the red taillights disappeared and kept watching as night fell outside like a black cloud enveloping the house. Her orange tabby cat rubbed against her legs and mewed, but Ricky didn't move. In the distance, coming from the northeast, a train screamed. Even at this distance, she felt its vibration under her feet. It didn't matter how long she had lived here. She heard every train. Ricky turned away. Hung on the foyer wall by a steel wire was a mirror, framed in heavy brass, laden with dust. She caught a glimpse of her dark reflection, and her breath clutched in her chest, because it was her mother's face staring back at her, like a mean-eyed ghost brought up from the earth. Fate was cruel. 30 years had passed, and she had become the person that she and Finn had hated for so long. You can run and run, and when you think you've escaped, you realize that all along you've been running in a circle. She switched off the downstairs light and felt her way with her hands like a blind person toward the mahogany steps that led upstairs. At the top of the stairs, she stared at the closed door in front of her. Finn's room. She jiggled the metal knob, but it was locked. He always kept it locked. He didn't realize that Ricky kept a key. She let herself inside and turned on the light, not caring if Finn saw the glow from his bedroom window when he drove home. The room was messy. Soiled clothes were strewn across the bed and draped over the closet door. Crushed cans of Budweiser littered the floor like silver hockey pucks. She smelled urine from his sheets. He still wet the bed. The top drawer of his black lacquer nightstand was open. She yanked it out and overturned the drawer onto the floor, where the contents rolled and clattered. She did the same with the bottom drawer. She got down on all fours and pushed through the pile of junk with her hands. Finn saved everything. Old cell phones and computer cables, half-completed tax forms, dried-up pens and pencils snapped in half, thumbed porno magazines, bottles of lubricant, and rubber strokers crusted over with discharge. An old photograph. Ricky held it up and stared at it. The picture was 4 inches square, with a narrow white border, its colors faded and unnatural. She recognized Finn in the backyard of their house, sitting next to Laura at a picnic bench, with his arm around her shoulder. They were young and smiling. Laura wore a tank top. Finn was bare-chested, his blonde hair curly and big. Ricky remembered taking the photograph. She held it, her hands trembling, then tore it in half, and tore it in half again and again, until the pieces were too small to rip. She scattered them like pinches of coarse salt over the mess on the floor. Back then, Finn had given up his room for Laura on those nights when she stayed over. She had slept here in his twin bed while he slept on the sofa downstairs, except when he would creep upstairs and watch. Ricky knew all about it. She had seen him hovering in the blackness of the doorway to his room, staring at his bed, where the stars glowed faintly and illuminated bare flesh. They never talked about it. Some things were just understood. She went to his desk next, pulled out all the drawers and poured them out like jugs of water. She sifted through the debris without seeing what she wanted, but she knew she would find what she was looking for eventually. She knew Finn. With her face sober and emotionless, she pulled all of his clothes off the hangers in the closet, pulled the board games down off the dusty shelf, and felt along the grainy surface of the wood with outstretched fingers. When she found nothing, she dragged the mattress off Finn's bed and then flipped the box spring off the frame. Nothing. She toppled the black nightstand to the floor with one hand. The lamp came with it, crashing and breaking. She bent over and peered at the underside of the nightstand and nodded grimly to herself. There it was. A bulging manila envelope was taped to the unfinished wood with duct tape that was losing its stickiness, because it had been pulled off and resealed countless times. Ricky grabbed the envelope. Slabs of tape came with it. She ripped the flap and extracted the dog-eared sheaf of papers inside. She went through each one carefully, studying every picture. They were grainy color photographs printed on the inkjet on Finn's desk. Blurry images, taken at night. It didn't matter. She could see clearly enough what they were. Teenage girls. When she had seen them all, she shoved them back into the envelope. On the opposite wall, beside Finn's desk, was a metal trash can. She emptied it of garbage and then put the envelope inside. She hunted for a box of matches amid the chaos she had created on the floor, then lit a match and dropped it inside the trash can, where the wispy fire smoldered on the paper and grew into a widening torch of flame. Smoke and orange lightning belched from the can. The envelope and all the photographs curled into flakes of black ash that floated in the room like coal-colored snow. In the hallway, the smoke alarm honked in protest. Ricky ignored it. When it was over, the metal inside was scorched. She took a ruler, got down on her knees, and hacked at the warm ashes, turning them into dust. Her skin was streaked with soot. She got up and wiped her hands on her shorts, leaving black fingerprints. The computer was next, and the camera. They would all go in the river sometime during the middle night hours. You couldn't erase things like that. Someone who knew what they were doing could always find them again. Ricky heard a noise in the hall and looked up. Finn was in the doorway. Chapter 22. Tish parked in an alley behind the kitsch, where it was dark except for a soft yellow glow from inside the club windows. A diagonal rain swept the street as she climbed out of her Civic. She unfolded an umbrella, held it at an angle like a flag, and splashed through the puddles in her heels around the corner of the building toward the high door. The 4-story clubhouse towered above her, regal and imposing in red brick like a rich man's mansion. Hollow-eyed Indian gargoyles guarded the entrance and stared at her disapprovingly. By the time she slipped inside, her white dress was speckled with rain spots. She flipped her hair, and water sprayed onto the wine-red carpet. The sprawling main corridor was lined in dark wood and sconce lights, and bore the club's logo in gold on the floor. Tish took a few tentative steps, expecting someone to stop her. Instead, the hallway was empty. She had never been here before, but she remembered people talking about the kitsch, the way people on the East Coast talked about Skull and Bones. The faces of members had changed in 125 years, but admission was still by invitation only. To Tish, it felt like a secret society for the privileged, a place built stone by stone on money and tradition. On her left was a lounge with thick beams lining the ceiling and deep paisley carpet on the floor. A wood fire burned in a brick fireplace, and 2 leather recliners were carefully placed on either side of the hearth. She was cold from the rain, and she approached the fireplace, putting out her hands to warm them and feeling heat on her dress. As she dripped on the carpet, she noticed an oil painting on the west wall with a familiar face. It was an old man in a 3-piece suit. His head was almost bald. He looked tough and prosperous. When she approached the portrait, she saw his name inscribed on a brass plate on the frame. Randall Stanhope, former president of the club. "Can I help you?" The voice came from behind her. Tish turned and saw a tuxedo-clad attendant in his 50s with a clipped mustache. "I'm sorry," Tish said. She squared her shoulders and gave the man an engaging smile. "I'm supposed to be meeting Peter Stanhope here. Can you tell me where to find him?" She had no meeting scheduled. Peter hadn't seen her in 30 years. But everyone told her that the kitsch was where he spent most of his evenings, like his father. "Mr. Stanhope is in the pool room downstairs," he told her. "Would you like me to tell him you're here?" "No, I'll just join him there." "Do you know the way?" the man asked. "I'm afraid not." "Let me show you." The attendant led her downstairs, where the ceilings were lower and the walls felt as if they were closing in. Tish heard raucous male laughter. The pool room was smaller than she expected, with lapis color on the walls and in the checkerboard carpet. Half a dozen men in white shirts and loosened ties gathered around a pool table lined with burgundy felt. They drank scotch from crystal low-ball glasses. The conversation stopped when they saw her. Tish recognized Peter Stanhope immediately. He had a custom pool cue in his hand and was bent over, taking aim on a shot down the table. He was the only man still wearing a suit coat. She was close enough to smell the alcohol in his breath and see the overhead lights shining in his silver hair. As she watched, he struck the cue ball with a sharp crack and thunked the solid purple 4-ball into the far pocket. "Mr. Stanhope?" "Yes, George?" Peter asked. He looked past the attendant and sized up Tish. "I believe you have a meeting with this woman?" Peter straightened up and propped his cue against the table. He folded his arms and rubbed his sunburned chin with his left hand. His blue eyes twinkled with curiosity behind penny-colored glasses. "Do I?" George's smile evaporated. "Is there a problem?" he asked. "I don't know," Peter replied pleasantly. He eyed Tish. "Is there?" "My name is Tish Verger," she said quickly. Tish heard a rumble of displeasure among the other men in the room. They knew who she was. Peter didn't react, other than to flick his tongue quickly across his upper teeth. "Ah, I was hoping we could talk." "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Stanhope," George said, stepping in front of Tish. "This woman told me she had a meeting scheduled with you. I'll see her out immediately." Peter waved his hand. No, it's fine, George. I've been anxious to speak to Miss Verger, as it happens. Boys, carry on without me, all right?" He approached Tish and extended his hand. His grip was strong, and his fingers were smooth, except for the dust of pool chalk. "Would you like a drink?" he asked her. "Some red wine, I guess." "George, a bottle of the Alphonse Merlot Pinot that I had last night, all right? Is anyone in 306 tonight?" "No, sir." "Take it up there, will you?" "Of course." Peter refilled his own tumbler from a half-empty bottle of Lagavulin, and then took Tish's arm by the elbow. "Shall we?" He guided her to a turn-of-the-century elevator that was uncomfortably small. They were shoulder to shoulder. Peter didn't say anything as they rode upward. He just smiled, showing beautifully white teeth, and smoothed down his hair. She noticed his eyes straying over her body. When the doors opened, he led her to a room painted in cream, with an off-white sofa, an armchair, and a square glass coffee table. Through a doorway, Tish saw a queen-sized bed, with an elaborately flowered comforter. She backed up. "This is a bedroom," she said. "A guest room," Peter said. "Members outside the city stay here sometimes, or men whose wives have kicked them out for the night. That's why I prefer the single life." He added, "Don't worry, I'm not going to assault you if that's what you're concerned about. I just thought we would both like some privacy." "Leave the door open." "Whatever you want." Peter took the armchair and worked on his drink. Tish sat uneasily on the sofa, her knees squeezed together. A few minutes later, George entered the room with a balloon-shaped wine glass and an open bottle. He set them on the table in front of her and poured, then gave her an imperious look and retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. "Do you want me to open it again?" Peter asked, nodding at the door. Tish shrugged. "Well, here we are," he continued. "It's been a long time. You're looking good, Tish. Do you mind if I call you that?" Tish shrugged again. "You were sexy then, and you haven't lost your appeal," he told her, his eyes roving. "Real beauty matures with age, don't you think?" "If you say so." "It wouldn't kill you to repay the compliment," he said. "You know you look good, so why do you need to hear it from me?" Peter laughed. "Try the wine, Tish. It's excellent." Tish did, and it was.
"Are you trying to tell me you've changed?" she asked.
"We all change. You're different, I'm different."
"It doesn't matter," she said. "I don't care who you are now or how much money you have. It's what you did 30 years ago that concerns me."
Peter nodded. "You think I murdered Laura? You think I took a baseball bat and beat her head in?"
"Yes, I do."
"Well, I didn't do that. How can I convince you I'm telling the truth?" Tish took another drink of wine. It was fruity and light as helium.
"You can't. I already know you lied back then."
"Oh?"
"Finn Matheson saw you," Tish snapped. "He saw you attack Laura in the field. The black man, Dada, he saved her. When Laura ran off, the bat was still in the field. It was still with you."
"Finn Matheson," Peter murmured, shaking his head. "I haven't thought about him in years. Him and his sister Ricky. She was one of those tasty young teachers we all lusted after. Please, Tish, we both know what kind of witness Finn is. Pat Burns is never going to put someone on the stand who probably can't remember most of the 1980s.
"I don't care what kind of witness he would make," Tish said. "I'm writing a book, not doing a dance for a jury. What matters is that he's telling the truth."
"Say he is. That doesn't mean I killed Laura."
"Are you admitting you assaulted her?"
"I'm not admitting anything. However, even if I was stupid enough to think that no from a girl really meant yes just because my name was Peter Stanhope, do you think I would kill her over something like that?"
"Over not getting what you want? Yes, I do."
"Well, you're right. I don't take rejection well," Peter admitted. "You said no to me, and I called you a queer. As I recall, I kissed you and grabbed your tits. I was a pig."
"Yes, you were.
But I didn't kill you, did I? Because here you are."
"Maybe you wanted Laura more than me."
Peter's smile faltered. His full lips twitched.
"Maybe you were obsessed with her," Tish continued. "Maybe you were enraged that she didn't want you."
She met his eyes and whispered,
"Are you going to be alone tonight, you whore?"
His fingers clutched the tumbler so tightly that she thought the crystal might shatter.
"I have no idea what you're talking about."
But he did. Tish knew that she was right. She swallowed down her loathing and drank more wine. Peter stood up, stretching his legs. He caught his reflection in a brass mirror and dusted the broad lapels of his suit coat. His grin returned, more brightly than before. "I always wondered if you were upset that Laura found me attractive."
"She didn't."
"You're wrong about that. All the girls back then were interested in me. You were the exception. Or were you just playing hard to get?"
"Oh, please."
"Is that why you didn't like me dating your best friend?"
"Laura broke it off with you. She told me she did."
"Ah, but are you sure she wasn't lying? Maybe Laura didn't want you to know what was really going on between us."
"That's ridiculous,"
Tish snapped. "I wonder what you would have done if you'd found out the truth," he said. "I imagine you would have been very upset."
"Are you finished?"
"I haven't even begun." "Don't tangle with a lawyer, Tish."
"I'm going to get you,"
she insisted. He laughed. "You know that's not going to happen." She cringed, feeling on display as he watched her. His eyes glittered with lust that he didn't bother hiding.
"The sad thing is, I'm telling you that I think you're a murderer and you still want to sleep with me."
Peter sat down next to her on the sofa and took an oversized swallow of his scotch. Their legs touched. "True."
"Are you that desperate?"
"I'm not desperate at all."
"I picture you with a harem of 20-something models,"
Tish said. "Sometimes."
"So why come on to a woman in her late 40s who thinks you're the devil?"
"I'm not the devil. I thought you were finally beginning to find me charming."
"Hardly."
"Believe it or not, I like women who are mature, strong, independent. I don't find many women who stand up to me."
"So you're saying that having a woman accuse you of murder turns you on?"
"I've heard worse accusations than that," he grinned. "I think you're lying, Tish. You do find me attractive. You always have."
"You find yourself attractive enough for both of us."
"There aren't many women who get to reject me twice." Tish felt a shiver of fear.
"What does that mean?"
"Not what you think. I just mean you've managed to deflate my ego, not to mention my manhood, in 2 separate decades.
You'll live.
I already told you that I don't take rejection well. It just makes me more determined."
"Do I need to scream?"
"Not at all. I wouldn't dream of ravishing a woman who doesn't want me to ravish her."
"Good."
"I am going to kiss you, though," Peter said. "I think you owe me that."
"I don't owe you anything."
"So slap my face if you want." He leaned across the sofa. Tish stared into his eyes and didn't turn away. His lips were rough as they moved against hers. She felt nothing, but responded as if she did. She put her hands around his neck and held him to her. He smelled like a man. She felt his fingers stroke her breast with a feathery touch, testing the waters. It was now or never. Tish bit down on Peter's fat lower lip, hard. Warm blood sprayed onto their faces, and she mashed her cheek against him and held on tight. Peter bellowed in pain and fought to disentangle himself. He shoved her away and leaped to his feet. His chin was a messy cherry river dripping onto his shirt. "You crazy bitch!" he shouted.
"Get the hell away from me, Peter,"
Tish told him calmly. He ripped open the guest room door. "You're out of your fucking mind!" Tish watched him go as she dabbed smears of blood from her face onto the sleeve of her white dress. She was thinking, "I've got you." 2 hours later, a noise woke Tish out of a dead sleep in her condominium. She bolted up in bed, the blanket bunching at her waist. She listened to sounds from the open window where a surf slapped at the base of the bluff. The air horn of a truck blared on the freeway. That was all. She climbed out of bed and grabbed her robe from the closet. Her white dress was wrapped in plastic on the shelf. She stopped, waited. A few seconds later she heard it again, sharp and musical. From somewhere outside came the sound of glass breaking. Tish ran into the main room of the condo and hunted for her phone. The room was black with shadows. She was alone. No one lying in wait for her, no one charging her out of the corners. She didn't hear the noise again. A car peeled away on the street, its loud engine growing faint as it roared toward the curve leading back to the city. Tish crept to the front door and peered through the spy hole. Outside, the sidewalk and street were quiet. She opened the door carefully and watched tendrils of fog drift through the glow of the streetlight. When she stepped outside, sweat began to grow on her skin like a fungus. Nothing moved. The pavement scratched her bare feet. She took tentative steps toward the curb. When she saw her rental car parked near the trees, she ran. Half of the windshield was caved in, the other half frosted with starbursts of white glass. Scissor-sharp popcorn littered the seats. Jammed between the spokes of the steering wheel was a wooden baseball bat. Chapter 23. The asphalt in the parking lot of the delivery company where Finn Matheson worked was wet, with steam rising from pools of water. Rain showers had dodged in and out of the city all day, leaving behind a moldy smell of worms. The humid air made Stride's black T-shirt cling to his skin, and the charcoal sport coat he wore over it felt damp. A line of sweat traced his forehead. It was Friday night. He wanted to go home and jump in the shower, but Finn was an hour late returning from his delivery route. The parking lot was filled with cars left by delivery drivers for the day. Vans and trucks backed up to docks around him, loading and unloading. The company substation was less than a mile from the Duluth airport, making it easy to feed packages to outbound flights. He heard the thunder of a jet overhead, which he knew was the evening northwest flight from the Twin Cities. It would suck up passengers and cargo and then roar back south. A dirty yellow van rumbled off the highway. Stride caught a glimpse of the driver and recognized the narrow face and shaved head of Finn Matheson. Finn didn't see him. Stride waited while Finn backed up his truck to an open dock and watched him clamber out of the truck, climb the steps of the platform, and disappear inside the building. Even from 20 yards away, Stride could see that Finn's uniform was soiled from a day in the heat. These were the days in Duluth that leached away everyone's energy. Stride waited half an hour before Finn strutted out of the building's front door. He had showered and changed, and was now wearing cutoffs that made his legs look like matchsticks, and a gray tank top with gaping sleeve holes. He wore old sneakers with no socks. "Finn!" Stride called. He pushed off his expedition and met Finn where the sidewalk ended and the parking lot began. Finn was 3 inches taller than Stride, but he looked as if he would blow away when the wind came off the lake. "Who are you?" Finn asked. His eyes danced nervously. Stride introduced himself. When Finn heard the word police, he shuffled his weight from one foot to the other and stared over Stride's shoulder at the row of parked cars as if he wanted to bolt. Mint breathed out of Finn's mouth like fire from a dragon. "You got a date tonight, Finn?" Stride asked. "Huh? No. What do you mean?" "You've got sweet breath, like you brushed your teeth 50 or 60 times. "I have halitosis, and I need to use those breath strips," Finn said. Stride nodded. "It's funny. When traffic cops smell mint, they immediately think DUI. You wouldn't be late because you stopped for a couple cold ones at a bar, would you?" Finn glanced back over his shoulder at the company door. "Hell no. I've got a